Welcome back to the World Racing League, presented by the DriverSeye Live Radio Network. We are here live in Deer Trail, Colorado. Brendan Kazmarek is our executive producer and technical coordinator. Ryan West, commentator. JT Tammy, commentator. As well as Jordan Worth, engineer, general camera switchy guyer. Part of the problem is I don't actually know what all the names mean when you're doing a sort of actual production. I realized when I was looking for jobs the other day that I actually don't know anything about real TV production. So here we are. I'm making it up as we go.
Well,
5 hours.
Now, so what are the technical terms you're looking for?
I mean, what is it? What is the technical term that you would have? Like, what do you do? What does Brendan do? You know what I'm saying? Because Brendan, his role is like going out and messing with the cameras, and you in switching the cameras. What are those two names?
Well,
the hell are you?
I would be the director and the guy that pushes the buttons in the one.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
good.
I think he'd be producer / all the camera guys.
Excellent. Good.
Right.
Good. Glad we're here. Would Brendan be a key grip?
Sure.
I feel like he's grip adjacent because he is messing with all the cables that are next to the camera, which I think is the point of the grip. I know that one. So
isn't it like a dolly grip too? Something like that.
Well, because that's the one that pushes the thing but isn't operating the camera. You know.
Right.
Yeah. So here we are.
This reminds me of the Dinner with Racers video series that they've done with Motor Trend. And the rolling
stack
credits,
all the names.
Yeah, at the end, it's literally just more or less the same two people, you know, Ryan Eversley and Sean Heckman, but they're doing every single position that there is. So they'll say, like, you know, the gaffer, or, you know, hairstylist, or you know, assistant hairstylist.
The bad news here is we don't actually have a staff hairstylist for DriverSeye Live.
It's all
so
Brendan.
My hair, every time I go, I look terrible. I blame that on Brendan and not on myself, of course, but we should have a hairstylist. And we also don't have... I always like at the end of like a football broadcast where it's like, men's apparel provided by J. Crew, or like whatever. You know, I feel like we should get one of those.
Or
and
closets.
Correct. To dovetail on that, I do think at some point I want to get a garbage black or dark blue blazer and embroider the WRL logo on the breast pocket.
We have shirts, don't we?
Okay, but you have a shirt. My shirt isn't big enough. Because
is it
Brendan couldn't get me a
Live
tall,
shirt?
And they're abnormally short anyway, so I don't wear it.
So I don't have my shirt. Brendan still has it.
Oh, interesting.
Brendan has had my shirt for over a year.
I'm still waiting for the day that I think it's Bella Helmets actually technically owns the rights to DriverSeye Live, or DriverSeye.
No, we've got the LLC or whatever it is.
Yeah, we have an LLC, but we don't own the trademark or the dress or anything. So you can ask Brendan about it. He's talked to me about it, but he intends to make no more apparel until that sorts itself out, which, you know, Lord only knows if that's going to work. So we've burned about 5 minutes talking nonsense here. Let's talk about some racing. GP1, commanding lead by the number 88 of Zalus Motorsports. It's a BMW. We spoke with one of their drivers earlier. They're happy to, it sounds like, have simplified their car, gotten away from the sort of exotic, cool, fun parts, and just have now gone with things that work. And it's paying dividends for them here with a 3-lap lead over the local favorites, the 777 of Big Mission Motorsports, and a similar BMW E46. Running down the order here to GP2, Boulder. Only car running currently. We've got the 199 in the pits, and then the 66 doesn't show us currently in the pits. I believe they have returned to the track. Indeed, I believe they've just gone past our camera position here. So GP2, everybody's still running, but Boulder with a 46-lap advantage over the rest of the Colting class. Now, for funsies, JT, Boulder would only be at least 4th in class in GP1 right now. Did you know that?
I did. I actually called that earlier. as PC Racing was being at the time.
I see.
Cannot remember if they did. I believe PC Racing may have beat them out of the pits, so they did remain fourth in GP1 and leading in GP2.
Now, unfortunately, round 3 racing, the number 605, would currently be last in GP1, but they're in a GP3 car. They would also be second in GP2. So a good result there, I think, for the GP3 guys.
Now, hold on. I wouldn't say last in GP1. I would say 8th in GP1.
8th in that's true. The last of those that are running. That's fine. That's fair enough. I see what you're saying, JT. I'm feeling what you're putting down. Totally fine.
I see you down there, Palomar. I see you. Don't worry.
Yeah, no, Palomar, a local team for me, kind of.
Who are still running. You just have to scroll down.
And I just completely dunked on them. Yeah, no, absolutely. 100%. I am a terrible, awful commentator. GTO field, of course. We've got the 123 of NFC Motorsports have finally come around to the lead. They're on the same lap as the GTR 99. I think this is going to be a sort of seesaw back and forth battle between the two cars. Last lap ran 3 seconds faster, a 1:57 to the GTR 99's 2 minutes and a half seconds. So, a little bit starting to come back the direction I thought it would go, which was NFC having the pace of the field. Don't forget, everyone, they were almost a complete lap behind at one point due to how they caught a yellow on rotations. So, that they have gotten themselves back into the lead and into a commanding lead is fantastic. The fastest car in GTO today, the number 70 of round 3 racing on lap 2, posted a 1:54, an excellent lap time. Currently shown in 3rd position, also shows that they're in the pits, which I know to be untrue because I watched it circulate on one of these shots recently. So they are still in 3rd place, followed by the number 61 Toyota Supra of Dexter Racing. As my favorite sim racing commentator would say, the red leather package and no sponsors. So got that going. And then in 5th position, the HM Road Racing Porsche GT4 being helmed by DriverSeye Live favorite Cole Lofsgaard, whose name Brendan cannot ever remember sometimes. We then also go to the 80 of 3D Racing, a vehicle which was hoisted itself into GTO after having a dyno result that they were not expecting. I imagine thinking that they adjusted for the altitude and then adjusting for the altitude too much would be what my supposition was there, but I don't know.
I was wondering why they were running in GTO.
Well, so they were interviewed. It's just 2 guys, or I think 3, because the son is here as well. And the issue that they were having was that they showed up, got dynoed, and were making way more power than they were supposed to be for GP1. So they took all of the ballast out of the car and then just decided to run in GTO rather than try to retune the car and such, which is, an unfortunate thing to have happen. But they are holding down 6th position ahead of the number 8 of Sweet Spot Racing, a BMW M4. In GTU, we've got the number 58, Stratus Racing Sebico NP01. I don't believe that is what we are on board with. I believe this is the 59.
Correct.
Nice.
Yeah, so the 59 is the gold car. The 58 is the one with the blue.
And the 60 is the green one. Yep, perfect. Glad we've squared that away. Of course, more of these NP01s are due to arrive in WRL racing next year, including 2 being run by Stalwart Entry Round 3 Racing. So they'll be having added their considerable racing experience to the GTU class, which will only make for a more exciting product on track. I do think, JT, that we've finally arrived at a spot where the GTU cars are at the right level of competitiveness versus the GTO field. It's no longer a complete walkover like it used to be. Like, sometimes it was like not close. It was like, oh, this is going to be bad. And other times it was like, these are a little slow, man. I don't know how it's going to work. And I think we finally landed on a rule set that makes sense for the NPO1 and will keep them competitive, especially if they now are going to have their own class that's going to be bolstered by the addition of up to 4 cars, I'm told, next season, bringing it to 7 entries. Got this beautiful front straightaway cam here. Flags blowing in the wind.
Yeah, so keep in mind, we also have a couple other teams that run in GTU that they don't necessarily run a full season.
Right.
But I mean, they're there. I mean, we've had Dom Motorsports.
Yep.
They've
9-4.
done.
Okay,
Yeah.
I thought yeah.
Have 9-4 done it this year? I can't remember.
They might have done it once.
I mean, you also have Heraflight Racing.
Yep. And then what's Scott's friend's team that he's associated with the Golf livery?
I'm not sure if they're actually coming back this year. If they're going to be doing anything.
That's too bad.
It is. Let's see. God, was that I don't think it was Polecat or Ageless Bio.
No, it was neither of those.
Racers Motors. That's what it was.
Racer Motors, yes. So potential, I think, for up to 10 GTU entries. If this was a 2011 ALMS entry list discussion, I would say, yeah, there's up to 15 GTUs that are going to be here next season. That's going to be incredible. And then like 6 would show up, and I'd look like an idiot. But everybody would have known the whole time that it was going to always go that way. But I am genuinely hoping. It sounds like for sure there will be 5, if not 7, mostly confirmed cars for next season in GTU.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan's, of course, posting his lottery numbers in our chat here. Five hours and 47 minutes remaining.
So something I wanted to remind you about. You were talking about how NFC had retaken the lead in GTO.
Yes.
I did want to point out the 99 did have a slight problem on pit road.
Ooh, okay.
Involving a little fire.
So a little fire.
Little fire.
Like mild to moderate. Was it like a fireball that like came and went quickly, or was it like actually melting things? And they had them.
So I didn't get to see it. I just noted it from the race log. But to put things into perspective, usually we're seeing like about a 4-minute lap time for that pit lap.
Sure.
GTR unfortunately had a 7-minute lap. So there's roughly a lap and a half lost right there, dealing with that issue on pit road. Almost 2 laps. So yeah, that's I think one of the reasons that has played into seeing those 2 cars on the same or more or less the same lap, depending on the pit cycle.
Thank you for that insight, JT. I really appreciate it. I do not have the log open.
Well, I
that
also
makes it
want to
harder
remind
for
us
me to know those things.
Because as with fire, can damage things, and this race, we've still got just under 6 hours left, so we could still see possible gremlins for that car later on.
Right. The blue one with the yellow details on it, which I love the guys at GTR 99. They're fantastic. Great guys, great team. They had the really cool modifications on the M4. Like, it's a cool team. I'm all in. The blue with the neon yellow color scheme looks bad. It is not a good color combination, and every time I see it, I just hate it. It is one of the worst paint schemes. The blue with the red, the way they've been doing it, looks fantastic. Love to see it. It's great. But that blue and yellow car, I hope they're selling it because they realize the mistake they've made with the livery, because it looks dreadful.
See, I like it.
Ugh.
I like it with the white.
Yeah, no, okay, alright, so here's the deal. Here's what we're going to have to do here. I'm going to find a picture of it, and Jordan Worth, who's a car livery knower, can weigh in and give his take on whether or not it's a good livery.
I just posted a link in chat.
Excellent. You already posted it. Beautiful. And this one has the side-by-side, right, with both cars, obviously?
Yeah, if you scroll away.
If you scroll over, yeah, okay. It's the last... Okay, so Jordan, the last photo, the 99, of course, is the car that we're watching right now. The 69 is the one they're selling.
I'd also argue that very last photo is not a great photo.
That is also true. It's not brilliant.
It's not doing anybody any favors.
I don't think that it in the light in the shop does any favors for it either.
See, I disagree. I think it looked good.
Oh, I don't know. I'm out.
That's fine. You
So
know,
Jordan,
each-
can we
each
get a
their
take
own.
on that? Can we get a take on that, Jordan?
Which one? You either... Which one, the 69 or the 99?
Well, the 99's compare and contrast, obviously. I am saying the 99 looks great. The 69 is terrible.
The yellow
So you've got to.
blends in too much with the white.
Yeah, but
Not
it's
enough
jarring,
contrast.
though. It's jarring, though, you know?
Yeah, it's not enough contrast.
See? But the red is
looks
good.
better. Yeah, because there's more
Yeah.
contrast.
Okay, alright.
All about contrast.
So how do you feel about that livery overall?
I like it. It fits the car.
Fits the car. Okay, good.
Fits the car.
Good.
I wish we had
What
that
is
car
your-
in iRacing. I like how it looks.
You could paint it.
Well, not like the actual car itself, like the.
Oh,
Supra.
the Supra, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we do have the Supra on iRacing. It's the B Series car.
Which one?
You could
Oh,
run it in,
no,
in,
not
in
that.
B fixed.
Not that.
Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. So, Jordan, I don't know if you've paid
Yeah.
enough attention. I say pay enough attention. I'm
Well,
not
we
trying
got
to jump
trouble.
on you. Oh, we do have trouble. Oh, it's the Porsche. It's the round 3 racing car.
Yeah, 605.
It's that oversteer he was talking about. You come off throttle, up over the verge there, back end comes around, easy to do.
Yeah.
Absolutely easy to do. Never thought I would say that a Porsche drives like an MR2, but here we are. It does. I've driven both. Anyway, Jordan, of all the liveries you've seen so far, assuming you've had time to really think about it, because I know that you're busy actually producing the broadcast,
Right.
or directing the broadcast, rather, which is your favorite of the WRL liveries that you've seen
That's
so
a
far?
very good question.
Like, surely
let me
there's one
rack
that
the brain.
stood out,
Yeah, let me
and you've
rack
been like,
the
you know what,
brain.
actually, that one looks great.
There goes that
All right.
99, by the way. Past
Yes.
one in the pit road.
Mm.
Let me rack the brain on that.
All right.
You know what? I like this one here. The Mercedes.
The Mercedes, okay. All right.
I like the blue and green. Or coming into the shot right now. That one too. Also that blue green with the yellow.
Okay.
Palomar.
Yep.
Yep, the Palomar.
Can you tell that I like blue and green?
Jordan's liking the blue and greens, as we can see,
Yeah.
which is fair. I think that's reasonable.
There's a heavy bias towards
Yes.
that. You know what car sticks out in a crowd, and I appreciate that? The 70.
The 70. It does stick out.
There it
It's
comes
a
right
simple
there.
livery.
Yeah,
It's
it
very
sticks
simple.
out.
Yeah, you can see it.
You can pick it out easily in the crowd.
All right, let me
Which one's
figure
your
out how I
favorite?
can- My favorite no longer exists in the series, and I would pay someone, and I think I'm going to do it probably sometime this winter. Either I'm going to have to get the information from Laura Hayes, and she can send me the thing, and then I can pay somebody to convert it or whatever, or I'm just going to pay somebody, and it's the number 111 Thunder Bunny car, which doesn't run anymore because they destroyed it. But let me see if I can find a good still image. Unless, JT, do you have a picture of the 111? I don't know if you've ever been at a race to like watch it be run.
No, I haven't.
Copy image. It looks great in person because it has the color shift, which, oh, in this picture you can totally see it. Yeah, here we go. Based. And I would love this livery on the Toyota 86 in iRacing. I think I'm gonna pay. I think I'm gonna pay somebody this year to do that. Because it's a really good looking car. And like even if it didn't do the color shift thing, I still think it would be really cool. with just the purple. Can you do the color shift like this, Jordan, with the spec maps, or is it just like you got to commit to a color?
What do you mean? Like, kind of like a...
So do you see the purple stripe that's in front of the front fender?
Right.
That's what it looks like most of the time. But then as you walk around the car, it gets that pink tinge to it. I don't know how they were able to get it to be so clear on this photo. Like, this is a good picture of it.
Somewhat possible with the spec maps and stuff, but
Okay.
You're limited. You're limited in what you can do.
Sure. Makes sense. But that is by far and away my favorite livery, and I've told the driver of that car, Laura Hayes, I've told her that several times, and she talked about she doesn't like doing the girl drives pink car thing, but that whoever was doing their liveries for them showed it to her, and she like wasn't fully about it, and then they put it on the car, and she was like, "Oh yeah, that looks good. I like that a lot." So that's I think that's my favorite livery, but unfortunately we don't see it anymore. The version they use now is like a blue. It's like this design, but it's like royal dark blue now instead of pink and purple, which is I think less cool. But you know, what are you gonna do? Let's see. But JT, what's your favorite livery?
This weekend?
No, in WRL overall, past or present.
Past or present, huh?
Oh, Shift Up Now has some incredible pictures of these cars. That's the place to do it. Anyway.
I did like a couple of the Will to Win Porsches. Could look really good.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you know what?
There.
That reminds me too of the Pinnacle car. That's the blue and gold one, but it's like either the white or the gold, I can't remember, is like trees or something. It's like a weird, like it's hard to describe. But that car also is pretty nice. Speaking of Porsche, with the Will to Win, that's what reminded me. That's a good one too. Will to Win, which one did you like though? Did you like the camo one, or did you like the like McDonald's one?
I think it was the purple.
The purple, okay.
Yeah, if I recall correctly. I gotta say this weekend I am liking the I think it's the 777 Big Mission with like a dark like candy apple red tint to it.
Okay.
And I think it has a little bit of gold as well.
Yeah. All right.
Can I mention something here real quick?
Yes, you can.
And I think we're circling the wagons on it here. Another hour or so. We're about to see a fantastic sunset.
You know, Jordan, you mentioned that on the stream, yesterday or the day before, and I never thought about it. But after you started speaking about it, I was like, you know what? You're absolutely right. It is going to be a good-looking sunset. And so hopefully Brendan will be back in time, and we can talk about it.
Oh, it's going to be fantastic. You can already see it starting to creep in a little bit. The shadows are getting a little long here, right? We're starting to get that orangish hue to everything.
Sure.
Now
okay.
Like in this shot that has come back, we're getting there.
All right.
I can't wait. I love a good sunset.
Oh my goodness. Ugh. Well, for those who celebrate, it is ACC knee Pac-12 beatdown on the SEC right now, 21-7. You'd love to see it. Brendan currently being an Americant.
he's just afraid to run across an active track. Come on.
I'm pretty sure that is Brendan right there in the shot.
Yeah.
Because I know that Brendan has a 4Runner this weekend, and that appears to be a 4Runner. You can tell because the C pillar is painted and slanted forward. All the 4Runners have that slanted C pillar situation. Then, of course, the D pillar's the back one, obviously, for Alphabet fans. Pretty sure that's him. I'm curious if it's the camera or the film on the window that makes the inside of the Stratus look like this. And I think I decided the other day that I think it's the film, because otherwise it would get incredibly hot in the cockpit of an NP01. I think, I mean, I'm sure it is already hot, but worse so.
Are you talking about like yellow tint to it? Or...
Yeah, like it's like yellowy. The color seems all like washed out.
I think it's because it's picking up the yellow from the paint.
But the other ones do it too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's. Yeah, I don't know. Because the other cam that they have there in the top right corner doesn't seem to be as noticeable in terms of a yellow hue to the color image.
Right. Yeah, it really is just the looking out that it's that. I do think it's like a film on the windshield.
Yeah, it could be.
That's my story, and I'm sticking with it.
Kind of part of the UV spectrum.
Yep. I have really good tint on my Camry that's not that dark, but it cuts out all the UV stuff, and I don't feel my arm get sunburned as I go up I-5. Here comes the Supra. That's Dexter Racing, the number 61. Watching it go away up the S's here. To hell on a bobsled, as it were.
I'd say it does have good liveries. ACP.
Team ACP with Tangerine Associates. So
yeah.
They have a lot of different liveries, though.
Yeah.
That's true, though. They put a lot of effort into those because they're all unique. They're almost like store brand BMW art car liveries. Like, they're not quite as good as the BMW art car, but you can see that they share some sort of similarities in how they want to paint the car. What I don't love is the gray one. That's like the gray and blue and yellow that I think is the new design car. I don't love that one. I think the older ones are much better. Currently trying to coax our executive producer into doing a manned camera situation for a little visual breakup here. Something just a tad different, a touch unique. Yes. Oh, there he goes. He's turning around. Brendan is out. He is hauling. All 268 mighty horses in the 4-liter V6.
We need a Glen cam.
A Glen cam, yes. I think wherever this camera is right here, Brendan should sit there with the tripod and just follow stuff. Just for fun. Just as something to do, you know? So JT, I've seen that. JT just sent me a link to a Thunder Bunny livery. I have seen that before, but it is not the right colors, obviously.
Yeah, not necessarily the same.
I do wonder who Brendan Harris is, and if he is Thunder Bunny adjacent, or I wonder if this is supposed to look like the Indy Cup car that she drove.
Maybe.
Because it's got the Yokohama logo. Well, maybe not.
There's also a blue version.
Yeah, see, I think I've seen the red one, and I'm like, it's the purple. It really is the purple that I want to see. Actually, I think I might run the blue one. Brendan Harris appears to be a Next Level Racing guy. All of these liveries are Next Level Racing liveries, other than those two. All right. See, I'd pay Jordan to do it, but he's got, quite the paint project that he's already working on.
I've got mini stocks to paint, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Jordan's busy enough.
Indeed. I also think it would be difficult to recreate that bunny logo correctly, like from scratch.
I could do that.
You could do that? All right.
A bunch of lines.
Yeah, but to make sure that the eyes get centered and stuff.
I can figure that out.
All right.
I don't think you need to. I'm sure the team has like a vector image or something, because
Well,
they gotta do it for their decals.
Yeah, that's true. I would also love a diecast of that with that livery on it. I still maintain that should be like the ultimate prize if you win your class. If you win the national championship, RJ should be paying to have diecasts made of the winning car.
It'd be awesome.
It would be awesome. I don't know who you would pay to do that.
Yeah, it gets expensive quick. Because you'd want to do it for, I assume, each of the drivers. Or you just send it to the team?
I think the cost would be in the first one getting done. I feel like each subsequent one, if you wanted to make a run of 5, wouldn't be that expensive versus 1. I mean, unless you have to hand paint all of them, but,
Yeah, that's not necessarily the worst part.
Oh, what's the worst part then?
Just finding a base, doing the decals themselves.
Okay, putting them on.
You'd want to make it so that they are good, that they don't stick out like stickers, but that they're actually part of the paint.
Sure.
I know, 'cause I build a lot of models.
Oh, okay.
It's gonna depend if they're like a good decal that's depends on how it absorbs like a white background or if it's clear, and if colors lead through, but it's doable.
Is there AMG GT4 scale models?
Yes. Oh well, not the GT4, the GT3. What you'd probably end up doing is you'd probably be looking for like a 1/43rd diecast from whoever makes them, whether it's Spark or IXO or whoever.
Ooh, Spark does have a 143 GT4 car.
Yeah. So what you do is you would get those. You would sand down, remove whatever liveries on that car.
Sure.
And you're just either going to be repainting it and adding your own custom decals, then having a protective clear coat over it.
Well, if RJ is calling Spark, and he's going to have, let's call it 40 cars made, could they just paint him one that's different? Instead of somebody having to custom buy the one with the Wins logo on it, sand it, and then do it again?
I don't think so. I don't think they do a lot of small runs like that. They'll do limited edition sets, but
right,
that's commercial stuff. I'm not sure they do actual requests for private stuff.
Gotcha. There is a 143 Supra as well.
There is. It's a bit expensive.
I mean, yeah, but if you're talking about an end of the season award, I guess what's the labor on that going to be? Like 100 or like 1,000?
It's going to depend on whoever's doing it and how good of a job they're going to do.
Sure. Those wouldn't even be the problem. The problem's going to be like GP2. Well, I guess you can add stuff to it. It's not... Right? Like, if I gave you an E46, like, just regular model kit, JT, could you make it look like a spec E46? Like,
yeah.
Surely anything's possible, but, you know.
Yeah, you can... well, if it's a scale model, yeah, you're able to do, you know, you can do custom stuff like that. I took it was a Tamiya MX-5 ND kit when it first came out, and I somewhat converted it into the Global MX-5 Cup car.
Oh, tight. All right.
Custom roll cage and stuff like that.
Okay. All right. So it's possible. It would just probably be more money than RJ wants to spend.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
It's cool though.
Yes.
So I'm quite curious with the
Ooh, I'm sorry, JT. We got a little bit more movement on the radar.
slowly, very slow, moving itself east by southeast.
Yes.
You had talked about how quick NFC was going at the moment.
Yes.
That does bring in a good conversation about how a 13-hour race is going to be a bit different than your standard, 7 or 8 hour in terms of your driver swaps and stints.
Correct.
Especially timing them throughout the day.
Yes.
So you might have a quick guy in for a little bit, who we would also see again at the end of the race.
Sure.
So I'm wondering if that's the case. Why we're seeing we were seeing the difference in times between the 99 and the 123, but could be other. I've just noticed that the 99 this stint has been running very consistent 57s, occasional 56s, which is a lot more on par with what the NFC Mercedes has been doing this stint,
Right.
compared to NFC last stint.
I've made it back.
Oh, he made it.
I did. So I got to look at the left side of that number 99.
Yeah.
That is
Bit white.
It is, yeah. A lot of white residue on the left rear of that car. Definitely appeared to be a flash fire in the pit lane during refueling. Wow, what is that now? A couple hours ago.
Sure. Brendan, here's a question for you. That way we can get everybody's opinion on this.
Mhm.
What is your favorite WRL livery?
Ever?
Yeah, lifetime. Yeah.
That's a tough one. I really liked the Thunder Bunny Cayman. I think it was the 421. It was like a deep purple and black lightning type livery, almost like an Excite batteries type livery.
So is that not the Will to Win car that I posted in the chat?
Oh, I didn't see the chat.
I think it's a different purple car.
Well,
no,
because
it was
one of
the
those Will to Win
same-
cars moved over to Thunder Bunny.
It was that one.
It was that
ran, yeah. I actually, I'm going to take it back. My all-time favorite is the M2 with Thunder Bunny. It was
Okay.
the very dark, or the dark purple and black M2.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that was it. The one I think we saw Laura Hayes take the win at VIR one year in that M2, back when the M2 was still competitive.
Let's see. Copy image. Do you mean this one?
That one.
Nice.
I mean, not exactly that one, because that's obviously not at a WRL event, but yes.
No, that's the International Hill Climb
Yeah.
version.
I'm
Yeah, I don't know.
You didn't go with Matt Connolly.
That's TRG livery, that does not count. We cannot vote for TRG liveries here. I don't know. I mean, we've seen so many teams come and go, you know.
Yes.
Trying to think of other like unique.
Moorhead on the 147 was a very good livery.
That's
Did
good
let-
livery.
yeah.
The red,
Yeah.
yellow, and black.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am a fan of that. I thought the Chill Out LS MX5 was very sharp. It's not my preferred sort of color combination, and I think a lot of that had to do just with the way that car had a presence. Right, it wasn't just that it was an MX5; it was a MX5 that was built to the nines. You know, it was really
Sure.
kind of a wild car.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did like that car for the 4 races or whatever we got to look at it.
Yes. And now he just travels internationally.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the quarterback? Oh no.
Cal?
Yeah. It was starting to look like they were going to be able to hold on, and he may have popped a
Notre Dame's gonna blow it.
Ooh, that's not good. Okay, well, maybe they'll hold on. I feel less confident. Yeah. So. Brendan, Mike Corbin says he's going to come say hi
Oh, okay.
after
Very
this
good.
round of stops.
Once they're done cleaning up shavings of something down in the paddock area. This is a thing that I noticed. I noticed some other things. The 199 was having some attention paid to the left rear. I think the car has since moved on. In that I don't see it between me and the 24 right now. As I was walking past it, the number 124 was being backed out of the garage. You know what car the 124 is?
That's
I do
the
not.
Mercedes, is it not?
It's the backup NFC car.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. And it's on the entry list for Watkins, I think.
Is it?
Ooh.
Let me double check. It is. Yeah, 123 and 124 are on the entry list for Watkins Glen.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what the situation is there. They didn't seem to be doing anything very intentional with it. They just backed it out and it drove off down the main lane of the pit lane here.
Interesting. Backup Cal quarterback, his last name of Rogers, which obviously is a good sign.
For now.
Yeah.
That'll get weird later. Don't worry about it. I don't know who the Danica Patrick equivalent is going to be in 10 to 15 years, but
yeah, I don't know.
do you remember that was the thing that happened?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
You know what I appreciate is that Danica Patrick appears to have chilled way out. Like, way out.
Yeah.
Her entire attitude and demeanor is very different.
I heard she was a little weird on the Indy 500 broadcast. I didn't get to see a lot of it, but
I didn't get to see a lot of it either. I know that she was asked not to return to Sky Sports. But I think that overall she is outwardly appears to be a more well-rounded person now than she was at the time.
Oh, sure. Look, yeah.
When she had to do the hustle, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
But I had no issue with her for the Indy 500 broadcast.
I didn't get to see it. I was cooped up in the Sebring broadcast booth with Greg Creamer and Jordan, kind of.
Nice.
Opinions about Danica Patrick on a postcard, please. No, we don't want.
Unfortunately, we seem to have lost a lot of our viewers when we switched.
Yeah, I expected that, Ben, but it had to be done.
Sure.
Oh, that's an offer for the 605.
The second time that's happened recently.
That is a deceptively. It is deceptively slow, I guess, and that you need to go slower than you think through there. But Notre Dame, there's no way Notre Dame makes field goal. Yeah, 62 yards trying to beat Northern Illinois. No chance.
Yeah. Cal has missed 2 long field goals today.
I mean, I feel like kickers are hitting 50 pluses with ridiculous success this year. Yep, they missed it, shanked it. That is ridiculous.
Is that an L? Is that seal the L?
Yeah.
Oh, thank goodness.
Number 5 Notre Dame loses at home to Northern Illinois.
Oh, yes. Inject that into my veins. Oh,
what on earth? Oh, they blocked
beautiful. Oh, they blocked it?
Yeah.
Oh.
That is wild. College football, man.
They're sucking me back in. I was pretty bitter about it 2 or 3 nights ago.
Yeah.
But like today has been excellent.
It's not been like bonkers weird, but there's been some, you know.
Dude, they're just doing direct snap. Like, let's just run it plays with this backup quarterback.
Cal?
Yeah. Oh no, he didn't make it. Great. Now we're gonna. They're gonna let Auburn back into this game, unfortunately, and that'll be that.
Today would have been a lot more fun if Penn State lost.
Yes.
I mean, it's still fun, but you know.
Right.
Although my wife's a big Notre Dame fan, so.
Iowa State is looking competitive against Iowa.
Yeah, offensive juggernaut, Iowa.
Are we going to send the field goal kicker back out here again to miss another field goal? Brendan, what's Stoffel Van Dorn doing right now? Is he still in the WEC somewhere?
Wasn't he doing Formula E?
Is he doing Formula E? Is that what it is? Okay.
I can't remember.
All right. Oh, they're going to punt this time. Good.
Oh no, I guess he's doing he's racing with Peugeot and WEC.
Oh, he's with Peugeot. Okay. Wait.
And Maserati in Formula E.
Interesting. All right. That tells you what I know. I didn't know Maserati had a Formula E entry.
Yeah.
I don't think I could tell you any of the Maserati or any of the Formula E teams right now.
They've got quite a bit of a manufacturer presence.
Mahindra? Audi? Renault Spark. Are any of these teams? No. All right.
What do you mean?
Are the teams I'm listing, are they current teams or no?
Like manufacturer or like a direct team name?
Like well,
because there's a Porsche team run under Andretti. There's Nissan. There's still Jaguar.
Okay.
Real quick.
Sure.
Can I bring in somebody who knows a lot about Stoffel Van Dorn?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's Brad McCall. Brad, tell me everything you know about Stoffel Van Dorn.
I can't even spell his name, I don't think.
That's not. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not.
It's like waffle, but nothing like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Brad's back.
You guys hanging in there?
We're trying, man.
Yeah.
What time is it? How many hours to go?
5
hours
and some change.
Good luck, boys.
Yeah,
Good luck.
we're doing all right. Kind of
We
waiting
have
for
okay.
sunset.
We have finished a complete 8-hour WRL race.
Yes.
Almost.
Real quick question of the day, Brad. What is your current favorite all-time WRL livery?
We were just talking about that. Because I heard a little bit the discussion. I turned it off after you said the Thunder Bunny car because that's a good boat.
It's great.
I mean, of all of our liveries that we've had, I really like the Trimtex car that we have right now, the 70.
Yep.
I think that's a really good looking car. I know
So, Jordan
Brendan's
likes that
not a
as well.
huge fan of red, white, and blue cars, but I love them.
Jordan's a big fan because he said it stands out. You can see it.
Yeah, I really like light colored cars. I love a white base car.
Yeah.
It's easier to photograph. It's easier to find on track. My daughter, who's a photographer who did some motorsports photography, she always told me, she's like, I can't shoot black cars. They're so difficult to pick up. You lose a lot of the features of the car.
Yeah.
So I've always loved a little bit of color added to white. So Brendan and Ryan probably knows this too, but my favorite livery of anything ever, Champion Racing. You had your white base car and you have splashes of color of red, green, blue, yellow, all sorts of stuff like that. And so I definitely love a good white base car. That's one of the reasons why I've enjoyed the round 3 stuff. Like the Haggard car, the BMW you guys had, I liked it. It was simple.
Stroking Brad's ego over here.
A bit plain, but it was a good looking livery.
It was clean.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
it's clean. Yeah.
Well, that was professionally designed
by Brad McCall.
by me.
Nice.
Got his crayons out.
So like I always enjoy seeing the 701 in the field because it's the 701, but it's always a good looking Porsche.
Yeah. I'm not kidding you. I designed that livery on Microsoft Paint.
Yes.
My man,
Yes.
I am still using Microsoft Paint every year.
I'm not lying to you at
That's
all. I did it on
amazing.
Microsoft Paint.
That is amazing. Now, what you need is to roll out a throwback scheme that's that, but instead of a logo, you just have the word Haggerty written out by mouse.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah. That is fantastic.
You guys are all too young, but there was a car, an IMSA GTP car back in the day. It was Red Lobster.
Yeah.
And it was a March. It was the coolest looking car. It had the claws were down on the front of the car. That was an awesome car.
I've seen that.
I'm trying to remember who's they were on Dinner with Racers. Who's the driver for that? I'm trying to remember.
Was it Cyril Vandermerver? I can't remember.
Sounds like a very Red Lobster kind of name.
It was that car was awesome, and it was a creepy crawly car. It was number 00, and it was different shades of blue on a white car. That was awesome. And then of course the Lowenbrow car, Al Holbert's car. That was there. It is that.
Yeah.
That was an awesome car, the Red Lobster. But just growing up, I always loved the Momo Porsche 935.
Yeah, I will never talk about Momo liveries.
And the T-Bird. Remember the swap shop T-Bird? Well, you guys are way too young for that. There was a swap shop T-Bird car that was a 935.
I
like how Brad
of like a rainbow color to it, right?
It was
Or
it was
orange,
neon orange.
orange and blue, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, orange and blue. They
I
had
like
they had that car at Daytona the other year, and they did their GT3 Porsche in that livery as a tribute.
Yes, exactly. That car was awesome. I love that car. That's probably one of my all-time favorites.
I appreciate that Brad's immediate reaction is that, like, oh, you guys are probably too young, and like doesn't think that we're all dorks. Look at this stuff and know about it. So I appreciate that.
The number of hours I've lost on racingsportscars.com looking at lists and photos. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I've got a good picture of it somewhere. Hold on.
Brad has no idea how actually. I don't know. There's
Nerdy?
spectrum tendencies there. So back in the day,
Yeah.
I started sim racing. As a kid or as a teenager. I used to recreate IMSA GTP tracks for the sim. So I had like the West Palm Beach Fairgrounds. I did a version of that. Miami Bicentennial Park.
My dad raced all of those.
Did he?
Yeah.
Tamiami? I didn't do Tamiami, but
He actually raced at Daytona the last time they ever had no bus stop before the bus stop. Yeah. That was unbelievable. But he was this is early 80s in a car that goes 200 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And he said that chicken bone, he going into just staring at turn 3 down the backstretch, he said that was unbelievable. He said he had to put his left foot on top of his right foot just to convince himself to hold his foot down. Flat.
It wasn't like super smooth, right? Like it is now. There's no catch fencing there like there is now.
Right.
It's just got that like kind of waist high sand colored barrier on top of the banking and then nothing on the other side.
That's right.
It's terrifying.
Oh, crazy.
Yeah. So your dad ever run before like the really long infield that went the length of the long turn 3? I don't remember when that changed. Might have been the 70s.
No,
Late
see, he
70s,
didn't start racing there till early 80s. I think his first race there might have been like 82.
Okay, yeah. I don't obviously never saw racing there, but turn 1 and 2 was much more open. It was a longer arc into 2, and then you would come off 2, and it was just a straight shot down to 3.
Yeah.
That was roughly where, like the far garages are now.
Okay.
It was just a long run all the way down and loop all.
Yeah, it wasn't.
So
yeah,
the
he
king
didn't
was
drive
like
that.
a corner. Yeah. You were coming at it in 5th gear, doing probably 170, 160.
He ran the old Sebring course. I actually used to go to races at Sebring with the old turn 1.
Yeah.
The old turn 1 was insane.
I've been there.
It was so fast, so insane. And he ran out. I actually did a lap in a car on a Porsche when Porsche had the corral.
Yeah.
They used to let everybody go out and drive on the track. And that's back when you used to run out on the runway.
Oh, yeah.
You went out to the runway. And what you would do is you're going down the runway headed towards what would be now like turn 16.
Yeah.
And the way they marked it at night, there was just a little incandescent bulb sitting out there. And sure enough, it'd get knocked off almost right away. But they had landing lights out there that were encased in concrete. People would hit those sometimes.
Oh my gosh.
People would get lost all the time. My dad got lost out there one time at night. He goes under the wing of an airplane. He's like, "Yep, I'm in the wrong place."
Racing is not that anymore.
No, not at all.
So was that 16? Was that the 90-degree right, or
Yes.
was that when it was like the long sweep?
90-degree right. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And guys would get lost. And there were no lights out there. You couldn't see anything, and they would just send it off the end of the backstretch out into a field. But there was nothing out there to hit.
Yeah.
You just go out there and turn around and find your way back.
So my initial kind of awareness of sports car racing would have been like 97, 98, which was 97 was the first year I think they completely murdered the last section of Sebring, where instead of 16 being the fast right that led you onto the giant concrete expanse, they created the chicane, 14, the 15, 16 chicane. And then 17, FIA GT ran there late in 97. And they extended the paddock across what's now 17 to create the school course, like that tight right-hander, and then you go straight under the bridge. And I finally found some old footage of it, and it's just emasculated.
Oh, yeah.
Like there's no character left to it at all.
Right.
Now
I absolutely love Sebring.
Yeah.
Sebring is probably my favorite track because I've spent the most time there. But I love the bumps. I love all the character of it. They will. And people who are new to it, like, oh, they need to repave it. No way. It will not. I promise you, it will not happen.
I hope not.
Yeah.
Because that layout on 2 dimensions with no elevation change or character is not it.
Right.
They'd have to do something there. But yeah, it's iconic, right?
Yeah, for
you can't change iconic. Now, that being said, they wanted to jazz up the Daytona road course a little bit. I wouldn't mind that. I don't know what you do, but
it's just such a good track for a 24-hour race because it's so easy. It's well lit. It's comfortable
Well,
for the drivers.
Changed it, right?
It's
They've
just
got all this infrastructure.
it's just perfect for that kind of race.
Yeah. That's not for me. I just
Yes.
said it.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
That's
Cal.
the 4th interception by Cal today, and that's gonna sew it up.
4th thrown or 4th caught?
4th
Dude.
caught.
Peyton Thorne is terrible.
Oh man, that's just exact. They had managed to let Auburn back into the game twice in the 4th quarter, and Home Slice just threw another pick, and now it's actually over, 21-14. Let's go.
We need to tone down the college football talk.
Is anybody watching?
Yeah.
I was also going to ask: is anybody watching this show? Is anybody tuned in?
Yeah, we've got some.
You got some?
Yeah, we lost a few after the changeover to part 2.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we had a solid high 90s there for a long time. I suspect people will come back around.
Well, good. Since we're talking about stuff that nobody else cares about, here's Mo's baby.
But we were just talking about it.
Yeah.
About putting the dad in Dadka.
That's it.
Yeah. Good. I'm so happy for him.
He's going to come to Coda.
Is he?
Yeah.
That's what he said in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Is he racing or is he just coming?
Let me text him real quick.
All right.
I thought he said in the chat that he was just going to come visit.
Mo is perfectly sized to fit into an NPO1.
Yes,
Oh,
Isn't he?
dude.
Yes, he
is.
That is a prototype driver if ever I've seen one. Don't tell him that. Do not.
Maybe he's listening.
Yeah, maybe. About dinner time there in Chicago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mo's awesome.
Let's go.
We miss Mo. It's kind of, honestly, so, round 3 racing has changed a lot over the years, right? The mission is still fairly similar, and if anything, you guys are back closer to where you were at the beginning of the mission than you were for the last, let's say, year or so. But, you know, a lot of the characters have stuck around. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, so Mo's going to drive the MPO1 with me and Carter Peace at Coda.
All right.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is a lineup. You get Buzz in the MPO1?
Buzz is going to be in something way, way cooler, but I can't tell you yet.
In the race?
We're friends on Facebook, so you can figure it out. But no, not in the race. But they're having fun.
Because you bought that a while back, didn't you?
Yes, you guys have seen it.
Okay. I don't remember. You got to send it to Discord because now I don't remember.
I know.
It's going to be so...
I'll have
honestly,
to find it.
I am more excited to watch him go flying down the front stretch the first time in that car than I am for anything else for the whole weekend. I am just giddy with excitement.
Is it a car he's familiar with?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
But he's never driven it, believe it or not. Never driven it. Yep.
So I am very
excited.
excited about the prospect of the other cars that might be there, and the idea that Buzz could potentially be faster than them.
I know. It's so...
Yeah, like that has me very excited.
I really can't wait.
I didn't realize you were going to do that. That's awesome.
Well, that's so... I mean, we bought it just to have fun and come do like some HPDE stuff and, you know, Thursday test days and then maybe do some historic racing with it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's being rebuilt right now. It's almost finished. It's being, you know, updated. So it's going to be cool. It's so cool. I can't wait.
Has it been running? Was it running before you guys bought it, or was it sitting somewhere?
It ran, honestly, the logbook shows that it ran like 10 years ago.
Oh, wow.
It sat for a long time. So it's been completely gone through. But yeah, it'll be cool.
Well, now I'm excited.
Yeah.
Run on the... Does Max Tracktime have a test on Thursday?
They do.
Okay.
Yep.
You gonna run it Thursday?
Yeah, I think
Thursday
so.
and Friday?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Yeah, we'll be there.
Yeah, he's going to have a
Not
blast.
passing on that.
I want to get in it too.
Have you run it?
No, I've never driven it. Yep.
Yeah, it's very cool. All right. Well,
We'll have Josh will be there to teach us how to drive it.
WRL
Yes.
Historics Challenge.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yes.
Run it from 8 to 9 on Saturday, and then we'll start the race at 9 o'clock.
That'd be cool.
This is the way.
Yeah.
This is the way.
So do you guys want like a little report from what's going down on Pit Road?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you been walking?
Yeah, I've been talking to our
Okay.
friends, talking to other teams. So any team that is not on Continentals would now describe this track as a cheese grater.
Really?
It's absolutely destroying tires.
Was this anticipated at all?
I mean, we knew it was bad on tires. We didn't think it was this bad. So, I mean, there are teams running up front that are panicked about not having enough tires.
I wonder if that is why NFC cut one of their
1.3.
stints early. They cut their stint short earlier like half a stint short. They were
Mhm.
pace was dropping off. They did like a 2:15 in the next lap they were in.
Yeah.
I wonder if that was tires just shot.
It happened to us. We've lost ABS.
Oh,
So we have no ABS. We lost that in the first
this
stint.
is in the Porsche.
Yeah.
That is the wrong car to not have ABS in.
Well, interestingly, and like I was telling the guys, that car didn't come with ABS.
Right.
So ABS is aftermarket on it. It's a Bosch. So it can run without ABS just fine. It's not like having an ABS car and you lose ABS and you can't drive it. This one's fine. They're just having to manage it, and they're doing a great job. But, I mean, it's unbelievable what it's doing to tires. I went and talked to Stratus, and they were super confident about the tires.
Mhm.
Shoot them up, too.
Coming on the GTUs.
They're looking around like, holy cow, we didn't think this was going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're on Bridgestones?
Bridgestones.
Yeah.
Yep.
When did the ABS failure happen on the 70?
Do you remember when he went off in the first stint at about 2 hours and 45 minutes into the race? That's when it happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
So it would have been the second stint because we doubled. Chris doubled
okay.
the first stint, so it was 2 hours and 45 minutes, and he had an ABS failure and went off at I don't know where he went off somewhere, and but he had been the tire was corded.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So it was Chris that started, Chris Pies?
Yeah.
Yeah. So our buddy Chris here set the fastest lap on lap 2 and kind of scooted away as much as anybody did in the first hour or so. And then all of a sudden we noticed it just kind of started falling back, which would not have seemed the first time. Yeah. Was that just tire wear?
Just trying to manage it, and also the guy catching him was Randy Pobst. So
Yeah, didn't know he was here until like an hour and a half ago.
yeah, so Randy was in the NFC car.
Okay.
And he was just managing it early, probably getting used to the situation. But, he started pushing, and the guys in the 99, they're always fast.
Yeah.
They were pushing. And, we were kind of just trying to dial it back a little bit, and we dialed it back a little bit too much. But that's fine. In the long race, I just said, hey, sit behind them and, save tires. But they are faster than us in the pits, both NFC and GTR.
GTR's faster than Checkered.
Yeah, they're really fast. So we're just, we're losing a little bit on every pit stop because they just fuel faster than we do. And we've improved, but we're still not there yet. We're still trying to figure out how they do it and how we can do it.
Yeah. Fire a couple more questions at you from the paddock. I noted the 124 backed out of the garage and took off down the paddock road here like 30 minutes ago.
Which
you know
one's
what that was about? The backup Mercedes?
No. Maybe they're just loading it in a trailer.
Oh, that could be. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. Yeah.
No, they should be fine. That car, I don't see any problems with that car. They're out there just tearing it up.
They don't need to take the tires off it.
I don't know. You know what? That could be. Maybe they're going to get tires off of it. Exactly.
Okay. All right. I'm fine with that.
I talked to John DeBarros earlier at AOA, and man, they've had a tough go. So they blew up the first car. They blew the engine on the first car. I think they blew the engine on the second car. They were getting the first car. They were putting a new engine in the first car to get it back out, the 85. And I'm not sure if it's been back out yet.
So when I was fixing cameras, I came around the corner here, and the 85 and the 55 were sat over there, and the engine was on a crate in the middle of the access road, and the guy who was standing there next to it just turned around and looked at me and stood there.
Yeah.
It's like, we're not doing this today.
What a bummer.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's a bummer. I mean, I was talking to John. He says it's such a narrow window of operation for that engine, and you get to this altitude, and things change, and if you didn't tweak it just right, you take out an engine. It looks like they took out 2 of them.
So are those cars still in? Because I don't think I've ever talked to anybody from AOA just in 4 years. Are those cars in anything like the old MX-5 Cup spec ENCs?
I'm not that familiar with Miatas really at all. I think the blue one, the 85, it's some kind of MX-5 Cup car. I think it has an MZR engine in. I think.
Oh wow. Okay.
I think.
So I was told.
No, MZR is a turbo.
No, MCR is just the 4-cylinder. So I was told by Gino told me both of those have 2.5s, which would make them not a cup car.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. I've seen. I mean, other than the parts of the Mazda prototype program. I mean, the Mazda Club Racing Ladder cars are pretty bulletproof. Those cars don't ask a lot of them, but I guess you wind them up a little bit, and for long distances, maybe they start to drop.
Well, I mean, Stratus is having success with the 2-liter.
Yeah.
So that's a 2-liter MZR in that car, and they've gotten those super reliable.
Can we get a 2-rotor into an NPO1?
I think a lot of stuff
We're
could
trying
fit
to
in that car.
We're trying to reduce running costs, Brendan.
Yeah.
What about a Hayabusa engine?
Oh, Jesus.
Absolutely.
What about 2 Hayabusa engines made into a V8?
Yeah.
You ever heard that story?
No, but I've seen Hayabusa swaps in Mini Coopers.
Oh my gosh.
Those are cool.
So
Years ago. Ryan, you want to tell the story?
yeah, so there were some enterprising gentlemen that would take on the Thunderhill 25 hour, as I'm sure you're aware, Brad.
Yeah.
And what particular team was it? The Norma team or the Radical team that did
They
that?
showed up the first year. They showed up with a wolf.
It was a Wolf.
Familiar with
That's
the
what it
wolf cars?
No.
So they're like
KFC.
these little prototype. They're
It's like a
Italian CN
carbon-
prototypes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Carbon tub. The things weigh like 1,300 pounds, and you put whatever engine you want in the back because it's made to. It's the proportions of a prototype.
Yeah.
So you could put a V8 in it if you wanted to, but these things would go like stinker on there.
So-
It's all
and
medium and
there's-
high-speed corners.
The amount of money being spent to win the Thunderhill 25 hour, but not to win in a normal way, but to win by like building some goofy
The
thing that
dumbest way
almost certainly costs you more money than just buying an LMP2 car, which would have wiped the floor with everything. That they all have this goofy idea where like one of them did buy an LMP2 car and tried to put some stupid engine in it, it never ran. But there was
There's
this
a guy running Radical SR3s that swap it for Hayabusa engine.
for Hayabusa engines,
And
but there
they
was
knew
this,
the thing only lasted 7 hours.
and they
they
knew
knew
that they
it.
could do the engine swap, but there was a
40
team that
minutes,
would
so they just built it in.
that they would
Wow.
build one
Hey.
into a V8. They took 2 Hayabusa motors and built it into a V8, and they'd blow that one up all the time too. And they'd get to where you'd go down and ask, and they'd say, "Well, now that we're on our 4th engine, this one isn't a built engine. This is just like a regular bike engine. The other ones have all of our advanced, whatever internals and stuff." And so the engine they would finish on was always just like a standard one, and it ended up working out fine most of the time. But they would pop engines about every 6 or 7 hours. Yeah.
Wow.
So there was a team that decided with this Hayabusa V8 thing that what they needed was a better car, not a
Yeah.
better engine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they were still going to run this V8 thing, but they bought one of the old closed-top Lola LMP2s
Yeah.
that ran the Mazda diesels.
Right.
They bought
Yeah.
the old one of those, and they're like, well, instead of putting this in the back of a Wolf, little Italian prototype, we're going to put it in the back of a Lola prototype. Rather than just running the Lola prototype with a 2-liter or a
Yeah, or with a
3.4 or
Judd.
something.
You go buy
Or-
a
yeah.
Judd engine, and just put it in there. What the car was built to accept. I think it was sold because I remember seeing the listing for that car. It was sold with an AER engine already in it. Like it already had a 2-liter in it, I believe.
I thought it was a roller.
No, I'm pretty sure they sold it with the
No,
motor.
they bought a roller. It was a
Okay,
roller.
then they were
Let me
selling
pull
one with
that
a
up
motor
for you.
somewhere else.
There you go.
Um,
I think we're about to make this a party.
Yes.
I hope so. Anyway, don't do that, Brad. Don't put a Hayabusa V8 in PO1. It's not a good idea.
Just put an
I pro-
LS1.
I promise you I won't do that. Promise you.
You know who might think it's a good idea?
This guy.
I like
It's Mike-
stupid stuff. Yeah, this sounds great.
Mike
I mean,
Corbin? Hell yeah.
I've been known for making some questionable decisions in the past. Sounds fun.
So I noticed somebody was out there sweeping up some shavings of something off the paddock road.
Like a third of our car.
Is that what it was?
Approximately. a
The
third.
car was gone. The shavings
Yes,
were there.
yeah. No, we had a unplanned rapid deceleration into a tire wall.
Oh!
Yeah, so
over
in our
here.
66 car, yeah, in the one solid object of High Plains. Driver's okay. Obviously, most important part. We hadn't checked out just in case because it was a pretty rapid deceleration. But yeah, I'd say race in, race out, we've got the best gang here in the pits and paddock to be able to get a car that's slightly bent and get it back going. I'm in good company then, at least. And yeah, the guys went to work, and 3 hours later, from a car that would be terminal in a lot of situations, we're back out going. We've got kind of a championship battle going on this year in GP2, and we really want to make sure that we got as many laps completed today as we could. So the guys put in an excellent effort. We replaced the components that we needed to replace to get the car rolling. And we might go through a couple more radiators because we don't really have anything blocking it. The car's back out circulating.
That's amazing.
And Antonio's in and just putting down a completely solid lap after lap after lap, and driving a less than ideal car.
You should see it on the backstretch. So I'm out there in 605, and their car's faster than me.
Yeah.
So we come out of whatever turn that is, 3 down there, and we're headed down the backstretch, and he comes by me, and then he's aero limited. So now I'm catching back up, and I get alongside him like, this is silly. I mean, they've got like a bus out there. It's just a flat front. It's awesome.
Yeah, from an aero perspective, hoods and bumpers generally do help with helping that air pass over smoothly over the car. We're creating some turbulence with the exposed engine scenario. But yeah, it's circulating and a decent enough time where we kind of need to be to continue this momentum with that Super Endurance Championship. And
are you leading the points?
Yeah.
National points too?
Yeah, for GP2. Yeah.
Awesome.
Nice. Yeah, we're in GP1. We've got a pretty good run going as well. We're currently, I think, tied points wise, but the 392 car, the other E92, is leading that, and of course PC's right in the mix, and Palomar in the mix as well. But we're not surprised that we're kind of in the mix in the GP1 as well, but we're having a really good season of just consistent finishes, and these long format races tend to favor our detuned car, just because we're not really stressing the car a whole lot throughout the day. So we just actually did 24 hours with our other GP1 car at VIR. For the Champ Car race. So, the long format stuff we like, and we're hoping to have another solid finish with the GP1 car and kind of see where the math shakes out going into Watkins Glen.
Well, you also said the key word. Your car's finish.
Yeah,
That's why you have so many fans in the paddock, and you can see that on the WRL page. When anybody asks, like, hey, are there any seats? Everybody says, call Mike.
Yeah, we love the support, and it's why we're able to bring the gaggle of cars that we do out. We've built a solid reputation for kind of doing whatever it takes to finish a race, and I think not that we like to display it often, but like the 66 car today is a good example. There was a lot of hammering and eyeball alignments and truck pulling to get that thing to accept the new components and be able to get back out there. But that's the name of the game, and customers are here paying for an experience, and we want to make sure that we don't have to refund anybody's seat time.
Well, Oleg comes to me, he's like, they're gonna fix it. I'm like, man, that car was really beat up. He's like, they're gonna fix it.
Yeah.
He's like, okay, fine.
He's unfortunately been a part of that a couple of times. He was in the car when we had a control arm failure in New Jersey last year, and actually rolled the 65 car into a tire wall, and we had all the parts and everything lined out, ready to go before we were the cause of the red flag. And it was about 45 minutes after the finish of the red flag that we were, signed off by WRL, and we were back out there. We ended up finishing fourth. It was on Saturday's race, and then we won the next day with a car that was just.
That's
really,
awesome.
It was rough looking.
That is wild.
So that we share it. We have a driver who drives both of our cars.
Yeah, Oleg.
So Oleg gets out of our car, or gets out of his car, and gets in the other one.
Yeah.
With his, the break, the 1 hour break that he needs to take.
Yeah, his required break. Yeah.
But we both laugh all the time because Oleg, the guy's an animal. He's an absolute animal. The dude can drive. I mean, he's going to drive a lot of hours today. But
within the legal limit, of course.
Of course, yeah.
But we both joke, and after the race, we're like, so who had to get in the car and drive it back to the paddock after Oleg got out? He sweats like nobody's business.
Oh no,
it's unreal.
That's not good.
But it's just. But the guy never gets tired.
Yeah.
He's just an animal.
Yeah, he's always 10 minutes away from being ready to get in the car.
Yeah.
And I've never seen somebody sweat that much and be like a reasonably healthy individual.
Right.
And I mean, you watch him do like 9 hours of enduro, but like if you look at his suit at the end of a weekend, I mean, it's like, how are you not like in the hospital?
Well, so last year at Hallett, we still had the 4 hour rule. So he ran 4 hours in my car one day, and then got out, took an hour off, and then ran like 3 in your car.
Yeah.
So at the end of the race, he gets out and he has a black driver's suit. This black driver's suit is now black and white.
Yeah.
It covered in salt, and there's salt. The wind's blowing, and there's salt just blowing off of him. And Mike and I are just like, what did we just do?
So now who's hopping in the car to drive it back from impound?
Right, exactly. He's a great. First of all, Oleg's a great guy. He's a great driver, and he's a fun guy to have on the team.
Yeah.
Really nice, agreeable. Just a great team player.
He loves it.
He loves it.
Yeah.
He loves driving.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
Good for him.
He only gets part of the year to be able to do it because he's a tax accountant.
Yep.
He has a tax accounting business, so he can't race until after April 15th. But when he does, he wants to get as much seat time as humanly possible.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's very cool. Is he up there now?
Yeah, he is. He's in
he's in
605.
your car, I think.
605.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we've got Antonio in ours now, and then after his hour break, he'll hop in, and I think
Gotcha.
close ours out.
Go ahead.
I've got a question from Mike.
Yes.
Where's the 5 Series? Where are we at with that?
The 5 Series just completed the VIR 24.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Wow.
it did fantastic. Yeah, flagship. It's flagship / taxi is the names for that one. So yeah, the E39 at this rate of smashing up our cars right now, we may have the E39 at walk-ins. We'll see. Yeah, that's a fun car. Obviously I have this weird appreciation for 90s and early 2000s BMWs, and the 5 Series from that era is just such a particularly awesome car, and not a traditional race car. Enough weight and spend enough money on anything, you can turn it into a race car. Yeah. So that E39, it kind of fit into this weird niche with points on the Champ Car series. So we're just trying to figure out a way to get like an M54 powered BMW to work its way up to the front of the pack. So we're going all in on an E39. Nice.
I want you to bring the 996.
Yeah, the 996 out to WRL. It'll take a little bit of work. We're still trying to get that thing ready for HSR.
We'll help you.
HSR Daytona. Yeah.
You have a 996. Let's team up on it.
We've got one of the friends of the team, a guy named Aaron. He's got a 996 Cup car that dons the open throttle livery, and we've worked together for 15, 18 years. Really good friends, and we're going to be campaigning that 996, and with the success that Round 3's having with the Cup cars here. We might have to try and twist his arm. He does, he's actually just raced the 5 Series we were talking about at VIR 24, and we actually ran over him with a golf cart. So maybe we can. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning, and one of our extremely tired crew guys just gets in this golf cart, and you've got to blip the throttle to get it to start. And the blast driver left it in reverse, and Aaron was my crumple zone of protection. We're sitting in a couple of lounge chairs and just gets run over. So I'll have to sweet talk him and see if he'll let us bring the Cup car over here to WRL.
996 was down on power, right? It wasn't as powerful as the 997. Probably get perfect.
We'd be able to squeeze it in here for sure. And hell, we might just give it to Brad and have him run it over around 310.
I'll tell you right now, we'll help. If you want to run it, we will absolutely help.
Do you have any desire to field a 5 Series BMW from the late 90s, early 2000s? We can maybe make an exchange.
But we'll help you. We'll help you with that 996 if you want.
Yeah, we've brought it to a couple of different races to get some seat time in it and shake it down, but we're still chasing a couple of new to us build gremlins.
Yeah.
So we're currently having an issue where when it's under load and builds up pressure, we're spraying oil out of somewhere. So it's something that we can run it on a lift for 3 hours and not identify. But 30 minutes into Daytona, and it's oiling down the back tires, which is not ideal. So
that's not
good. We're gonna get that sorted, shake it down at HSR. We got a lot of time in between run time with that. It's like a 4-hour break in between some 45-minute runs. So it's a good place to shake down a car, and we'll see how it does there, and then let's do some long format enduro with it, man.
We'd love to have it on
Classic 24? HSR Classic 24.
For the love of God, put a camera.
In the 996?
Yes. No, well, the 996. Sorry, the 996 is the one that you're shaking down.
Yeah. We're bringing a bunch of cars. We may or may not bring the 5 Series because we've got a couple people that want to run, and we filled up the M3s and filled up our 330s. So now we're down to basically the E39 for our car.
After you guys won, or did you podium or did you win last year at the 24?
We podiumed. Yeah, we finished third with Cherry, the 64 car, with one of our drivers and strategists, Zach Barfield, behind the wheel.
Yeah, that's right. Zach. So I remember telling, because I was helping the guy that they hired to do the pit lane stuff is Joe Bradley, who does it at Le Mans and stuff. He's kind of a big deal. And I remember him saying that's not a race car. I'm like, oh no, that's Mike Gorman's team. That's a road car. That thing's insured and registered. And he looked at me. He's like, you can't do that with a race car. I'm like, yeah. You can. You can in Florida.
Florida, yeah.
And so he walked over, and the interview was great. And he says something like, they tell me that this used to be a road car, and Zach's like, well, yeah, it's registered. It's still a road car.
It actually was. During that race. Yeah, we had a license. We actually drove it out of just for fun. We slapped the license plate on and drove it out to fuel it up at the gas station in between sessions. So yeah, that's that car. We've since canceled the registration and insurance on the race cars because we were paying a lot of money to have the novelty of having multiple. I mean, how many street legal E92 race cars do you need?
Yeah, right.
In a state where the average temp is like 105 and you have no air conditioning. But that's a fun car, and whenever we run them fully wicked and on slicks at HSR, they're quick. I mean, it's we're shooting for a sub 2 minute at Daytona, which is a respectable time. And we're out there running against a bunch of Ferrari challenge cars and some really, really crazy hardware. and take that at the time insured and street tagged and everything, basically stock E92 on a single adjustable fortune setup and podium with it, was awesome. And it's a testament to Zach as a driver, and the kid is fast.
You could see it out there. I mean,
it was gorgeous.
I don't know how hard Zach was pushing.
It 11 tenths.
Yeah.
I mean, he had the order of burn it down and bring, burn it down and get the W. So we were chasing like a hopped up GTI TCR car, and I think a Ferrari 430. I think is the chassis.
They were not pushing too hard.
Yeah, no,
Zach was
we
fun to
were.
watch.
Yeah, Jack. He was flying in that thing, so
that was cool.
We've dialed in the car a little bit more, and we're actually going to run sticker tires this year for the effort for Zach, and we'll see if we can't get the top step of the podium and get that sub 2 minute lap there. But it's such a fun event. I mean, if you're a car guy, which we obviously all are, I mean, you get to see generations of race cars out on track. And years ago, before I started doing this, I would go to HSR and sleep in my van and as a spectator, and I always thought this was like, I'm out there one night with a stopwatch at like 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, this is like, these are real time. Like, these are obtainable times. This seems like kind of like the obtainable goal of like a semi-pro racing type of venue or a place to just be out in front of like thousands of people and be treated like a professional driver with the hospitality and all that. So if you're within anywhere that's a reasonable drive of Daytona, that last weekend of October, first or weekend of November, the week before Sebring with WRL, that is a very cool event to come and check out. And we'll have a bunch of green BMWs running there representing WRL the best that we can.
So I marshaled the first one back in like 2014, I think.
Yep.
I flew down from upstate New York and, flagged for the weekend, had a great time, loved it, never got the chance to go back. And then, last year we ended up being able to put a deal together with HSR to, do what we do for the video.
Awesome, yeah.
And, they wanted to do it like a full production. We do the static cameras and the onboards and stuff, but they wanted roaming camera. So Ryan came out and followed Joe Bradley around, and we had Paul Tarsi up in the booth with their crew and kind of did the whole thing, And Goodwood, the Goodwood channel in the UK streamed it. The IMSA official channel streamed it on YouTube, and you're just sitting up there once everything starts and the pressure is off because you're just reeling off sessions. It's like, this is really cool.
Yeah, lots of different decades of racing history, and you kind of get to see the evolution of race cars, all the way up to DPI cars from a couple of years ago. So it's a really, really neat event, and it's our home track Daytona. So it's nice and easy to get a bunch of cars down there. So we've been running it for I think 3 years now, and this will be our 4th year, and we really enjoy that. I wish there was more of those HSR Classic 24 events throughout the year.
They do the Classic 12. Unfortunately, it's COTA weekend.
Correct. Yeah, there's a lot of conflict with it. It's like they mirrored the schedules. And we love HSR, but the priority, of course, goes to WRL. And it's a great event, and both from a participant and a spectator standpoint too. So.
It's I think back to back this year with WRL Sebring.
Yep, that's correct.
So if anybody's looking to run a WRL car somewhere, come check it out, and then
who else is out there? There's a couple of WRL teams that go out there. The 909, Tooth is out there with the TCR car. The 909 Aston was out there last year.
Yeah, that's right.
Automatic. Yeah, sorry, couldn't think of the name. Yeah, it's fun, and then you get to you race these cars in different formats with different tires and all that stuff, and then you get to go to HSR, and it's like, all right, we're full power now and on slicks. Let's roll. So we always have a blast with that one.
Brad, how do we get you to get involved with HSR Daytona Classic situation?
You know what? The car that we have that can run an HSR, they don't allow it at the Classic 24.
Really?
Oh, you could run the 997 though.
I can run the 997. I could run our Cayman, but I'm thinking about the one that we are going to run in some HSR stuff. They don't allow those at the Classic 24.
Specifically at the 24.
They don't allow it at the Classic 24.
What's that about?
They probably don't want a bunch of bozos out there in former stock cars.
Right. It is interesting. Yeah, they have certain events where because we were all ready to do 2 weeks in a row at VIR. Yeah. They did like an IMSA support weekend or something like that, and then we go to do the registration for the car. I've got a driver who's locked in, ready to go. and then we realized that it's like stock car only classing. So
that wasn't meant to be that. That was a new development.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, because it was on my radar.
Yeah.
I had it on the schedule. Yeah, we at the beginning of the year we have our hypothetical, 36 or so race schedule. Like how many of these we actually
you only do
pull off.
34.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and that was one of them that we had on there. And like I said, we had a two drivers placed for the M3s, and then we were gonna stay and just run the 24 the week after. Or the week before, or whatever it was, and found out that our car was not allowed to race there. So it's the learning curve with running, 4 or 5 different series, the little stuff like that. But
you're a busy man.
Yeah, it's.
I have a comment that's going to lead into a question.
Okay.
So clearly, you guys support you see from other teams and other people recommending drivers to come race with you.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are clearly and not even entry level anymore, but when somebody wants to enter into WRL, you are the first team that anybody recommends. So we've talked, Brendan and I have talked before, and we talked for many years about creating a ladder program.
Mm-hmm.
We were going to create one within our own team, and we did for a while. We ran all the GP classes, and then we eventually graduated to GTO, and now, moving up next year, we will be an all GT team, both GTO and GTU. So do you feel that your team is now at the place where you would have that next level for your ladder program, where you could run a GTO program, GTU, and bring your team up to the top level of the series?
We definitely like the idea of that. We would love to do it with a customer car.
Mm-hmm.
We would love to run a customer factory GT4 car. We did it at Road Atlanta with an M4 GT4, and it went really well. And we learned a lot about that chassis throughout the weekend, and that's definitely something that we're open to doing. We really like the development program and the ladder program, and that's basically what our entire operation is. From somebody's first entry into a track day, we have a couple of DE rental cars and a couple of coaches, and we have this van with a 2-car open trailer that can be pretty much at any track with pretty short notice, with these cars that are always prepped and ready to go. So we do those, and we do those with lots of different driving coaches as well. So we'll have somebody that has a goal of racing Sebring. So they'll fly over with like Michael Ryan Johnson as one of our driver coaches, the open throttle head driving coach. And he'll bring these people in, the car that they're going to race, and we'll set up and do a couple of days of support with them at the track, so they get a good understanding of how that car feels and kind of gets the butterflies out of the way at that particular track before they actually show up for race weekend. And we really like doing those weekends, because you also, as an arrive and drive team owner, it is always kind of a mixed bag of what you're going to get for drivers.
Mm-hmm.
We have a huge rate of repeat, but you always have that, sometimes 1 to 4 or so new drivers throughout any given weekend with us. And sometimes they put it into a wall 11 minutes into a race, and sometimes they're fantastic. So doing those test days and things like that leading up, and when people come with coaches, it gives us that confidence that this person's committed to the path of going upward, learning the right things, and we want to give them an environment where they can flourish with that, with cars that were not necessarily razor's edge of performance, but are known for longevity. And that's kind of what we focused our program on. So starting with the Miatas and then the E92 M3, we had like the two opposite ends of the spectrum for performance, because we were still running in GTO at that time. So we had like a class and the slow class in Champ Car, and a GTO M3 and nothing in between. So that's when we filled in the E46s and all of that stuff. But long story short, yes, we would love to get back into GTO racing. We see the element of a factory car being not a requirement, but it gives you a much better position to be competitive versus a homebrew car. So,
well, you said something that's interesting that I think maybe of the 4 or 5 people who are still listening to the broadcast after we destroyed
64 or 65, sir?
Oh, wow, it's up. They must see word has gotten out that Mike and I are on the show, and people are flocking to it now.
Yeah, this will be nominated for some sort of.
You said something that I think a lot of people in racing who are not in WRL maybe don't know.
Yeah.
People probably think that these are team-owned cars, that all of them are team-owned cars, and we rent seats. That's not necessarily the case.
That's correct, yeah.
GTO has become very heavily weighted towards customer cars, which our Trimtex car, that 70 car, that is a customer-owned car. We provide all the service, we provide the storage, the maintenance, the race prep, the track support, all that, and that has become very, very popular within this series. Like ACP, those are all customer-owned cars now, and that's where these teams are going, because A, it makes more financial sense for the teams, but you can get better cars, newer cars, and that's when the GTO class went more towards customer-owned cars, you could see how it just took off.
Right. Yeah.
You know, the home-built stuff that teams
there's a
were
market
putting
for you,
together.
right? Yeah. That we all went down to GP1.
Yeah.
right.
Well,
It's been great for GP1 though.
Yeah. Oh
GP1's
my
been a lot
God.
of fun.
GP1's a blast.
Yeah.
Now. I mean, that is a full field of very competitive, wide variety of cars.
Oh, you mean wide variety of BMWs?
Wide variety of BMWs, correct? Yes.
330i,
Lots of different flavors of
CI,
BMW. Yeah.
and my little Porsche and fifth gear and maybe one other team.
Yeah.
And a 5 Series.
Yeah. that'll be a GP2,
Yeah.
probably GP2 now, but we would probably ballast it to GP3. It'd be tough to when we think of our other GP2 car and then the 5 Series. It doesn't seem like a fair fight between those two, but yeah, it's we detuned down to GP1 and then noticed just a gigantic uptick in the reliability of the S in the BMW, and that GTO field right now is getting dominated by a Porsche Cup car, but by factory GT4 cars, and we want to towards the end when we're running in GTO, we would finish better than 2/3 of the field, but we would be typically the last finishing car that's still running. And that would result in like a P12 out of a 38 car field, which you can be proud of. But it's kind of difficult to do that race in, race out. And for us, we found that detuning and going to GP1 not only helped us with some reliability and temperature issues, but also just being more competitive with a street car, with a heavy street car. So
for RJ, who's either listening or may listen to the replay of this, I'm curious. I have a question for you. Let's say, because GTO is huge now.
Correct. Yeah.
I mean, we got 40 cars registered at some events. It's a huge field. Just finishing in the points, just finishing in the top 10 in GTO is something to be said. I mean, that's tough.
Absolutely.
So what if GTO got so big and so popular that it split into, let's say, a GT Pro, and GT Pro, not necessarily pro drivers, but that's like the modern, the current gen GT4 cars.
Yeah.
Our GT3 Cup car. Any cars that WRL determines to be, hey, this car has the features and the speed that needs to run in this class.
Correct.
Everything else is, let's say, like the F82, the older GT4 cars that don't have all the tricks.
Right.
The home-built stuff, like I'd love to see Screaming Goat come back into GTO again. Cars like that. Would that tempt you to come into GTO maybe with an older GT4 car or a home-built car?
We would love to do a NASCAR chassis as well as a GTO. For our GTO entry, as crazy as that sounds, we'd love to do like a retired Craftsman truck and come and run GTO with that. So there's this group on Facebook that some of our guys have created called Open Throttle Peer Pressuring, and where they basically it's this isolated group where people can tag me in ridiculous pipe dream ideas, and the one that's kind of really stuck is a retired Craftsman truck built into a GTO entry.
So they're slow in a straight line though.
So Mike, I don't know if you knew this. Obviously, I think I've talked about it to you that we used to run the Thunderhill 25-hour. We used to not run it, but we used to do the broadcast for it, and we actually had the Samson Racing, Mr. Samson, I think. Was up in the booth earlier today. Brendan, did he run in that truck?
No, so his co-driver, his partner, Samson Racing Communications, his co-driver is Troy Lindstrom, who did used to run an old, wasn't a Craftsman truck, it was a super truck, ASA super truck or whatever, ran that at Thunderhill.
Yeah, I think that would be a decent platform. And Chandler School had some success with it a couple of years ago. Yeah. They had a ended poorly, I guess, towards the end, but it was a strong running car. That was a good constant front runner in the GTO field. So I think for us, from our kind of grassroots budget aspect and being roughly 4 years into this now, I think that would probably be a more palatable barrier of entry for us to getting back into GTO. Still a dedicated race car, not a car that we took out a bunch of airbags and satellite radio and navigation to try and run against factory GT4 cars.
I know where a TA2 chassis is that was built for endurance racing.
I'll add you
with
to
a Ford EcoBoost that's set way back. I know where that is. You could probably buy that really cheap.
I will add you to the peer pressure group on Facebook.
Please add them.
Please submit that through the proper channels.
We have crazy ideas as well.
EcoBoost.
Brendan is fully set on the VW Fun Cup. but we
Yes,
have
VW
crazy
Fun
ideas
Cup.
as well.
Yeah, I looked at the Fun Cup a couple of years ago. That looks like it'd be a fun series to jump overseas and do as well.
Bring it here.
I talked to Tyler
Exactly.
Hoffman about it.
Yes.
What even
Yeah,
powers
fun.
those things?
What's that?
What powers one of those Fun Cup cars?
So they had a diesel class years ago.
Okay.
Which I think is the answer.
3-hour max drive time. Can we change that back to 4?
Right?
Yeah. Bring a diesel.
Just strap a leg in.
So it's at many a dinner we've sat down and tried to figure out the pathway of a diesel. Right there, like that has got to be the secret weapon that's got to be unlocked somehow.
I know that there was one in the works from a monster team. They were going to build this diesel car, and they had the plans all set. They were going to bring it here, but it was going to have the flat curve of all flat curves.
Yeah.
And when the flat curve penalty came out, he's like, I mean, he added up the number of flat curve penalties. It was going to be a huge penalty.
Yeah, we looked
because
at
it was
that.
just going to go straight up and straight across. It was.
So yeah, we looked at that, and then we looked at Champ Car, but the only way that we could really kind of game that with Champ Car is not doing the 5-minute minimum stop, just like do a quick driver change for that 2-hour max. But there's not yet a series where I've found an AER has got their 5 per race, so we haven't quite found that like loophole series where we could build a diesel car and run like 5-hour stints.
Talk to RJ. Be like, listen, man. Here's
what I'd like to do. Please completely change your rule set so I can build a diesel race car.
Do it as an exhibition car. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Garage 56.
there you go.
Garage
Yeah.
56.
We could just name the class GTD.
That would be really popular at these sold out events that everybody's trying to get into.
Yeah, right.
We would have
He's having
a
a fit.
Yeah.
we would have a solid run for the national overall championship though if we were the only GTD car runner.
So I've got another question.
It's a 1.8 liter VW.
Okay.
Oh, cool. Yeah, perfect.
With a Seda.
You
Yeah.
said it was fun.
It looks
It's in the
good.
name.
It is in the name.
So
I
there's
mean, it has to be fun. If it's not fun, they've really
Yeah,
screwed
they
up.
really missold it.
there's their big event is a 25-hour at Spa.
Yep.
So those things are, max speed over the top of Eau Rouge Radion, 190 kilometers an hour, whatever their top speed is.
Perfect for me.
You
Red
want
line.
to go?
All
Yeah,
the,
let's.
all
I
the way
would
down.
know a couple. Let's get Oleg in.
You want to do it?
Yeah.
Oleg will do it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I don't know what they started this year, but for years they would start 95 plus cars.
Yeah.
And it was a line of them coming down the hill into Eau Rouge, take the green. And
I think Le Mans was over 100 cars.
Yeah.
I think it was.
Yeah. So the lap record, I watched the onboard video. Some guy set the lap record 5:01 at Le Mans. So you're a minute and a half off of prototype times. It's not fast.
Yeah. I know.
But man, this is like he would tip it into the Porsche curves, and because it's skinny tires and no aero, he'd tip it in and just dirt track it around the first right.
I love
Yeah.
it.
Oh, it was amazing.
I love
It looks like so much fun.
I know Hannah Grisham did it this year too. She was there also.
At Le Mans?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, she ran Fun Cup
No,
also.
I did know that.
Yeah, her and Hannah Greenmeyer ran it. Yeah.
Wow.
I know Hannah.
The Hannahs.
but not-
They raced for Harder Racing
Yeah.
in GT4, SRO GT4.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they're doing awesome. They got bumped up to silver.
Oh wow.
They're dude. Hannah
hadn't
Hannah
heard
is
anything
so
from-
talented. She's
Did she?
Hannah Grisham. She's
Yeah.
unreal. I don't know Hannah Greenmeyer
Yeah. I
well,
don't
but
know.
Hannah Grisham is dude. She's so talented. She's. I would not be shocked to see her
That's
in a
cool.
GT3 car soon.
That's cool.
Oh, Randy Pobst is here.
Oh,
Oh,
now
my
it's
goodness.
Oh
hilarious.
no! I have one more question before we get Randy Pobst on. I have one more question. But
I
for
have
two,
several.
for two team owners.
You need another, where's another headset? You need another headset.
Yeah,
Let me see if
exactly.
I can dig it up.
We could just get rid of Brendan.
Mic. Yeah.
So
We got it
Let
from
him
here,
cook.
bud.
Give me a sec.
for two team owners, I was talking to who were we talking to about this? We were talking to somebody today. Anyway, it was Cole. We were talking to Cole about it. If WRL next year did a Laguna Seca date, would either of you go?
I would bring like 6 cars. Like I would
Okay.
commit to that right now. I would probably push that number up to 7 or 8. I could fill 3 cars if there's any teams that are in Laguna Seca that want to run and arrive and drive with like 18 of our people. I'd be that's the number one requested track from our drivers.
I love Laguna.
Yeah,
It's so
it's
fun.
a long drive though.
You know what I'd be in though? I'd be in an MPO1. You know how fun that would be there?
That would be a blast.
so
Yeah.
much fun.
That would be that'd be the number one car to have.
So
That'd be-
I did what's his name? Alan Berg. I did Alan Berg's school at
Mhm.
Laguna Seca in an open wheel car. That was so much fun.
Yeah, that track has always been a bucket list track for me, and it's at some point I've got to make it happen. And you'd think that starting a racing business, you'd have a lot more access to do things like that, but it seems to be quite the opposite. So
Yeah. We'd have to get a
It's
waiver date.
amazing.
A waiver would be tough. We have to get a sound waiver date because
Oh,
Right.
I don't think they'd be able to do that. Those
Yeah.
are real hard to get.
I know. But you know how
Um,
silly this field would be with all those V exhaust, Laguna pipes.
Special LSB exhaust. Come on.
Well, Randy's
Aw.
here. Randy has way more experience than we do at Laguna, so we can get his opinion on this.
Well,
It's
I mean, you
random.
guys are the team owners. You're
Laguna
the
Seca would be good. WRL
stake.
race at Laguna Seca.
Oh,
stakeholders.
absolutely.
Yeah.
It'd be
I think
fantastic.
it'd be fun.
The challenge is finding a weekend,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's
especially a
Yeah.
noise weekend, because you know
Yeah.
how strict they are on noise.
Right.
But they just repaved it, and I think the entire series would love it.
It'd be fun. I love that track.
It's just a long toe.
It is a
I think
long,
It's a long toe.
current-
Do you have
current hurdle
customers?
there.
Are your customers,
for power
Mike
line.
and
Behind your
Mike and Brad? Are your customers willing to pay for that toe?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
I mean, listen, yeah, next year, my program next year with 2 of the prototypes, we would definitely go with those. And I think my guy in the cup car, he'd do it. He'd be
Wow.
interested.
This
Okay.
broadcast is becoming RJ peer pressure.
Yeah, exactly.
It really is. It
Let's,
really is.
let's
Absolutely.
get RJ in here. Come on.
You know,
Where's
the
RJ at?
problem though, SCCA experienced this. They had a runoffs in 2013 at Laguna
Mm-hmm.
and then 18 at Sonoma. And early in the season, they would poll people, hey, would you go? And then nobody went.
Yeah.
13 was, I think it was maybe one of the
What?
smallest runoffs in modern history. And then Sonoma was very poorly attended.
Yeah.
People just, I mean, when it came, I got a tow from Virginia. Nah, that's a long way.
Connecticut.
And with all the rules, if you're taking a big rig and you have a CDL driver and you have a commercial truck, that is a long, long way. It takes a long time
Yeah.
to get there.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why Heartland Park Topeka was the obvious answer for the runoff.
Oh,
Yeah.
gross.
They tried.
Yeah, most of our drivers, I mean, we have people all over the country, but a lot of our driver base is East Coast and
Yeah.
Southeast. And,
Yeah. Right.
and it's one of those things you'd shoot out a group text and, you'd be locked and loaded, ready to go.
Yeah.
So yeah, I know RJ's got some talent with negotiation, so we'd love to see him pull that off.
It'd be cool.
No pressure, RJ.
I'd love to go. It's a fun track.
Yeah.
It'd be
I've
a lot
never
of
been.
fun in a prototype, too.
I was there last week.
Yeah.
Wasn't that Monterey Car Week, or was that the week before?
Oh, so that was a few weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there. I drove an Audi that I raced in 2004.
Oh, nice.
Champion Racing S4.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Yeah.
the S4 or the RS6?
S4.
Okay, yeah.
Our
I
man,
love that car.
our man
the red and
JT
silver.
Tammy here is the world's biggest champion racing fan.
Oh,
I've got
what?
a wall. I've got a wall of
He's-
champion
he's
racing stuff here
he's
on my
remote.
left.
Oh yeah, we got 2 remote guys. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, and another thing that was cool about that was I'm on track in the S4, the champion racing car. It won several championships.
Mhm.
But by the time I drove for Audi, it was the RS6.
Yeah.
But they wanted points, and they brought in Petey Cunningham to drive the other, whatever car he wanted. Well, he chose the RS6, my car, which was fine, and I drove the S4. And in the race, I had to start last. There was some issue with qualifying. We didn't run or something. And I went out in the car, and I caught him. And he blocked me in the last corner. Yep. He did not want to get beat. Hey, that's racers, But anyway,
the
cool
RS6
thing-
was horrible at the end of the stint, though.
Yeah, well, it was better the second year. That was the second year.
That's true.
Oh, okay.
The first year was more fun because it had way more power but less handling. And everybody knows more power is better.
Yeah.
But what happened at Monterey was I was in a group with GT cars of the 2000s. Well, one of them was the Audi R8. Now, I don't know if it was a champion car or maybe an Audi factory car. So for the first time, the champion World Challenge car and the champion R8 prototype were on track together.
Wow.
I held it off as long as
That's
I
very
could.
cool.
Funny, when I met you the first time, it was when my dad was in World Challenge. It was like 2013. And he tells me, oh, there's just Volvos. Volvos? People were running Volvos? And was that an all-wheel drive?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Dude,
K-Pucks, I
those cars
believe.
were badass. Those were awesome.
They were spaceships.
Yeah, that was fun to
science
watch.
projects, too. They broke a lot.
Yes.
But we did get a championship in 2010.
Yeah.
They were a little bitty engine with a big fat turbo on it.
A 5-cylinder?
Yep.
Yeah.
It was stock cams.
Wow.
But when you have a turbo, you
LS
don't
swap.
necessarily need cams. No, it's more fun with that turbo.
Is that your answer? That's your answer for everything. Oh, that's swap.
If it gets it into GTO, absolutely. Yes.
Bad answer though. I mean,
Especially Volvos. Right. But I'm racing an AMG GT today with NFC Racing, and it's a great team. I'm filling in.
Okay.
Aaron Paveleto, as you probably know, he's the regular guy.
Never heard of him.
And he's the regular guy. Well, he's paying me back. 20 years ago, he was, a new guy trying to break in, and he's very talented. And I helped him get a couple rides, like with 3R and K-Packs.
Yeah.
When I was in the S60, he was in the C30. Did very, very well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And when I was racing a VW GTI over in the IMSA, I think they called it Coney Challenge at the time.
Yeah.
I got him a ride with that team. He did very, very well. Like if we had more time, I'd tell you the story. I'll tell you the story.
I think the timer says 4 hours 10. So you guys big thumbs
That's
up.
your limit.
With the BOP, you never want to really show your hand. So that team was telling me all season, don't qualify first. Don't be first in a practice session.
Yeah.
You know, win the race, but don't turn the fastest lap. So all season, I'm holding back. Then we had a situation where there was a car that needed a co-driver, and I helped Aaron get that ride. We go out for one of the practice sessions, and Aaron gets the fastest time. And well, nobody told him, right? And I'm sitting over here, you know, I'm coming in, and the team is celebrating. Look, we were first. Get a copy of that. I'm going to frame that. And I'm looking at, I'm going, dude, you've been telling me to slow down all season. So the next day was qualifying. I said, okay, well, I guess we don't have to slow down anymore now, do we? Cool morning, fresh tires, Watkins Glen, turbocharged VW GTI. I get the pole by like 1.8 seconds. And I pull into the pits. And I get out of the car and slam the door, and I said, frame that. And the team, I was kind of
That's awesome.
frustrated with the team at that point anyway.
Yeah.
You know, they just looked at me, their jaws agape, like,
It's a hell of a way to go out.
I love it.
telling me to slow down all season. I mean, you're celebrating like it's the 4th of July. But Aaron he did great. So anyway, he's got a ride in another series, and he had that ride first.
Yeah.
And whatever reason, he can't make it here. And so he called me. So I'm very, very thankful because it's a top team.
Yeah.
Great car, AMG GT4. But I had one in Monterey as a street car. I borrowed it from an amazing friend of mine. It was a MG Black Series. Well, that's the car that set the Nürburgring lap record a couple of years ago. 720 horse. So first session 2 days ago, I get in this NFC car, and then with WRL, it's restricted. Like, blah.
Oh, yeah.
Which is fine. And but anyway, I go out on the back straightaway, and I've been driving a 700 horsepower street car. And it's just like,
As a GP driver, this is hilarious.
good point. But heck, it takes us a long time to get past, what, a GP1? Would that be like a good M3 or something?
Yeah, like a green one.
It takes us a while, you know, we're not blowing by those things.
Yeah, you're rev limited in that car too, I think. I think they've lowered the rev limit.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think we can rev it, but it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Power's just gone. There's no power.
So this morning at the start, you know, we have the cup car, and Chris jumps out to a big lead, and then we could see you coming back to him. Were you just taking it easy at the start, getting kind of the bearings over everything, or did Chris just really just hammer it at the start and you were maintaining pace?
I'd have to see the video, but what happened is Chris and I were running a 13-hour race, and the Supras behind us were running a 20 minutes. And so we come down into one, and I looked like, nah, I'll just wait. And he was being pretty careful, which is smart. It's 13 hours, right? So we're laying it down in the corner, and a Supra appears on my left on the outside. I'm like, oh, okay, here we go. And we get up around 2, and he stays there. And I'm like, dang, we're going rodeo here. And I said, dude, I'm going to leave you. We were close. I'm going to leave you some room, whatever. So screwy exit. The next 3 cars all blow by me on the straightaway, and now I'm like, what, on 5th or something?
Yeah.
It was not a plan.
Okay.
And I'm behind that the Cayman GT4, whatever it is, and he's doing a good job. And it's not like I'm going to blow.
Cole.
Yep, he started.
Yeah,
awesome.
Cole started.
Love it.
Not blowing by that guy. But I'm quicker because I'm right on him. But it's like it's not easy to find a place.
Yeah.
That's the AMG. Strangely enough, it makes its time in the brake zone.
Yeah.
Really, and it's got great torque for about a half a second. So it really does squirt. It's like,
Yeah.
and then it's a funny car to drive that way. But good times.
Yeah.
Good times. And I felt I just had to be patient.
Yeah.
It's a long race.
Yeah.
I figured the car had pace, but I didn't know. But I'm trying to get around the Cayman thing, and then I got to a Supra, I guess, after that. But I could see the 911 really not getting away, or not much. And I thought, okay, we're not in that bad a shape.
Yeah.
Randy, how did you like the car here versus at Mid-Ohio? I know you filled in for Aaron there as well, and would that not have been your first introduction to running in WRL? How did you like it?
Well, let me think about how to answer that.
Uh-oh.
Things were not quite right with the car.
Okay.
And
Not something we hear from them very often.
Right. Really unusual. Although I was complaining about understeer the whole practice and my session.
Yeah.
And I thought just it wouldn't turn. And I just watched the guy ahead of me just go. At the apex, they would just leave. I'm like, dang. And I'm scratching my head. I'm going, wait a minute. These guys are winning races. How are they winning races with a car that understeers like this? And then like halfway through the stint, I start to realize, you know what? It's pretty good in turn one. Like the way I didn't pass many people, just kind of hung on. But the way I could pass somebody was I'd get a good run out of one, and then the car's good on the brakes, and then poof into the keyhole. Keyhole. And the guys told me that night that they'd made a mistake on the crossway.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, I didn't diagnose it, but I did kind of call it out. So I felt good, and I was really looking forward to driving it the next day. And the guys did something to get in. For me, this is really cool to be in the car when it's happy.
Yeah.
And it has a distinct personality. But the best thing it does is brakes.
Yeah.
Which is funny to me. I wouldn't have thought that in a car like that.
Have you done some WRL races in GP cars?
Yeah.
I thought so.
Okay.
Been a while.
It's been a while, yeah.
I'm trying to think. I don't remember the last one. It's been a while. I've entered my own car in a WRL race.
Yeah.
And that didn't go well at all. I'm always looking for a guy who wants to drive so bad that he'll work on the car for it in return for driving. And I had a guy, he'd been a pro mechanic his whole life. But he wasn't a real good driver. He sure thought he was. But the problem was he was Mr. 80% in the garage.
Oh, no.
In the garage.
Oh, no.
He did 80% of the stuff pretty darn well. And it's really some nice work. But then there was like 20% that was a problem. Drive shaft fell out.
Oh, jeez.
The whole tranny mount came loose in a race. I'm hearing a banging. Oh, they always do that. And I'm like, okay, 3 hours later, I'm really hearing a banging. Anyway, I race a Volvo of my own, a 740 turbo. That's from like the movie Boxy But Good, that era,
Right.
1990. And I had this miracle. This guy called me, Sam Collier from Montgomery, Alabama, of all things. He likes old Volvos. Some weirdos do, like me.
Of course.
And he's a hell of a driver. And so the only problem with him is he's got a wife and 3 kids.
That'll really tear up that racing schedule.
But so I entered that in a race, and it didn't go well. And it turns out I've done the dyno thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, whatever dyno I was on was incredibly optimistic. Because I get on the track and there's no way this car's making 200 wheel. in the class. That was about right, but no way.
It's that red Flying Moose one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We've raced against that before with our green Miatas and BMWs and stuff. In fact, I think the first time I met you was we were doing an engine replacement in the parking lot at Road Atlanta at a 14-hour race.
God bless you. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, that was our first customer ride and drive race for Open Throttle, and we blew an engine like 2.5 hours. The driver blew the engine like 2.5 hours in. So we replaced it in the parking lot, and you were there telling stories and encouraging the guys.
I was so impressed that you were
we should have picked a flatter space in the parking lot to do it. Hindsight 2020. Every subsequent engine that we've done in the parking lot, we've on more flat ground to do it. That one was a bit of
Have you got a shade tent yet?
Yes, we did. We have upgraded considerably in the shade tent area.
Out there in the weather.
Yeah, straight up. Yeah,
it was cold, wasn't it?
It was. Yeah. It was not warm. Yeah, it was 20-something degrees if I remember correctly at the race started. But yeah, we have this weird habit of driving parts cars to races because you never know when you need like one of a really obscure part. Like we have it's going to hit 250,000 miles on the way back M3 convertible that we bring around the country to the WRL schedule, just in case we need like a really random like throttle actuator connecting rod or something like that, which is what we needed at Road Atlanta. And then we just disassemble that and then fix it on Sunday and drive it home. But we'd done that we had a 1994 Miata that was sitting on a trailer that we stole the engine out of to finish that race. From 9 Lives was there as well, and he said, so basically what you're telling me is if I drive to my shop and grab an engine hoist, then I get to drive Road in the car to where you can drive Road Atlanta at night. So that's what we did. We finished up. We did like the last 4.5 hours of the race, and we were rocking and rolling. That was with a volunteer crew of an engineer and a doctor. And we're all going to learn how to swap an engine together.
You know what? That is a beautiful thing.
Yeah, that's kind of the start of that never say die mentality that we've kind of stuck with this entire time.
Yeah. I got a buddy. He's got a Honda, really nice like Lucky Dog car.
Yeah.
And with K-Swap.
Mm-hmm.
And 2 more buddies, and we all go down to Chuckwalla from the Bay Area. That's like 600 or 700
Yeah,
miles.
that's far.
We go down there, and they race around, and some desert storm comes through at Chuckwalla, like rain and hail at Chuckwalla in the middle of the Mojave, and they shorten the race. And that night, we're all sitting around, we're having dinner, and the 2 new guys are like, that was fun. Why don't we just go home? I'm like, what? For one thing, I didn't get in yet, but who would go to that much trouble?
Yeah.
And go home early.
Yeah.
With a whole other race. The car was pristine.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, that one dickhead had dinked the bumper, but
You'll have
the
that.
car was fine.
You'll have that on these pickups.
I was like, I said, you guys, going home is not in my vocabulary.
Right. We had a mechanical like 8 minutes left at Road America. I think it was last year in the 64 car. We sheared a trailing arm bolt. And the car chief is like, all right, well, that's it for the day. I'm like, fuck, it is.
Taking the check.
So
Get a dump button.
Oh, sorry. 607 is my phone was breaking up for a second. Yeah,
that's weird.
It's a weird glitch in the matrix here. So we explained to him how we operate, and we would like to replace that trailing arm bolt because we can do that within the 2 laps of this race. Did that, got the car out, and when it went out, it actually went out and caught basically with our sister car, so we actually got to take the photo finish, and then Scotty was in the tower and took an awesome photo finish.
That's great.
Of those 2 cars. But yeah, that was one of those moments that even if there's 8 minutes left and it doesn't logically make sense, we're not going to lose any positions or anything like that. Like, we're still going to throw the ball.
I'd race with you any day.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Those 2 guys just didn't understand. It gets worse. They said, okay, we'll hang around and you can get your stint in the next morning. I'm like, I'm here to race, not just drive a stint and go home. But anyway, we backed the car out of the trailer. We put it in the trailer, like to protect it.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Overnight. The car out of the trailer, warming it up, and it's got a radiator leak straight out the front. It did not have that radiator leak when it went in the trailer.
They're in there with
I'm
BB
like,
guns. Just
They sabotage
Did that guy poke the radiator with a pen or something? I think he did.
Well,
I
all you
think
have to
you
do
did.
is just then cut the hose and then get a little joiner and put it together with some band clamps and you're back rolling.
See, that's the open throttle way.
I wish you had been there.
We are
wish you had
available for
been
hire.
there.
Our crew is available for hire, Randy. If you want to run that Volvo and wrap it lime green and put it under our tent, we'll get it done for you.
Yes.
Let's rock and roll.
I gotta join this Facebook group and start pressuring stuff like this. This is awesome.
How do you feel about Craftsman truck chassis?
Whatever works.
Okay.
But I got to get back to the pit. I might be getting back in again.
All right.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you that if you're getting back in again.
Yeah. The question is for how long?
Yeah.
These guys are into 3-hour stints, and I'm like, 3 hours?
That'll cool down. You'll be fine.
Well, you're doing awesome out there.
Well, last stint they gave me a set of tires. I was like, thank you.
You get a nice fresh car.
Oh man,
Oh, we're chewing
they're
over.
Yokohamas.
Yeah, we're
And they're
killing
wearing
them.
out pretty quick.
It's a
Bad.
pretty racing
Us
circuit.
too.
Yeah.
Laney Tukes, one of our co-drivers, was going slow, and I'm. Oh, is it you? I mean, I just lectured him about how to take care of the tires, right? And then he's not turning good lap times. So I'm like, oh God, I went too far.
Yeah.
Right? But he knows what he's doing. Well, he didn't. He blames himself all the time. He did, honorable. He didn't blame the car. It was the car. The tires were recorded.
Did he shorten a stint, like run a half stint somewhere in the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay.
because
Yeah, we saw
had a
that.
flat.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a puncture. Okay.
We went all the way through the court to the air.
Oh, so not quite a puncture. Yeah.
We
Wow.
put tires on it, and all of a sudden he was the Lanny we know and love again.
These tires are getting chewed up and down. Anybody who's not on Continentals here,
Say, the Spec Continental's
is-
holding up
the
great.
Spec Continental's doing great. Everybody else is suffering.
Wow.
Yeah.
But our team does a great job with the tires, but the wear is more than expensive. That was the right side.
Oh, that's even weirder.
Yeah,
right side,
but
that's
they've been
weird.
on there a while. And the inside, and on that car, it's hard to get in there. They took pictures with a phone.
Yeah.
I mean, they're on the ball down there. Anyway, it's a good race. It still is a tight race.
Oh, yeah.
I'm impressed. It's only one lap or two between top 3 cars last time.
Yeah.
We're coming for you.
After all this time, come on, let's go.
We're gonna bring it.
That's what we're here for. Okay, it's 6 o'clock? We got 4 hours?
4 hours
Yeah.
left.
4 more hours. I used to think an enduro was 45 minutes.
Right.
Like SCCA.
After your SCCA background talking, yeah. These are men's enduros.
We just ran 5 cars our next race since then. So this is actually like, what are we supposed to do tomorrow?
You are some kind of maniac.
Takes one to know.
Yeah.
As I just saw that has no front end.
Hey, it's only.
Your car's
Oh
fine.
yeah, no, your car looks great right here. It'll still be.
I got one more question for you, Randy. We noticed Watkins Glen, they've got 2 NFC Mercedes on the entry list.
I know they have 2 here.
Yeah.
2. One's a practice car.
Normally,
I don't know.
I thought maybe you might know something.
Right, I
Maybe
don't.
about. Okay.
No, I don't know much.
Okay.
I really don't. I'm the
All right.
world's worst driver change guy. Because when I'm coming in, they want me to do this, do that, do this, do this, do that, do that. And loosening the belts is tricky. It's a tricky move. You got to let go of the. Oh, I shouldn't even say this. It takes 2 hands.
Oh, yeah.
You pull this and you pull that. And I ain't got it.
Yeah.
So I kind of screwed that
Well,
up.
as a competitor this week, take your time.
Yeah.
Just take your time on this driver.
Safety is important.
Safety
Yeah.
first. Safety, just really nice and slow. Make sure everything's done properly. It'll be fine.
Yeah, make sure 30 seconds if you need.
Yeah, I don't know if you know this. There's actually a 3-minute minimum pit stop
Yeah,
time
correct,
for driver
yeah.
changes.
Correct.
Yeah,
Exactly.
That's what I'm used to.
Yeah, right.
Lucky dog. Yeah, hey, we got it done in 3 minutes. Yeah. Woo. All right, well, I better get back and see what's up.
Cool, man. Good
Well,
luck.
I need to
Nice talking to you and everybody out in WRL land.
Thank
We're
you.
having a great time. Owner Bill Kane loves this series. And he's the guy making all this happen in these 2 AMGs and GTO and World Racing League.
I love it. Love seeing him out there.
Yeah, and I remember when all this started because I was buddies with Kurt Swearingen
Yeah.
and ACI Motorsports and RJ 5 years ago, 6 years ago. I was coaching with some people that drove Porsches out of their shop. And Kurt Swearingen is just such a class guy.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
And so's RJ. He's put up with a lot of abuse.
Yes,
That is hard running a
Professional
series.
punching bag, man.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's hard running. So good job, RJ. Keep it up. We love the series.
Awesome.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Randy.
Thanks, Randy.
Randy Pobst
Randy.
out of, I gotta find the right one. Out of the 123 NFC Motorsports Mercedes. Made it a party here for a while.
They're gonna kick us out, Mike. We've completely
We've
ruined their
exceeded,
show.
yes. Ratings have gone down tremendously.
Ratings have absolutely plummeted.
They've actually
Listen,
been.
so
No,
my
they've
first half of
recovered.
the year is split.
Yeah.
From running SCCA stuff and now doing this. This is the most fun I've ever had on a WRL broadcast. It really is. Ryan turns it into a party most of the weekend.
I do. I
This
genuinely
is
do.
a blast, man. Yeah. Thanks for stopping by.
I had fun.
That was good. I
Yeah.
enjoyed that. We should do this again.
You should.
How about
So I have a question
with
for you
30
guys.
minutes to go?
Let's do it. You want to come back? You want to call it
30 minutes,
finish?
and we'll just completely screw up the broadcast.
We'll take
at
over the
finish.
broadcast. You're gonna have
Yes.
a guest appearance from Brad McCall and myself,
We'll
and we're gonna call
unplug
it
Brandon's
finish. Yeah, he won't even
headset.
notice.
That
Yeah.
would-
1 year at Thunderhill, we only
Oh,
had
God.
like 2 or 3 mics. We turned the mics over to Ryan Eversley and Mark Miller
Oh, jeez.
and just walked away.
Yeah.
Let them cook for like 90 minutes.
That's great.
We went, got dinner, hung out, whatever, and they said whatever they wanted, and they did, like whatever they wanted, like Mike here.
My apologies.
I don't care.
You get emotional in these races,
Sure,
and it just
yeah.
comes out. I did it for emphasis.
I think we did okay.
I think we did well.
You did
Yeah, that was
great.
great. On
job,
a scale
man.
of 1 to
Thanks,
7, I would give it a
guys.
7.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
6.5.
yeah.
Yeah, room for improvement. Awesome, guys. Thank you so much.
Brad, thanks, man.
Thanks.
See you
Enjoy.
guys.
All right, we've worn out our welcome. See you, See you guys.
Man, what are we gonna do
Unfortunately,
for the next 3 hours and 45 minutes?
I think Mike's gonna go find out about that green BMW that's pulled off.
Yep.
Turns 5 and 6. It looked like it may have been the 64. Sounds like it continued though, so good news. Woohoo!
All right.
Unfortunately, we didn't get it in there. I was really curious. We'd been talking yesterday about GP2 and GP3 a bit, and we had 2 owners here that definitely had some good experience that could have helped that conversation a bit, but save it for later.
I'm sorry, I was checking something else. What was that, JT? What discussion were you wanting to have with the 2 of them?
The GP2 and GP3 discussion we were having yesterday.
Yeah, that would have been good with them. You're
Yeah,
absolutely
you
right.
had both Brad McCall.
We had
Mike
both of
Bird
them
right
here. You're
it's
right.
like the
You're
perfect time, but I couldn't really squeeze that in there. So hopefully they'll come back later, and because I'd love to have their opinions on that, because we have our opinions, but we have
Sure.
limited information, and
Sure,
these guys
absolutely.
have a lot more.
Indeed. Brendan has stepped away, of course. He's probably still chit-chatting with Brad and Mike.
Or someone else, revolving door. Let's go.
Yeah, that's true. Two of the good guys in the paddock, always willing to lend a helpful voice to provide context for what we're seeing, whether on air or indeed off the air.
Yeah, give us updates, that sort of thing.
Yep. Oh yeah.
So doesn't look like a lot has changed out on track since we did the
No.
last rundown.
No.
It's been interesting to watch. We did see the 60 pit. It did have to pass the 123 out on track to get back into second overall. I've been really watching this excellent fight between Round 3 Racing with the 70 and the 61 of Dexter Racing.
Mhm.
It's been very good. The only problem is it's separated by 30 seconds.
Right.
But they're running, almost identical lap times, back and forth. So it's going to be really interesting to try to keep an eye on those two as we go through more pit stops. Unfortunately, it does seem like I think the Porsche can go quite a bit longer on a tank
Sure.
than the Supra, unfortunately. But
I am going to press the button again, see if we get
do the
any
maths.
different answers. I doubt we will.
Yeah.
Something to do, as it were. I'm going to hit refresh on the football scores as well. We're going to click games, not just top 25s.
Oh boy.
Let's see. Cal Poly and Stanford tied. Montana, North Dakota. Montana's up 21-7. San Jose ahead of Air Force. Chattanooga down by 3 to Georgia State, 10-7. Florida beating Samford 14-0. Coastal Carolina beating William and Mary 24-7. Let's see. Alabama winning only 7-3 versus South Florida. Looking for some other Eastern Washington and Drake. That's a powerhouse matchup there. Miami beating Florida A&M 39-6. Towson ahead of Morgan State 14-9. What else we got? Villanova's beating Colgate. That is a football game, not a basketball game. Idaho State smashing Western Oregon 34-3.
I honestly could not tell you the difference between if you were talking basketball or football right now.
No, indeed.
I have no idea. I was going to use, because you did mention Chattanooga, I was going to use that as a segue to mention Chattanooga will be back in GP2 at Watkins Glen.
At the Glen, TM.
Yes. 11 GP2 entries at the moment. Which is fantastic. 8 for Sebring. Unfortunately, they're not on the list for Sebring. That
weird.
I'm okay with that. They have had pretty bad luck at Sebring in the past.
This is true. Not a terribly long tow for them though.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure. Maybe they're on the wait list. I don't know. Because that is a mega field. It's currently full at full 75 entries. I see at least 3 entries from ACP Tangerine. I see 3 cars from Random Vandals. We'll get Off the Leash back. We're getting, I don't know who this is, but I'm pretty sure it's that Camaro we saw at COTA last year. The 2 Brame car that we saw at the end of the race.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
At least going by the picture on the entry list, it looks like it's the same car.
Sweet.
So yeah, it's crazy good entry list there for Sebring. So yeah, I hope they're on the wait list for that, because it's always good having that team run, and it seems like they've definitely been quite competitive in GP2 with their new BMW.
Very pleased. Do you think we'll see the return of the NASCAR entry at COTA this year?
Maybe. It sounds like a lot of the team really enjoyed the event. They liked coming into WRL to do that. So we'll have to wait and see.
All right.
I'm not sure who is the purse for that entry.
I believe it's the Gralla family and the Dillon family, I believe.
Okay. Well, then we just might see them again. That'd be swell.
I hope so. They were going to try to come to Charlotte, was my understanding, and they didn't end up making it. So now I'm, questioning. Jordan, how you doing, man?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
You doing all right there with obscure sports car racing legends stepping into the booth?
I am loving the sunset.
Oh, look at that. There it is. There it is. Got 107. Oh, that's laps total. I thought that was laps of fuel. I'm like, that's not correct. But it's not. That's laps completed.
It's even outdated too.
Yeah. So is that not a live shot then? No, because the sunset. Yeah.
It is a live shot, but I think the V-Box thing is off. Because.
Oh, UTVs! Look out!
The 59 car should be at 264 laps complete.
Okay. There it is. All right, here's a take for a Class JT. Like what's the name of the? I can't think of the name of the vehicles now. It's a slingshot. What about a slingshot class? A class for three-wheeler cars.
Wheels, slingshots, and organs.
And the Vanderhall or whatever it's called. Yeah. There's a few of those.
Probably not a good idea.
You can get a cockpit onto a slingshot, and then it's probably light enough for GTU. So maybe I'll text RJ. I'll ask him.
Yeah.
Probably like, why are you still texting me?
Did RJ come on the booth when I was on?
No, I'm just texting him. Would you allow a Polaris slingshot in GTU with screen?
If yes, send that mic immediately.
I am certain that you could get a first generation slingshot for almost nothing.
I really like the idea of going like a GT40 kit car. That's always been my idea. It's like, I think I can just slide that in for the weight requirement for GTU.
Seen the kit cars JT where it's based on the Robertson Racing Ford GT?
Yeah, they sold the rights to produce them to Super Cars or Super Light or something like that.
Yeah.
Whoever makes the Super Light, yeah.
There's one of those for sale on Cars and Bids right now. And I think that is, I mean, it wasn't a great GT car to begin with. I think if you put the 3.5 liter like Ford truck turbo motor in it, that you could turn it down and it would get good fuel economy, and that might be compelling for WRL GTO car.
Yeah.
Gentlemen,
Brendan,
for the 800th time today.
Why? That's not a bad. Why are you saying it like that? Nobody's going to come up here.
It's great. It's great. I got to find out which of these is.
Nope. If you're gonna keep talking like that, I'm gonna send you out to do cameras again.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, do we need to?
I don't know, but it's punishment.
So we've got our second visitor from Big Mission Motors today. Steve Smith has joined us here in the booth. Was ready to fight another team owner to get on the air. No, I'm kidding. Came to say hi and drop off a bag of chili roasted pistachios, which I immediately misplaced.
You inhaled them.
What?
You inhaled them.
I haven't eaten them.
Okay.
No, I haven't eaten much. I've been saving up for In-N-Out after this is all over and I go back to
My man.
I don't know what I did, man. Anyway, oh, here they are. Yeah, we're going to try these in real time. Got to be better than the freeze-dried shrimp from Coda.
That was great. And I know they were fish, too.
Oh, was it fish?
Yeah.
Well, all right. So...
That's great interviewing. What do you want to talk about?
We did just catch up.
They call those probing questions.
We are professionals.
Well, so here's the thing. We do claim to be professionals, but we do a lot of race analysis and race coverage. But we've been doing interviews for like 7 out of the last 10 hours.
That sounds tiresome.
It's not really tiresome. I enjoy them, but it's been a lot of like, oh, you put the face to the team. Obviously, I know who you are, but every now and then it's like somebody you don't quite recognize. You're like, I know you from somewhere, and then you got to build the list of questions in your head in real time, and eventually you just like you go to take a breath, and then the door opens again. You're like, oh, shoot. So we chatted with Dan earlier, obviously, out of the 190. No, yes, out of the
777.
He's in the 777. See, I don't know.
That's the owner's car.
We'll see when we get driver ID. We're going to know exactly.
Yeah, you will. We have driver ID.
Well, you have driver ID.
We don't.
We have an output. Well, they have an output that shows driver ID number, but it's not cross-referenced to a list yet.
Gotcha.
So we could get that, but we can't. 8-number ID number. We can't. Anyway, we'll get it. Anyway, so we were talking. Let's start with the 199. Let's start there.
The 199 is an interesting car.
Yeah.
It might be one of the longer running WRL chassis out there.
Well, you guys are the longest running WRL team. So
No. We got
there.
that from somebody else.
Right.
So we're like the third WRL team that picked that up. We got it in a barter, which was nice.
Oh.
And we ran it a little bit the last couple of years. And then, we bought a couple of other cars. We changed a bit about our program. The Locked Motorsports guys are in our shop, so they're out of Kansas City. Owner car.
It's LMR. Yep.
And then Montgomery came on board with us at the beginning of this season, and they're kind of a hybrid. When the owners, any owner that doesn't want to show up, the seat is rented off, and typically to some of our regular stable of drivers. And so that's a interesting changing dynamic in terms of revenue, both for our automotive shop, which everything funnels through, to the economics of taking just the 777 car out with Dan, Brian, Corey, and I on an event sucks. It's very expensive. But bring those guys along, great. Economics are cool. Makes it a much more affordable event. And the 199 sat for a little while. And in our automotive shop, and these guys also serve as crew, we got a couple of young guys in their early 20s that are just gearheads, and they want to race, and they've done time attack and things like that. So for the last year and a half, Ryan and I in particular have been working through AMR, the Porsche Club in Southern Colorado, and going through the DE program, getting them to the advanced solo level, and to our benefit, saying, hey, you guys can come and crew for the weekend, and we're not going to pay you. And
it's a win-win.
In the evenings and on the weekends, you can come and work on the car. But guess what? When we get to the race, you don't pay anything. You're going to get in and get seat time. And so we shifted some things around. S50 went back into it, pared it down a little bit just to make it more affordable to run. And we're going to use that as an outlet both for our crew guys as a reward, and also for new guys. So Dan told you we've got a kid that's going to be 16 in 2 weeks in that car. So it's doing its thing. It's an old car, and it's kind of duct taped together a little bit in some ways, but it's safe, and it's the right power for these guys, right? Especially on a club track, the speed delta is not as bad, right? I wouldn't want to take that car out to Watkins Glen and shove somebody new. I was chatting with one of our drivers. Said, "Hey, I got a guy. He went through whatever racing school, Bertelroos or something, but he's never done wheel to wheel. And if you got an extra seat at COTA, he's going to come take a seat." And I said, "No, he's not. What kind of friend are you? That's chaotic, right? You have to be." Hey man, you're my bro. Go out here and get on the car with 90 or on the track with 90 other cars.
That's the kind of situation you put out for here or Hallett or something like that. Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah.
But they're doing well.
Good.
They had the right attitude, which was don't wreck the car and finish.
Yeah.
And that's a victory. And they're sitting in second place now, even with a couple of problems throughout the day.
It's excellent. So is that car detuned to run in GP2?
Yeah, it's 225 horsepower.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was just where it kind of fit in its current guise, or if you said, okay, we're going to actually just take a little bit, we're going to put it in GP2. And
no, we took a S50 off the shelf in the shop, and we shoved it in there, and we had no idea what power it was putting on until we went to the dyno yesterday. Hey guys, guess what? You're GP2.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that was the intent, but it was just
that is awesome.
I gotcha. The 777, meanwhile, still second in class?
I believe so. Up 2, down 4.
That is correct. Yeah, spot on. That leaderboard has looked the same since, I don't know, it's been about 7 hours since I think anything
something like
there,
that.
right?
And we started 6. We picked up a couple of positions in the first stint, and then Brian got in, picked up a couple others. And we've been pretty steady there since then.
Nice. Very nice. Let's see, 134.
Dead. The AOA car lost something in braking at Road America. The start on Sunday, green lap going into Canada corner. They got on brakes and took out the front.
Oh, that's right. Yep.
Oh, was that 777 down on the side over there?
Yep. Was it?
Where?
I hope not. There was a wrecker out there.
No, 8, I think.
Yeah, they're
recovering the 8 car. Yeah.
The horns on that car were shifted about 3 inches towards the driver's side, both horns.
Oh my goodness.
And that's pretty expensive repair.
Yeah, sure.
And that car's been banged up a couple of times. So we pulled everything that we could salvage from it, and then we just picked up from one of our drivers who joined us last year, who's decided to get out of sprint racing. Gave us his car, which fortunately for us, not gave it to us, we purchased it. 8 hours, 10 hours on the rebuilt engine, all new wiring.
Yeah.
ZF 5-speed race built transmission with 15 hours on it. I mean, it's a pretty fresh car. So that will be ready for Watkins Glen. We'll be up there. And
Very nice.
we'll see what we do with the rest of the cars. It's always a little bit of a what can we do to make things better? This race is really interesting because, you know, say the 24 car, these M235s or M240s, the IR cars, or Peter Chang with the ZF8 speed.
Yeah.
You know, you get into the club track level, and then you add in this same tire, the spec tire. It's really, I mean, the gap is tremendously small between cars.
Yeah.
You know, we go back out to Road Atlanta, we could see that, right? We can't hang with full torque at 1,800 RPMs and turbos and all that jazz.
So, I pitched this to Dan, right? The Montgomery car obviously is now the 235. You guys have a complement of E36s and 46s. Is there any thought to moving your platform over towards what the Montgomery guys are doing? Won't do it?
No, I find them unnecessarily complex. They have some advantages.
That's a lot harsher than Dan put it, but I understand.
It's just it's unnecessarily complex. We had, you know, I don't know if you remember, but we had a 240 IR for one season, and we ran it here. So that would have been like 21 or 22, I think. And in past discussions, the GTO world isn't ours. We're just hillbillies, and we don't fit in there.
You say that.
I pronounce crudité crudites.
Right,
so
sure.
I want simplistic. If anything, we need to do some reorganization internally and get back to where we were probably 2 years ago, where there's almost universality across all of the cars. Cuts down on space, cuts down on spares. It makes it easier for a technician to move car to car and execute changes or repair or replace parts. We were chatting just the other day about LS swaps, LS truck block swaps.
Yeah.
Because the biggest problem with the 3646 is transmissions, right?
Yeah.
You can't find them, and when you could get them built, I mean, you still have Dan at Diffs Online, but $5 or $6 grand, and I'm thinking I can put an engine and a transmission in a car for that much money.
Yeah.
And who knows? I don't know where we're going, but I'd like to keep it as simple as possible. I think that's what I prefer have always enjoyed about this racing. It's sort of, let's make it easy. Let's not make it more than it needs to be.
Sure.
And I'm burned from that experience with the M40 or the M240.
Sure.
I just did not enjoy it.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't. 777 won that penalty. Pfizer. Who was it?
Yeah, they had a warning earlier for 6 people over the wall.
I think that was pushing a disabled car. Isn't that excluded?
No, it just says pit lane fueling. 6 people over the wall. 4:57 p.m.
Yeah, then possibly one earlier.
This is on the 777.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, now it's time for me to go talk to race control because no. So hear me out. Dan Candy, there was a spin in his car, that M4.
Sweet spot.
Sweet spot. Yeah. We were coming. Peter Chang, PC, and I were coming into turn 11. There was no yellow at turn 11, but as you rounded the corner, we're looking at sweet spot facing us in the middle of the track. At 12, there is a green marker board.
Yeah.
It's illuminated.
Yeah.
Right. Well, that is an indication that you can now race green when you get perpendicular to that flag station.
Of course, yeah.
Even if the yellow was not illuminated when you entered into the zone.
Yeah.
Peter passed me. I was going to let that be, but now we've got a penalty. I'm going to go talk to race control.
What
does that
you
put us?
can't have nice things, PC can't have nice things.
No, nobody can. Vengeance is mine.
So, I mean, we've been at this a long time now, 9.5 hours, and well, the pit lane penalties things
Sure.
are self-induced errors.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah, you can't really excuse too many of those, especially you guys. You guys have been doing this a long time. Anyway,
we rarely get penalties.
I
It's
know.
very unusual.
That's
for
why
us.
I was surprised to see it. But passing in a yellow flag should not go unnoticed.
Should not.
Yeah.
That's all right.
You said there was a yellow flag at 11?
No,
Or
there was no
well
yellow
what
board.
What do you do?
Well, what do you do is you come around and you have a car in the middle of the track. That by its
You
very
should
nature
assume.
is,
Yeah, that's fair.
is
You have
yellow
video
condition.
evidence?
Probably not, because aim cameras suck.
Oh,
The good thing is they
All right.
only cost $1,000.
There's some beef here. I like this.
That's terrible.
Do you stream them anywhere? Or just
No.
record? Okay.
Just record.
I have to ask. Huh.
I would
No
also
good-
say
no
you
good
guys might have got away with a free one as well, though.
I
There
need
was
video proof.
there's one I noticed earlier in the race, and race control typed in a different number, but I could have sworn it should have been to you guys.
Oh man, this is DEL stirring the pot here. Yeah, this is
I
good
see how
stuff.
we're going here.
Drama. We got to manufacture something.
Yeah, I understand.
I mean,
Sounds like Russian collusion.
Don't get me started. I fight that propaganda on a daily basis.
You work for Tenet.
we're gonna hire a social
I do
media
not.
team.
But I meme them like hell.
Listen, getting close here. No, look, you guys have been at this now we've been at this for 9.5 hours. To lose a lap, I was like, oh well, somebody, fell afoul of the rules but wasn't caught.
That's okay. I don't care. I'm not going to go say anything.
No.
I've got better things to do with my time. I do like this format, though, and
Yeah?
I would appreciate. It would be nice to have more single-day long races.
All right.
It adds another element, right?
Yeah.
We were humping along, everyone's doing their thing, and we're having a good day, and all of a sudden you look at the clock and you go, crap, man, an 8-hour race just started.
Yeah.
This is long. This
Yeah.
is very long. What was really surprising was, we haven't done a 24. We didn't do the Sebring 24.
Mhm.
It had been a couple years before that was the last time we participated in one. And Brian and I were sitting around somewhere yesterday, just sort of BSing, and he looked at me. He was serious, and he said, I think I would do another 24. And we'd kind of sworn that off, like, oh, it's a nightmare, but you get far enough removed from it and you forget just what a miserable experience it is. So bring on the 24 or more 14-hour races.
So, listen, I don't want to take a lot of credit here, but I am going to take credit here. The Super Endurance Cup, that was a DriverSeye Live creation.
Nice.
So the idea was, RJ said, I think we're going to do some of these long single-day endurance. Why don't you create a mini championship out of it? Pay points. The way you're going to pay points are all double points events anyway. Bring some more people out to High Plains. Maybe bring more people to Charlotte. Obviously, that's go the way you wanted it to. But also Daytona was canceled, so that little mini series never really got momentum. I think it probably deserved, unfortunately. And I like them. It does make for one very long day, but you are home on Sunday. Really, and you guys are really home on Sunday.
This is the only race that's not a complete logistic hassle.
Will you guys stay here tonight and then come back in the morning? Or are you just going to pack up and go?
No, I'm going to go to sleep in the RV.
Yeah, okay.
Get up in the morning, throw in the trailer. We brought an extra trailer just so we didn't have to organize anything.
Nice.
Shove everything in the 20-footer.
I love it.
I'll clean it up when we get back to the shop. And then what's going to happen is I won't clean it up when we get back to the shop. And about a week before we go to Watkins Glen, I'll be calling everyone to come over and help me fix my mess.
So this is a great idea now.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
And it'll be a great idea for you a week before Watkins Glen. It'll be a terrible idea for us.
We're fighting Parkinson's law, and I haven't figured out how to win.
Okay.
That's why it's a law. You know what Parkinson's law
I
is?
don't. No, I'm not familiar.
A task will take 100% of the amount of time that is allotted for that task.
Yeah, sure. That's fair. Yeah, you're never going to win.
No.
No.
Oh,
Hope
well.
for a draw, probably.
I don't know. I'm a strong-willed person. I can battle all of this.
Yeah, I'm motivated by things taking less time, actually. You know, like I don't want to be doing this for longer than I have to.
Yeah.
The problem is with endurance racing, it's a time to race. So it's always going to take, you know. There's an idea. Can we start doing lap counts for the morning?
No.
That's 1,000 kilometer, 1,000 miler.
Sure, you can do that.
All right. Huh. What's your listen? If you're you guys are on the fringes of WRL's footprint, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of events.
Sure.
I threw a couple of names out to Dan of tracks you would or wouldn't go to, if given the opportunity to support further events, further event development beyond the bucket list, typical bucket list type tracks. You know, would you go to pit race?
Sure, why not?
Okay. Summit Point.
Yeah, I'd like to go to Summit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I've simmed that. That's one of these tracks I've simmed. I've never been there.
All right.
No experience, but I enjoyed that.
All right. I like Summit Point a lot. It's a fun little track.
fun.
You'd be short on car count and be a little like Hallett. I think it's only 2 miles, I think.
Would it be an experience like Hallett? I mean, absent the
there is no
roosters and
experience.
chickens and
No, there's no experience like Hallett.
I don't know,
Hallett
like
is-
I'm okay with a smaller grid.
Hallett is unironically my favorite place to go in the country.
I think it's
love
one of the greatest racetracks in the
Yeah.
United States.
And you know what? They keep investing.
Yeah.
It's not like it just sits there and they leave it to be its own little club. Man.
Connie retired, but her son's doing a great
Yeah.
job. I mean, building the tunnel, right?
Yeah.
That was probably not a small capital
It was
investment.
not- nope. But it was necessary, and they did it. You know?
So
The
I'd love
all
to
new
go back
fencing
there.
out there.
Yes.
Brand new fencing. Those were really, really nice. We're there for the Super Tour.
Summit Point I would do. Trying to think of other tracks out there. You know,
Carolina.
Park.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about
I
it.
want to go to Carolina.
It's in the northern part of
Kershaw,
Southern
South Carolina.
South
Yeah. Outside of Rock Hill.
What about Bowman Gray Stadium in Winston-Salem,
Oh my
North
gosh.
Carolina?
Quarter hosting the Busch Clash.
Quarter mile. We'll put 80 cars on a quarter mile.
I will go anywhere as long as it's not VIR.
You don't like VIR?
No. Well, here's the problem. Not that I don't like the track. The track is fine. The camera mounting points for us aren't great because we don't rent scissor lifts or anything like that. We
Yeah.
kind of got to deal with what we got, and it's not aren't great if you don't have that stuff. It's like an hour and a half from every convenient place to fly into.
Yeah.
But it's also just on the outer fringes of what's drivable for me, being in Pennsylvania. So my options are get on a plane, fly to Charlotte, fly from Charlotte to either Greensboro or Raleigh, which is a pointless flight to begin with, and then get in a rental car and drive an hour to an hour and a half. Or I just drive 7.5 hours.
I really feel your pain driving from Pennsylvania to North Carolina.
Listen,
It's gotta be.
I get it. And I'm
The
not.
struggle is real.
But it's just like one of those, like, okay, it makes sense to fly to Charlotte, right? It makes sense to fly to Indianapolis.
Have you guys considered buying a DriverSeye Live helicopter?
I do have a pilot's license.
Let's see. There you go. Go rent one.
Yeah. Well, we've had that discussion too. Yeah, I don't know. Would you go to Indy?
I'd love to do it. Have to, right?
Starting that push now. It's not a very interesting track.
No, it's probably like Daytona.
It's terrible, actually.
Right? Daytona's interesting. To me, Daytona is interesting. The banking is just,
Yeah.
it's unusual.
Yeah.
Right? The infield is,
Did you guys do Charlotte?
No.
You weren't driven by the NASCAR infield road course vibe?
No.
Yeah, interesting. So you probably won't go to Homestead either.
Where's home? Oh, Florida?
That's South Florida, south
Yeah.
of Miami. It's 5 hours south of Daytona.
I would need a lot of customers interested in going.
That's a tough one.
That's
I
a-
actually don't mind it. It looks okay on camera, and to be honest with you, the people there are pretty nice. So,
Yeah.
like, yeah, I'm fine with it. Food's great. That's fantastic.
The food is
down
great.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the move. Peruvian food down there too. Really, really good. I don't know. West, obviously, like I think most of the teams that are based out this way would also support. You know, they go to a Utah, they go to.
In theory, I'd like to go race Laguna, but
Oh, so even you being, I mean, you're still probably a full day tow, right?
oh yeah,
At least.
1,800
Yeah,
miles
okay.
easily. I think the problem is it's kind of like the New Jersey deal.
Yeah.
I don't have anything pro or negative about New Jersey Motorsports Park. It's just I don't want to go to New Jersey.
My man. So I live about 4 miles from the state line.
Yeah.
I grew up in Pennsylvania, lived there all but 4 or 5 years out of my life, and I am contractually obligated to not say nice things about New Jersey. It is unfortunately my home track, like 2 hours away. But there's really nothing there. You're an hour from Philly. You're still an hour from the beach if you want to go to the shore, you know?
It's the hassle part of it.
Yeah.
Right? The weird fueling container regulation and how do you get...
I forgot about all that.
No, if you're from out of state, nobody enforces that. Like,
that's
it's a thing, especially among my family, that, like, you go to Reno and you buy the good fuel containers. Nobody...
Wait, is this California you're talking about? The fuel container thing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
thought you were talking about Jersey.
No,
I
like, I know what you're talking about, and it is annoying, but, like, that's never enforced. I've never seen a track enforce that, ever. And and the CHP's not at, like, gas pumps, like, checking your fuel tanks either.
Interesting. Last one, would you go to Lime Rock?
Cool track.
It's up there.
It's up there.
But you got to go on Friday, Saturday, because you can't race in Connecticut on Sundays.
Short track.
Bullring. Beautiful, beautiful landscape.
What about what's Thompson?
I like Thompson. I've never been, but I hear good things. The videos look cool. Shorter, not much longer than Lime Rock. I think it's like 1.8.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, New Hampshire Motor Speedway, the infield-outfield road course.
I like New Hampshire.
All right.
Those people are chill.
Yeah. All
It's a
right.
beautiful spot. How about Utah?
I think that's the logical choice, right? If you're going to push your way west at all, that Utah is kind of the toe in the water. It's an easier toe for people that are properly on the Pacific Coast. Makes a little bit more sense, and you know, it's not a bad track, all things considered. It's not
If you run
amazing.
the full layout, they have good facilities. It's almost equal distance between.
When you say full layout, you're talking about the full infield.
Yeah, the 20
west and east connected.
Okay, so that's what I wasn't. So they've got east and west. They've got outer, and then they've got full. The full is like 4.5 miles.
Yeah, I mean where they.
I got you. Connect the east and west sides. Yeah, I'd be into that.
That'd be fun.
I'd like to start resurrecting old sports car promotional brands, and they of course have the phenomenal Grand Am Sun Chaser 1000. 9 hours into the darkness at Utah.
I would do that.
A nice 14-hour. That'd be fun. Here, Salt Lake's a pretty good time too.
How about Topeka? Brendan loves it.
It's dead. Homeboy didn't pay his taxes.
Going to be in an Amazon facility or something.
Probably. Going to go the way of USA International Speedway. Lakeland Zone.
You know, there's another one, Hedge Hollow. I haven't been there. They ran a NASA event.
They sure did this year.
And maybe a BMW club, but I know
they
that was
may
a NASA.
have. They also did Tire Rack One Lap America was there. If not this year, it was last year. To some success. It looks like a great track.
People I know that ran it, so that's a wonderful track.
So the issue
Probably small and pit road wouldn't be suitable.
The facilities. There's virtually no garage area. It's just an open pad, which, you know, whatever. You don't really need that stuff here. But it was a short pit lane on the original pit lane they built. I think they've since built the second one around the other part of the course that you could probably get away with. That'd be cool. I actually pitched that to RJ when Daytona got canceled.
Okay.
It's like, hey, this place in Missouri, you know, isn't Ozarks.
I liked Ozarks. It's not very raceable.
No,
but
not at all.
It was a neat experience. I enjoyed driving it.
WRL Time Attack at Ozarks.
There's a Sonny Bono element to Ozarks, which is that last run of the day is going to freaking kill you.
Yeah.
You can't do cool down laps there, right? You can't
get out of the way.
No, I mean you can't get your brain. You know, sometimes you go do a cool down lap and you're just sort of getting a little zen and you're letting the car chill. And, yeah, I'm just going to mosey on back. You'll end up in a tree or something over there.
I've never been able to figure out the layout there. I obviously I'm a sim racer, so I've got versions of Ozarks for Assetto Corsa and stuff, and I just can't make heads or tails of it.
Well, say I don't want to brag too much, but as a bragger, I will brag. Corey and Brian went out, took a Miata about 2 weeks or so before the event and ran it. And Brian was concerned, this is going to be really, really tough. And I have not a photographic memory, but it's pretty good. And he took me for one lap, and that was it. That's all I needed. Narrated this whole second lap. I just narrated where we're going, what's the turn in, where's your speed, where's your braking point. So for me, I enjoyed that track.
No.
And I knew it the minute I drove it.
Well, you're one of not too many. Jump it up there real quick. All right.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, you're one of not too many, unfortunately. I think for sports cars, it's even endurance racing is even tougher, unfortunately.
Yep.
SRO kind of bailed and decided to go to NOLA instead, which is like the worst possible solution.
I
but
would be
they took
happy
it.
not going back to NOLA.
Yeah.
I didn't care for it.
So I went back to the SCCA Super Tour and went this year. They ditched COTA and went to NOLA, but it was too expensive. The racing was actually really good. I know it chews tires up here, and it's a flat, not uninteresting layout, desperately uninteresting layout, and I do not like New Orleans.
No, that's my problem. Is the city.
Yeah.
I don't want to be there.
Yeah. So, well, we'll see what happens. But
A couple weeks, maybe. Have a schedule.
I think that's the goal. Yeah.
That would be nice.
Yeah. And I'd like to, like I said, I'd like to see a little push out to the west, and I think if we can convince Mr. Penske to support amateur racing, that they just did an Indy Autonomous Challenge where they.
I saw that.
Yeah, Greg Creamer was on the call for that. If Mr. Penske will support all of that, surely he'd support some WRL action. 24 hours at Indy. Get Roger on the line and see what he says.
I'll give him a call.
All right.
We're tight. Hey, good to see you.
Steve, thanks for stopping by. Good luck the rest of the way. And, you got to chase down the 44.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
Yeah. Get after it, man. Good luck.
See ya.
Sun's going down. Take care. Yeah, sun's going down. Intensity is just all of a sudden heating up.
Yeah, in a couple classes here, because we had the 777 having a long pit stop there. It's promoted PC Racing to second. PC Racing, probably going to be due in 15 minutes or so, because they are running shorter stints.
It's also reported as heavy drop, which I assume is fluid. Would have to be.
I wonder if that was that just after their pit stop, maybe? And so maybe it was just splash.
So that was reported at 6:36. The pit stop was at 6:30. Yeah, 6:32. So I guess it would be. Let me try these pistachios here real quick.
Interesting to know, in GTO a couple laps ago, Round 3 Racing has taken second in class, running very consistent times around the 2-minute flat, 2:01s or so. Just lap after lap after lap this past stint here, getting past the GTR out on track, which is unfortunately getting at about lap 245 or so, just started really falling off the pace. It started the stint, doing 2:01s, but unfortunately it's just started to climb up and up. I wonder if that's tire fall off or something.
I think it has to be. And I'm not necessarily going to suggest that they're running out of tires, but I do wonder if they're in a position where they know they have to conserve them.
Yeah.
Either they're at the end of a life or they know they have to conserve them to the end.
It's like, okay, we need this tire to last until this time before we can put on this set or something like that.
So obviously we've spent how many hours doing interviews now? It genuinely feels like 8.
This is the difference between me and Brendan, whereas I have a background in journalism, and that's, fine. And I'm like, sounds great. Let's keep doing it.
No, it's not that I don't know. You misunderstand the point, which I haven't made yet, which is that we haven't paid a lot of attention to the race. Other than, relevant to the teams we're talking to, right? Whoever that happens to be. And so I haven't noticed that NFC has built up a 3-lap margin over number 7. That's while Randy Pobst has been in here.
Right. That's true.
So
That's
it's
true.
Lanny Toops and Bill Kane that are out there building up literally crushing it. 3 laps.
We'll keep
While
in mind,
Randy Pobst has been up here. It's amazing.
they did have back-to-back stints where they're consistently running well underneath the 2-minute mark.
I know. Yeah.
So they've been doing quite well.
These pistachios are something.
There's something.
Yeah, wonderful brand chili roasted pistachios.
See,
No
I'm
shells.
still pretty partial to the chocolate coated almonds.
Are those just the dark chocolate?
Yeah, where it's
Like
like the
dusting?
bitter, like powdery and not shiny.
Yeah. Those are pretty good.
Yeah, I like those. The Diamond Company, of course, proud Northern California sponsor of the Sacramento Kings, as well as the Stockton Kings.
Is that their G League team?
Yes.
Stockton's best basketball team by some margin. No.
They play Gonzaga every year.
Pacific?
Yeah.
They're ranking in at Ken Palm, which is like the statistic forward-looking based ranking last year. I think they ended the season like 360 or 358 to 362 or something.
Yeah. They had a listing for a assistant coach, and the pay was $36,000.
Was that more or less than your application for being an announcer?
It was close.
You're right.
It was pretty close.
I mean, that's got to be a graduate assistant type position, surely.
I guess, but like
where you're taking classes, they're comping your tuition, and you're getting paid basically a $36K stipend.
All those positions specifically said that they were a contract position and therefore not eligible for any of the benefits, like getting your tuition comped.
Who is going to take that job?
Great question. And the answer is probably some high school coach that's bored and retired-ish,
I'm getting out and I'm moving to Stockton.
No, I mean like a local high school coach,
sure.
not like a I absolutely agree. It's no wonder that their basketball team isn't good when they're not actually paying for a reasonable coach.
Sure.
And in the words of
all right.
What was that?
I want to see how the OU game was going.
Oh, okay.
14-3. It's good. Happy with that. Alabama is screwing around with South Florida again.
Stanford for the first half was playing down to Cal Poly's level, which was fun to watch. Obviously, now they're not. But
Nebraska is Colorado.
Yeah, they were smoking them. It was like 14-0 in the first quarter when I last looked.
21-0 at the 2-minute halftime.
Yes.
You'll love to see it.
Well, in the words of not on this shot. Wait for a different shot here. There's some dust.
Oh, yeah. Quite a bit of dust.
Let's see. Is that heading into 9?
Yeah, it's out of 9. Yeah.
So that might have been the 64.
Is that the car that's got no front arrow?
No, I think that's the 66 without the front arrow.
I'm all out at sea with... Wait, what?
So the 66 is the GP2 car, the one that had the impact into the terminal wall. That's the one
66. Yeah.
Yeah, the front arrow is the 80.
Just one more note. The Clemson App State score is 35-0 Clemson, which, okay, yeah, that you'll have that sometimes in a power versus group of 5 game. It's the end of the first quarter.
Let's go.
I have no idea what happened. No go Clemson. We won't support that here.
All right. I will support a 120-0 score.
Robert Apple does say, "Let's go Nebraska," which again supportive. Not a fan, but supportive.
I agree.
Especially after my last 3 days in Lincoln.
Indeed.
It was nice.
It's a good time.
I might
I'm
be
happy for you.
I might be a Creighton fan now.
Creighton fan.
My time in Omaha. I like Creighton. Blue Jays. They're all right.
Whatever, man.
Are they Jesuit? I think they're Jesuit.
I think so. Still waiting for
the
this
Boston
Boise State.
College of Omaha.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it for sure. St. Thomas lost, I think.
Oh yeah, the Tommies.
People in Minneapolis like St. Thomas is like an Ivy League school.
Well, they're in FCS now, right? They moved up from D3 to D1. Yeah.
Yep.
They were disinvited from D3.
Yes.
They were smoking.
The same way that St. Cloud State was disinvited from D2, but instead it was because they had no money.
So they were relegated to D3 for everything.
They were relegated to not existing. They were relegated to maybe you should just do hockey.
Right. Fair. Yeah, very normal system of sports organization there, obviously.
Yes.
Very normal, very healthy, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Especially when the Big Ten decides they're going to do their own hockey, and most of the
With
teams are
blackjack.
bad.
I got that reference.
Thank you.
I
You know
got
what
my
we
brother
should-
that shirt.
Nice. You know what we should do here?
An ad.
We should hit him with an ad.
Hit him with it.
Yeah, 3 hours to go. DriversEye Live, the World Racing League at High Plains Raceway. We are 10 hours in and 10 hours closer to knowing our Mid-West champions to be crowned at the end of the evening. We will be back on the other side of this fine commercial break.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah. Road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
We're back at High Plains Raceway.
Back here at High Plains Raceway, in the words of Korak, the lights have taken full effect. Here.
Partial effect. It's lighter than it looks, I think, which is the opposite effect that cameras normally have.
Gotcha. That's why I assumed it was much darker, because the lights are so bright.
Let me put it to you this way: in my rental car that doesn't have automatic headlights, I would not yet have turned the headlights on because I couldn't tell the difference.
Got it.
RJ did have intrigue as to what cars were going to look like out in the pitch black on our cameras with, no ambient lighting.
Yeah.
I think will be interesting.
I think the answer is the Apple stuff is going to do a lot of apologizing for the dark, and it'll look okay.
Well, what I think it does is it opens everything way up, tries to take in as much light as it can, and then drops the frame rate to like 15.
Yeah.
The way this thing typically goes. So we'll see. But this will be, man, I don't know that we've ever done a night enduro
Without
even
lights.
Even Sebring had Apex lights, the floodlights they use for the 12-hour.
Right.
And I was under the impression as of like 2 weeks ago that there were going to be lights here. So I'm into this. I'd cost probably a fortune to haul them all in from Denver, but yeah, I'm into this. Old school endurance racing here.
So is Jordan.
Heck yeah.
He's loving that sunset.
It is a nice sky.
Yeah. Big sky country?
Nope. That's not this one.
It's a pretty big sky though. You gotta admit.
Speaking of big sky, how's Montana State doing?
Hope that is they
Hopefully
were
winning.
in week 0.
If they're not winning, then this is terrible news. Montana's beating North Dakota. No shock there.
Illinois is beating Kansas.
Oh wait, this isn't refreshing. I have to refresh it. It kind of sucks.
It's now 42-0 App State or Clemson over App State. This is not going well.
Montana State beating Maine 28-0. Is Maine a real school? Like, are they like a D2?
Who, Maine? No, they're FCS.
Yeah. They're FCS? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
D1.
Apparently Montana State is just really good. So
I think a couple of years ago, like on one of the first days of college basketball, there was early season college basketball game, Maine at Hawaii, or Maine participated in one of the like Maui Invitational or Diamond Head Classic or whatever.
Sure.
Yeah. Bonkers decision making there.
There's Stony Brook beat Stonehill today. I did look into going to Stony
It's
Brook.
another terrible basketball. Stony Brook is that in Westchester County? No.
I believe so. Stony Brook had one of the easier paths to getting into med school, as I recall, which was something I seriously considered at one point.
Pit stops from the Stratus number 60 and the round 3 racing number 70. Interesting that the Stratus 59 hasn't made more progress. I would have thought it wasn't that far down the order after the spring change, but I thought we'd have seen that car back into the top 5 by now. It is ahead of the road racing car. Oh, it's up for NFC as well.
We should have a GTR in soon.
Yeah, I wonder if that GTR car is basically just in championship mode here.
Just in chilling.
After the
fire,
what appears to be a flash fire earlier on in the day during fueling there. Yeah, I wonder if they're just in cruise mode. Bring the car home, don't risk it, and certainly don't take your chances on pit stops. GP1 led by Zalis over PC Racing. This is the first time that 777 hasn't been second in class in quite some time. The margin is a minute 52.9, and the PC Racing car is the fastest car in the production classes at the moment. Giving up time, that Big Mishar is going to end up off the lead lap here. I'm sorry, off of the PC Racing lap. 4 or 5 minutes behind the Zalis car as things stand. Palomar puts in their personal best of the race, a 2:07.9 on lap 219. Nice recovery for Palomar as well. Saw that car in the garage earlier. Obviously has lost quite a bit of time. But they've kept after it. You know, I wanted to ask Mike Gorman when he was here. Didn't get the answer. What's going on with that TC Klein lime green 240?
So he talked about it when I interviewed him. And the thing that we came to was that, like, nobody's going to tell him what to do. Like, that was the color that he liked, so it's like, whatever. He's not... It was like, it's fine.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair, I guess.
And he had it painted, too. That was the other thing, is Mike Gorman wraps the cars. I know for certain that car is painted. That TC Klein car.
Interesting. Also didn't ask Mike about his YouTube channel. Yeah.
Well, then JT wanted to ask him about GP3, GP2 merger.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? You want to ask all these kinds of questions. And had we had Mike one-on-one, I think we probably would have.
Sure.
But everybody's in slightly punchy mode at the moment, I think. Not
I think
in like
so
not in a short way, just in like okay, we've all been at this for a little while, you know? We're stretch our legs a little bit, go have some fun, and it so happened that they were all here at the same time, and Randy walked in, and it's the first time I met Randy Pobst.
Excellent.
I was just interested because you have Brad, who's been running the 701 and the 605 program as well, and then Mike has a lot of cars in the general production.
Yeah.
So I figured both of those guys would have a pretty good idea of the conversation as we laid out, and would probably have a bit more information to provide to us.
Jack Russell Mom 80 says Stratus 59 was 3 laps down from P6 when the current driver got in, now only 32 seconds back. Yeah, so that's kind of what I mean, right? The progress is there, it just hasn't been in the order. We all know they've been going quickly, and most of this time has come out on track, right?
Yep.
These are cars that are pitting. Is it? Yeah, it must be, right? It's 59 driver. Yeah. So it's we know the car has pace. It's just taken so long to climb up the order position-wise, even though the pace improvement has been there. At some point, I think I can go ahead and reset those cameras that were facing into the sun.
53.9 for the 60.
That's a great lap. Who was it we had in here earlier that said the track was slowing down quite a bit in the heat of the day? remember who that was. So many interviews ago. Anyway, it was kind of one of those, like, well, yeah, this always happens at WRL races, but it's coming back now. Track has a lot more rubber on it. We've been at this for a little while. This Palomar car runs wide down there at bottom of To Hell on a Bobsled.
Brendan,
Got
I have a
shorter name for this quarter.
Indeed.
Lake Placid, Park City, Whistler.
Whistler. I have an update, Brendan.
On?
Beverage.
Terrible?
Gator wine is aggressively okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
It would be helpful if I had used, I think, regular Gatorade. It probably would be better. But
what is
I use
regular Gatorade?
as opposed to Gatorade Zero.
Oh, I can't drink anything other than Zero. The regular stuff.
Oh
is
no,
way too
I
sweet for
agree,
me.
but I think in this particular beverage, as
Undrinkable.
intended, you need
Yeah.
the sugar there. But yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I had a Body Armor the other day.
Ooh,
You know they
Those
have
are-
a fruit punch and a tropical punch?
yes, I can't drink either. I have to have strawberry banana if I have one, which is not often.
Yeah. Not big on strawberry banana flavored liquid beverages.
I agree.
Like
but
a yogurt based drink is fine. Outside of that, man, I don't know.
it doesn't taste like fake banana, and that's my primary dislike is fake banana.
What tastes like fake banana? Give me an example of fake banana.
Banana syrup on anything tastes like
I've
fake.
never
banana.
had banana syrup.
Laffy Taffy.
Laffy Taffy. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, but I hate Laffy Taffy.
Sure, but like
There.
the banana flavor of the Laffy Taffy, that's what fake banana tastes like.
Yeah.
And fake banana is bad. But the Body Armor strawberry banana tastes like actual bananas.
All right, that's fair. All right, well, we've covered the beverage thing.
Yep, that we have.
I've been, so I obviously hydrated aggressively for the last couple of days because I did not have opportunities in air conditioning at all.
Sure.
Worked outside the entire time I was in Lincoln and had, went through a case of water over the 3 days while I was there. Came here and was like, oh, I'm only here for 2 days. I'll just buy a couple of liter bottles at the gas station to get through yesterday. And then figured today I would really need the water. And I've only gone through 3 liters. Which is down on my typical intake, which is, a little worrisome. And not even, because I think I had half a liter while I was at the hotel last night, so.
Something I've noticed
Tough,
is that you appear to bring many, many more snacks on your broadcasts than I do.
I've cut that down a lot. The problem is you can only, it's hard to buy a small amount of snacks, right? Because you go to a grocery store, the thought is, well, you're going to buy it for your house.
Right.
You go
Yeah,
to
see,
Target
the thing is, I don't bring snacks.
at all.
At all. I'll get water, maybe, but I know that I'm probably going to eat food from the track, and
But
that's just
the
all I'll
problem.
eat.
Is
That's
I
just all
don't
I'll eat.
I don't usually eat food from the track
Got it.
because I'm just you ever just lock in?
I mean, sometimes, and sometimes it never comes. And it's like whatever, that's fine.
If I'm brought food or provided food, it's fine, and obviously I appreciate it. But I ate at Road Atlanta. Obviously,
Sure.
we had the break on Sunday. It was no problem. The shack is right up behind there. Paddock Grill is right up behind where we were stationed. Here, there's a food truck that's under the overhang here. It's been there all day, been open all day, and I just haven't gotten over there because I've been doing the interview thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I usually do it when I go to reset cameras.
So I've just had a little beef jerky, a Nutella bar thing, and then the chili roasted pistachios.
Wow.
Really not that hungry.
I've had a calzone.
I had some currywurst last night. Big fan. Not theirs. The one I had was just okay, but I love currywurst in general. Shouts to currywurst.
I'm out.
Currywurst.
I'm good on the bockwurst, but that's about it.
All right. So you want a German food recipe? You want me to hit you with some knowledge? Big on German food?
No, not particularly.
Well, well, that's a problem then. All right.
The only German food I've ever seeked out is the time that you and Joseph took me to the German place in Columbus.
Oh, yeah. I remember that now. That place is all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked it. Not a lot of German food in Stockton.
No. Or on the West Coast in general.
Yeah, I was going to say, the immigrant situation is different west to east.
Yes.
You know, that footprint of food styles, recipes, family traditions, etc., varies greatly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I go looking for the Polish food and the German food. Not likely to find it out there. Not likely to ever find Balkan food, Croatian food.
No.
That's a tough one.
You'll occasionally find an Eastern European quote-unquote deli, which is allegedly either Ukrainian or Polish, like baked goods. Like,
listen,
you'll run into that every now and then.
I when we were in Charlotte, I was in Charlotte, found a Bosnian restaurant on Friday night. Fantastic.
You could have talked to Bozy about what to order. Why did we not pay Bozy to be at Charlotte?
He does
live in Charlotte.
Interesting. I don't know. I'm just, Stratus 59 is back in the pit lane.
Yeah.
It is scheduled.
I saw they were paying attention to the left front. I don't know if that was tire change or just checking brakes. Yeah. But either way, quick stop for them. Back out.
Long stop from long lap from GTR 99. Oh no, this is consistent.
So it's not. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's a 208. Yeah.
But they're getting close to their pit in point.
That is true. Oh, I appear to have closed the Stanford game.
Yeah, for the best.
Yeah, probably.
Is it though?
Yes, because nothing entertaining was going to happen.
Yeah, sure. I'm not convinced Jackson Arnold's the guy at Oklahoma.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, just not sure.
I had an interesting thing pointed out to me the other day, which was that Stanford can't compete in the transfer portal because nobody, once they're actually in college, has good enough grades that's a football player to get into Stanford.
Stanford, yeah, that's fair.
Consequently, I think the flip side is, if you're a marginal player that might get playing time somewhere else, if you've been there for a year or two, you probably don't want to give up your Stanford education. So it kind of locks itself in from both sides, which is nice.
I wonder if our boy Chris Pies has gotten into the number 70. Last lap of 57.6.
Sure.
We gave him some new shoes to the end. Look, he's probably not going to catch the 123.
Probably
I see that happening. Yeah, but
in fact,
sure,
I bet I can
probably catch the 99 in about 3 laps.
I bet I can give you an actual percentage chance that occurs.
Oh. 6 tops.
Oh, let's see here. Still loading. How much would we have to pay Nate Silver to do a projection software for WRL?
I don't know who that is.
Nate Silver's the guy that used to do 538, who was laid off at ESPN when ESPN laid off everybody. But he did the whole election tracker predictions thing that was like ABC's like big thing. That was his.
Okay.
He's a data journalist. There is a 5.8% chance that the 70 catches the 123.
That's not
telling
a big
me
number.
There's a chance.
Yeah, that's not a very big number.
Well, Brendan's nailing the numbers today because Brendan said 6%.
I did.
And this is 5.88.
Look, between that and my SCCA lap record at High Plains estimate, yeah, I'm pretty pleased. Today almost couldn't have gone better. Boy. Another 53.7 from the Stratus number 60.
Does appear to be a straight fight between the 61 and the 99, though.
For what?
Second and third.
That can't be correct.
Well, I'm sorry, third and fourth. Well, yeah, yeah.
It would have to be third and fourth. Yeah.
Right. It's basically
GTR
it's
99 is in, by the way.
It's saying that if the 70 throws away second, both of them have an equal chance to get second, as well as an equal chance to get third and an equal chance to get fourth.
If the 70, right? But that's saying that if the 70 doesn't throw away second, then it's a fight for third, not second.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
okay. Yeah.
So it's a fight for third. Yeah,
right.
So the Dexter car has been pretty quiet.
If you look at its laps throughout the entire day, it's been incredibly consistent.
And what did I say at the beginning of the show?
Because
of the that's probably
yellows
fair.
for yellows.
I said that, you know, given the likely lack of safety cars and given the relatively low traffic density here, you're not necessarily going to be reliant on skill in traffic or, you know, random occurrences to help pull you back into the fight. You're just going to have to do it based on consistency, and whoever can be the most consistent across their drivers is likely to, you know, come away with a really quite good finish. And we've seen all kinds of variation out of the GTR car. We've seen all kinds of variation, less so out of the 123, but to some degree a little bit there. And some of that may be tires, but also, you know, that Dexter car, if they've really just been right around that 2-minute bracket all day across all of their drivers, that'll put you on the podium.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is true. I agree. Brendan, how much does a Daytona prototype weigh?
Huh.
All right.
2950.
I was thinking in kilograms just because that's what I'm used to reading, and my guess was 1,000 kilograms. Let's see.
That is 1,300 kilos. That's probably way too much.
2275.
Yeah, okay. Those cars were dog crap.
Okay, but what's the weight limit for GTU?
2,200.
So it's too heavy for GTU. Just barely.
So 2250? You could probably find that weight somewhere. Oh wait, is that with engine? It's got to be, right?
With engine, so it looks like it weighs about 2,200 pounds, and they're saying that if you are above 4 liters, it needs to be 2275, and if you're below 4 liters, you can go down to 2225.
Oh, well, just get a 4-cylinder or something, put it in the back.
Yeah,
and shave all the weight that way.
Right.
Or straight 6.
1.6 from a Miata.
That is the worst idea I've ever heard. Do you want to talk about dog crap, man? That's tough. 1.6 liter Daytona prototype. So bleak.
Awesome.
Oh my god.
Think of the advertising you could do.
Ooh. Around the outside
you want
here,
to talk
going
about
into
fuel efficiency? We're running the same size engine as an F1 car.
I don't know. What's the GTU? Like at 2,200 pounds, what's your power number? Probably like 205.
Yeah,
like
that's too low. I'm trying to think of which of these engines. What can you get
205 horsepower out of?
Reliably? Oh, you know what you can get 205 horsepower of? The 2.9 liter Porsche engine that Brad's got.
244 horsepower.
Perfect. That motor that's in Brad's Cayman will be perfect, and it fits because they put that 4-liter Porsche in the Riley's.
But it just blew up on the dyno.
No, the big motor, the 3.4 blew up.
Yeah.
The 2.9 did not.
Oh. I don't know if I... maybe.
Otherwise, let's see. What other engines were mounted? I think a lot of these you could get there, but you'd be on the flat 4, or you'd be on the flat power curve penalty.
Probably don't want that.
I think it's the Porsche engine. I really do. I think it's the
and
Boxer.
That's a 6-cylinder?
The 6-cylinder. It's the same bolt pattern and stuff as the big motors. It's just less displacement. And that car ran with that motor for Brumos. So that would work.
It was probably the best that car looked. Or any of the Daytona prototypes looked and sounded anyway. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
You can do it. It's doable.
But, I mean, what did that Riley car weigh? That Riley Brumos?
Between 2,200 and 2,500 pounds by rule. Technically, they're saying it was They're saying that car was a 3.99 because it's a 4-liter.
Of course, yeah.
Which would mean that it could weigh as little as, what did I say?
2225.
2225.
But the problem is you got to get it down to 200, and part of that weight savings is going to have to come from having a smaller engine. So if 2225 was the lowest they could get it with a 6-cylinder, you'd almost have to find a 4-cylinder.
I mean, or they were running ballast anyway? Question mark.
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, those cars were beefy. They were meant to be
hit
pretty strong for a tube frame. But I don't know like what else you run.
Right.
I think maybe we can find somebody here to help us solve the problem.
Is somebody about to walk in? No.
No, it just did.
Oh, who?
Scott Mann.
Oh.
Right.
Updates from Blaze Racing. We're find the right microphone here. Is this the right microphone?
Testing.
Oh man.
Testing.
Yeah.
1, 2. Testies. I have 2. Wait a second. Am I allowed to say that?
You're a professional.
Okay, got it.
Hey, that's your call. Can't be any worse than Mike Corbin.
Mike Corbin, you had him on the air?
Mike Gorman, Open Throttle Racing. Yeah, got a little creative.
That's okay. Word salad, right?
Yeah, well, it was certainly that. We need you to help us solve the problem.
Okay, please.
2,200-pound race car.
Copy.
We need 9-to-1 for GTU.
Okay.
A 6-cylinder makes the car too heavy, so we got to find a 4-cylinder you can get like 240 horsepower out of.
Well, that's kind of easy.
What do you think?
You K-swap it.
All right.
Is it going to last at 200 horsepower for endurance?
Oh gosh,
240.
Yeah.
At
Absolutely.
240?
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So that's it. K-swap Gen 1 Daytona prototype. Thank you.
I would.
New GTU entrant.
Yeah, so seriously, that's what I would do.
Why are we skipping the Hayabusa?
Right. Let's think about this for a second. 1,000 cc's. Actually, it'd be a lot of fun. It would never last, but you'd have to change engines every night.
Yeah.
But
well, that's AK Radicals.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
That's exactly what it is.
Well, the problem is, so, did you guys ever do Thunderhill 25-hour?
It's on my bucket list, but no.
Well,
not anymore.
Hey, take it off the bucket list because it's not coming back. Well,
what happened? Really?
Just yeah, they couldn't sustain the injuries.
Really?
Yeah, nobody wanted to go to Northern California in December anymore. Go figure.
It's cold.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Wet.
okay.
So anyway, that was kind of where we
sucked.
Yeah. So we got started at Thunderhill. That was kind of our initial opportunity to get endurance racing. And people would just do some crazy stuff. One of these cars was a Radical. They put a Hayabusa engine in the back of, but it wouldn't last more than 7 hours. And it was actually pretty on the dot. You'd get to 7 hours and all of a sudden the car was... But they knew it was coming, right? Because it's the most they ever got out of it. So 7 hours would come, engine would fail, they'd get it towed back, pull the engine, swap it in like 35 minutes, send it back, and that was just their strategy. Build it in. But we can move on from that now that we have our K-swap Gen 1 Daytona prototype ready to go.
There you go.
No, you do Gen 3. It's fine.
No. If we're gonna go stupid, we're gonna go stupid.
I think I have to, only because I've done so much racing. I think we had the K-swap Lotus, Dana Blackhurst, and his team that I used to drive for years ago, the Chandler School. At Road Atlanta, I drove that orange POS of his. I love Dana. Dana's actually a really close friend of mine. He and Jan Blackhurst.
Yeah.
Jan Jones Blackhurst, former mayor of Las Vegas, and AKA Fletcher Jones Mercedes-Benz.
Also,
wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
For a while, president of the Gambling Commission?
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
This is not to name drop, but they are actually some of the sweetest people on the planet.
We've had a lot of interaction with, more of almost exclusively with Dana, actually.
Well, and Dana reminds me of the mad scientist from Back to the Future.
What's the way to put it?
Yeah, he's crazy, But in a nutshell, we had a K-swapped Lotus, so we took the low-tie motor out of there, and we did that, and it was 300 and something horsepower.
Oh,
I mean, it was set up the chassis, which I actually know who it is, but that will remain completely. Let's just put it this way, Caneo, if you know anything about Spanish.
I don't.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
The actual setup on the car was terrible, and it just would not turn. So we'd get in a straightaway, and we would just literally annihilate the field, and then we'd get down to like a braking zone and start to turn the thing, and it was like a reverse time warp. It was crazy. So
Did that cart, the Lotus, rank WRL?
yeah, I think I'm almost positive we ran with you guys.
I'm not saying it didn't. I just can't remember.
About 2-3 years ago, something like that. I don't remember.
Okay, so they had the ex-Trans Am car for a while, or whatever.
Yeah.
Trans Am chassis with a stock car body, and then they had the ex-stock car.
And then
they
you
had an M2 for a while.
Yeah, the M2 I think is gone.
Okay.
They had the Petty, what is it, Wells Fargo livery.
45. Yeah, Kyle Petty car.
And then now they have something else. Dana throws me emails like every 5 minutes and says, "Hey, look at the new thing. Come drive it. Come drive it." Always trying to get me to hot shoe it. And so
I got you.
it's fun to go hang with his operation. His kids are incredible. And ironically, a little sidebar, the Chandler School is primarily built around dyslexia.
Yep.
I'm dyslexic.
Oh, wow.
And so I was a broadcaster for 30 years for anybody that has followed that. KNX 1070 News Radio for anybody from California was privy to a little bit of my work when I worked for CBS Radio News. But one of the things that I couldn't do is read copy live on the air very well at all. And I got fired from a couple different jobs because of it. And so bottom line is dyslexia was something that was undiagnosed until shortly before I met Dana. And then having the opportunity to be able to teach at a school and be a part of his program was a gift. A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I would fly
Very
out
cool.
there for a week and, work with him and work with the kids and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so, and I would they also, because of the emceeing, they also brought me in for a lot of their auction stuff.
Okay.
And so it was a lot of fun. Anyway, enough about Blackhurst and Chandler School and everything that's going on.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're seeing that we're being passed by one of the Stratus. We're Blaze Racing. That's the yellow striped blue and black car that just exited your video on the right-hand side. And we've had quite the interesting year with WRL. If you were a little bit earlier listening to the broadcast, you heard the story, but in a nutshell, we've been taken out of the race a few times catastrophically, and the last time was at Road America, and we left a nice long Back to the Future fire trail behind us, and now we're here. But I will tell you, we got hit today. You want to hear about that?
I do.
It was it wasn't too terribly bad. It was once again deemed not our fault.
Sure.
But I gotta say, huge props to RJ and all the officials here. I can honestly say the way that they conduct themselves in such a personal, as well as professional, as well as fair, and certainly the highest level of safety is unmatched in any other series. So I say that again. You can go race in another series and you won't find the level of professionalism that you will see and hear and be a part of at this series. Sure, racing is inherently dangerous, but the way that they've got the eyes and ears and the way that they write the rules, the way that they continue to communicate and how they inform everybody, the way that they check things, all that sort of stuff is second to none.
Yeah.
So RJ, if you're listening, and to all of the rest of the staff here with WRL, we appreciate you very, very much, because after all, if we don't go home to our loved ones, that's a very bad day.
Yeah.
If we happen to go home after the first lap at, let's say, Mid-Ohio, or we didn't even make it or something like that, at least we're going home to those people that love us. And so WRL, you guys rock.
I have been on this kind of champions or championing the cause of what makes WRL truly special and truly unique, and I think the consistency in officiating and the trust that almost universal trust that exists between the competitors and Jim Davis, Steve DeBrecht, RJ Till, the folks that are consistently up in race control.
You.
I am not in race control. I just sit behind a screen and pretend to know what I'm talking about.
You're in entertainment control.
Well,
because you got to control some of the people on the mic, right? Exactly.
For sure. No, but I think that it's taken. There were some people that came into the series and said, this is the next best thing to running an SRO or IMSA, right? It's way cheaper and all these things, but the compromise is it's the no contact series. You can't just go, 10/10ths all the time and expect to not make mistakes, not hit things, especially with amateur drivers, young drivers, talent development type drivers. And those teams were in the series for a while, and then when they got called out for driving over their heads, or they took penalties, fair penalties, for contact, they decided, we don't want to do this anymore. What it left behind was a core group of teams that get it, right? They get the mission. They get what people are here to do. They get that if everybody can bring home a car in between 1 and maybe 10 pieces, that it's better than the alternative. Even if you are having to maybe change the way you approach your racing just a little bit. In the end, you're still going to have way more fun. And it's created this tremendous trust between, the folks in race control that know that the majority of drivers out here, overwhelming majority of teams and drivers out here aren't in over their heads. They're not in racing over their heads. Mistakes are genuine, and they respond well to coaching.
True. Very much so.
And it creates, I think, a really special sort of core group of teams and participants that do this because they love it, not because they're out trying to prove something.
I would agree, and I'd even take it one step further. Some series bring bad attitudes. This series doesn't reward, cultivate, or even tolerate bad attitudes.
Yeah.
It seems like it's self-policing, and the reason why I say that is because as you walk through the pits and you go to borrow a tool or something like that, all of a sudden you're shaking hands and meeting people and eating some French fries or something like that. It's just not that snooty, nose in the air pretentiousness that you get in other series. And so the other consistency, and you had mentioned that. I mean, the bottom line is things remain how they are, and you're not trying to sit there and second guess over and over and over again. And so you have to understand that for all intents and purposes, me being a small business owner, I look at this whole entire series and say it's too much of a freaking headache. I mean,
RJ might agree.
Yeah, right, exactly. RJ. I mean, just dealing with the Type A personalities. I mean, nobody here's a dumb idiot, that's for sure. A lot of these people here have more money than sense, that's for sure. And then you just for a minute you think about how much they've got invested in showing up on the weekend. If there's something that's not out of place or something happens, for instance, like another series that had a timing loop problem a while back at a racetrack where they could not do timing without literally taping something across the start-finish line. It was a few years ago, and building their own loop because for whatever reason the impedance of the loop that was in the track that everybody else is using didn't work with their timing and scoring setup. It was crazy. And so then what they would have to do is they would have to retape it after every, I don't know, hour or so or something like that in order to keep it going. What is the lack of professionalism there that makes anybody want to return back to a series like that? No, I'm not going to name drop or anything like that, but you just don't have the dumb mistakes with WRL. You just don't. Something else, I did have a conversation with RJ just recently, and I love the fact that he has an attitude, a good one, is like this. I'll take, for instance, at Mid-Ohio, it was snowing, raining, icing, snowing, raining. I said that before. It was crazy. A few people came to him and said, we don't feel safe. And he said, we deem of driving on this racetrack is safe, but if you choose not to drive on this racetrack, or for that matter, race, it is your choice. We understand. And it wasn't like this, oh, you idiot, just get out there. It'll be fine. Any of that. There was no attitude. It was like they really cared enough to say, we think it's okay, but on the flip side, you don't need to go out there. We're not going to push you. So, again, enough of the, how should we say, tushy kissing of WRL. I just watched our car go by. It looks really good. Yeah, we're in GP1.
Yeah.
We are in fourth currently, right? I don't have my reading glasses on.
Fifth.
Oh, but fifth, yes.
Fifth. Okay.
Zealous,
You guys did
PC,
just
777, open throttle place. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Blaze Racing, Blaze Racing. Yeah, that's for those people that have not checked out our Facebook or followed us. Please do so. We have quite the colorful little team. Extreme tight camaraderie. I am the team principal. I will be 60 next year, so I am the old guy, and I have two 18-year-olds that are on my team.
Yeah.
The other two drivers, 40-plus years my junior. And so between the three of us, you can't even tell who's driving. That's how tight our lap times are. You could pretty much set a watch. And so we're very, very pleased about that. But back to when we got hit. So going up, I call it the tabletop. What is I got to turn around and look at the map behind me. Only because of the fact we race at so many tracks, I get them all mixed up. Okay, what is that? And now I can't read it.
Niagara?
What is that? 7-8. So in turn 8, the left hand.
The hairpin?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. Coming up into there, obviously it's a wide entry with the late apex, and so my wide entry invited someone to dive bomb down inside of me. They tagged the inside of me. It didn't spin us around, but did some substantial damage to their car.
Oh.
And we just got a big giant door ding. So our Sherman tank of an E36 M3 sustained a nice little hit, and we continued on, and there was really no issue. Again, back to WRL. This is how they handled it. They said, we need your card. Pull it out of your camera. They pulled the other camera card out. We were still hot in the middle of the stint. And so we went to them and said, hey, is there any chance you could take a look at the other card? And if there's any doubt, we will pull our card. But it is difficult because we have a stupid camera. But if there is a way that we don't have to pull it out of our camera, because we'd have to put in another one and format it, which takes a minute at least, we would like to continue to stay in the hunt. And so they turned around, and after watching the other video, it certainly wasn't our fault. It was the other team's fault. The other team admitted it, apologized a million times over again. And so they contacted me on the radio and said, because I was the one that actually sustained the hit, and they said, you know what, no need to pull the card. Everything has already been resolved. How many racing series do that?
Yeah. Common sense. Crazy, right?
I dig it.
Yeah. I mean, it's rare that stuff like this happens. Rarer that stuff like this happens in WRL. Mistakes do happen.
Yeah.
Certainly lunges up the inside shouldn't, but when it does happen, that common sense prevails.
Yep.
Realize that.
Dig it.
Yep. Let's not compromise two people's race here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Agreed. So target, do you guys have a target now that we're coming up to the 2 hour to go mark? You're in the hunt here for a top 5. Behind.
We would actually like to potentially podium, of course. So our goal is this. We know that the teams that are way up front, there's probably going to have to be oops, someone got a little sideways there or something, a big dust storm. Anyway, we would like to end up podium, and it just seems like the last hour or so there's quite a bit of attrition, especially at the front, and a lot of people are running really, really thin on brake pads, and the Continentals, albeit they probably still have about 7 inches worth of rubber left on them, they're dead as a doornail as far as being cycled out, things like that. But typically about now is when we are in the top 5, and by the end of the day, we're in the top 3.
Okay.
And so that's where we'd like to be.
Maybe need a little help for that 5 laps from 4th place up to 3rd place.
I know.
But it doesn't take a lot.
No.
It's 10 minutes. With some kind of problem or
exactly.
Yeah.
And Zach's in the car right now. He's we're within that 3 hour window, so he can double stint and stay within the driver's parameters of the 3 hours. And he just got in the car. That's when I boogied on up here, knowing that we could do the dinner time recap. That's for sure. So
I think you guys have been pretty consistently in the 208 to 210 range over the last stint. Started in the 207s, and then it kind of went out, I think, as the tire life went away. Now in 209s, 210s still, but it's quicker than the 64 ahead of you, so it's definitely on.
We're backing out of the speeds a little bit. What we did is we decided to do an abbreviated brake swap. We did the fronts only and not the rears. And the rears are not necessarily too terribly shy, but we don't want to get down to the point in which we're metal on metal on the rears.
Yeah.
And we did put on our second set of Contis at a stop. Let's see, 1 stop ago, 2 stops ago now. And so by the time we get towards the end, if we do need to push for position, we want to make sure that we still have a little bit of tire life. And so, as you can see by our unfortunate distance lap-wise, you know, we're probably not going to need to, but why not? You know,
that's not that unfortunate. 11 laps after 10, almost 11 hours. That's, I mean, the crazy thing about today is everybody's been so consistent.
True.
Right? I don't know if everybody came in with some sense and said, hey, this is a 13-hour race. Maybe we should race like it. But it certainly seems like that's been the case. And so even if you're, you know, a second off, the guy ahead of you, guy or girl ahead of you is a second quicker every lap for 280-something laps, right?
Yeah.
Eventually that's going to add up. Or maybe quicker pit stops or something like that. But a top 5, especially in GT1, deepest field of the weekend is good stuff.
Yeah.
And that is where you guys land.
We wanted, because this is a double points paying race, we wanted very, very much knowing, and, you know, considering how under horsepowered we are and you know, just a lot of variables that we've gone through this season and stuff like that, I would be very, very happy with the top 5. So, but of course, everybody wants to do better. So I'm going to drink the stinking milk, dude.
You guys are going to run all 3 races the rest of the year? Watkins Glen, Sebring, Coda?
If we're invited to Coda, that's going to be based upon points.
Okay.
And because we've had such horrible attrition, again, not by our fault.
Gotcha.
We're not too sure if that's because it is invitation only. There's the schedule. Wow, your production values are just incredible.
All Jordan, man.
Yeah, he's awesome. No, but we are going to definitely do the Glen. We are going to do Sebring.
Okay.
2 of my most favorite tracks that I've ever raced at before. And Coda, we'll see. I'm not a huge fan of Coda as a racetrack, but I am a huge fan of Coda being a great spectator and competition ground.
Yeah.
In other words, yes, it should be where you guys finish the season.
Of course.
But per
That's a
our
pure racing
car,
track.
because it's a horsepower track, an extreme horsepower track, it's like, we're going to suck.
Talk to this guy back here about racing low horsepower cars in Coda.
He's waving at the
That's
background.
where old Chris Pye's made a name for himself. Total Janetta.
Oh, seriously?
40 horsepower. 40 horsepower down on the
Yeah, rolling downhill.
That was awesome. He was disqualified afterwards, but that wasn't his fault.
Something tells me he's going to be wearing these cans here in a minute. I'm going to throw him on the air.
No, Chris has done some good stuff. He's up in the 70 this week. Porsche Cup 991. Yeah, with the Trimtex guys. Yeah, good stuff.
Trimtex, right?
Trimtex.
Oh, Trim. Okay, got it.
Yeah, along for the ride. But yeah, hopefully we'll see you at Watkins Glen. I think we're going to be across the track from the paddock, so maybe a bit of a stretch to get folks over to the broadcast side. But if you find yourself with some extra time there at Sebring, definitely come catch up.
We can do something kind of fun up there. I can only because you've got your production guys in the background that are listening to this conversation. If you want to, if I get a full course yellow and I'm in the car, I have a way that we can actually pipe.
If you've got the tech, we'll do it.
I've got all the cables, all the tech, and everything like that. That's, and I would love to, because it'd be really cool getting kind of a bird's eye view from the track, especially at the Glen. And we have a pretty decent repeater system, and so we should be able to get around, and make sure that it's nice and clear. So
I'll give you a card. We'll chat about that.
I dig it.
I'm
hey,
into it.
To you guys back in production, nice job. Love the graphics. Absolutely dig all the work that you guys are doing. The audio seems super clear. And to all the teams that are watching, because there's monitors all over the place that are watching and listening to this broadcast. It's really, really well done. I'm going to go over and high five RJ really quick in the split.
Nice.
Thanks, brother.
Scott, man. Thanks. Thanks, Jordan.
That's awesome.
Thank you, Scott. Thanks for stopping by, and good luck the rest of the way.
Appreciate it.
One headset comes off. Take it easy, man. One headset comes off. Come on over, man. Let's keep this going. Oh my gosh. Getting back in. No. And just like that, Scott Mann becomes Chris Pies. So you're in the 991. You made it, huh?
Yeah. How'd that
can you
happen?
believe that? I don't know. I still pinching myself.
What happened?
I mean, it was the plan for me to start driving the number 70
Oh, okay.
later this year.
Okay.
And so I'm going to be driving it at Sebring and Coda as well.
Was it the plan when you tested it at Road Atlanta? Like, was that
Yeah.
already set in stone? Okay.
Yeah, so that was kind of like, here, get behind the wheel of it.
For sure, yeah.
Because you're going to be in it for the last part of the year.
Got it.
And, what a racetrack this is.
First time here?
The first time. I was dubious when I landed and drove an hour to nowhere.
Yeah.
And then there's a racetrack.
You know what the funny thing is? Have you been to Hallett?
No.
Okay. So Hallett's like 40, 45 miles from Tulsa. It's probably not. It's probably like 58. Anyway, I have to the hell. And people are just like, yeah, okay, it's fine. Like, we love it. You know, Hallett's a great place. Here, it's 45 minutes to the nearest hotels, and people are like, man, this is so far out here. This is nothing.
Yeah.
It's really not any different.
No, it's not, but it's I mean,
Feels worse.
have you been here? You've been here before?
No.
Oh, the first time?
We have been here as an organization, but I was not involved.
I keep looking at when it was daylight, looking over the hills and waiting for, like, war drums or cowboys, riding across over the plain.
Yeah.
It's just, there's nothing out here.
So I think part of the challenge is, like, when you in Oklahoma, you've got kind of rolling hills. There's little towns, and you're across the Arkansas River, and there's a little bit more going on there. Oil derricks, stuff like that. Here, man, once you get off I-70 and you come through Byers, that's it. You don't see anything else for 25 miles or whatever it is. But it's a cool track, right?
You took me, my first stint, I thought I knew what I was doing, but I had no clue, it turns out.
As you were leading.
Well, I drove the wheels, literally drove the wheels off the car.
We thought that might be the case.
Yeah. I quartered the outside, or the left rear.
In a stint?
It was a double.
Okay.
But didn't quite make it all the way through the second. But yeah, I think it looked my lap times just plummeted. And then when I got back in this evening, or basically I got in at the hottest part of the day, and I was like, okay, I'm going to drive to a number instead of go as fast as I can. And sure enough, the tires made it.
Oh, weird, huh? Yeah. So we noticed early on, so a couple of things. First, I didn't realize Randy Pobst was here.
I didn't either
until
I was standing next to my car, and I was like, hey, that's Randy. Oh,
Yeah.
he's getting in that car.
Yeah, He was in that car at the start, too.
Yeah.
So he was like, saw the number 70 disappear off into the distance, and, he got tied up with the Supras and, a couple of the Stratus cars, I guess. And you're out there at 19, 18, 20-second lead, whatever it was. And then all of a sudden, like, the Mercedes is catching up. I was like, oh, it must have started airing. Figuring that was the way that went. And just him catching back up, not realizing, in addition to it not being Aaron and it being Randy Pobst, the track was just chewing up tires. And now, when you see your fastest lap on lap 2, that was, a second and a half clear of everybody else, you seem to be the only one that didn't get the memo.
Yeah, I didn't get it. Well, my strategy at the front was, okay, let's see if I can open up a little bit of a gap and then drive my race. And that happened. But then when I started settling down into like 56s, 57s, everybody just came back. And then Randy and with NFC just like a freight train out of nowhere just shows up, and man, that Mercedes can go deep into the brake zones. I had nothing for him. I mean, he was going about another 50 feet further than what we could do.
You had ABS at that point, though, right?
We had ABS at that point, and then maybe I have no idea why it went out, but I went for a little fun ride at the end of the big long straightaway.
Oh,
towards the end of my stint, brake at the marker that I was braking, and I'm using ABS because we had ABS. Push it, and then the car just doesn't slow down as fast as I'm expecting.
Yeah.
And went out in the dirt a little bit, and flat spot at the front's pretty good. But yeah, we've been driving most of the race without ABS. But I mean, that's what this car was designed to do.
Yeah.
Without ABS, so it's really just back up the brakes a little bit, softer, longer brake pedal, and all as well.
You guys don't run traction control either?
No.
Yeah.
So there's nothing on that car right now.
On the most abrasive track on the calendar.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something.
Yeah.
Huh. But you guys have, certainly held your own. That 123 has kind of skipped off into the distance, and I've been really impressed with the pace from Lanny and Bill. The second and third driver in that car. That it's just been crazy consistent.
Oh yeah, those guys have put in a lot of effort and a lot of resources into that program, and it shows. I mean, they're really hard to catch, and they're kind of the car that I think's got the target on their back every weekend, and it's a good place to be. Yeah, they're having success with it. So more power to them. It's great to see.
You guys have obviously done well in the 70 to get a program off the ground pretty quickly with that car.
Yeah, and that's the thing we have to constantly remember. I mean, that car has had real good success this year, but this is the first time that car has ever run in WRL, and specifically this car. And I mean, starting a new car in this program usually takes about a year before you can even start getting close to competitive, and this car was pretty much competitive out of the box.
Yeah.
So the Brad and the team at round 3 are fantastic, and kind of the Porsche experts at this point in WRL, and they got that car when it hit the ground, it gone. I mean, just awesome.
Does it feel like there's more to come out of the car, or do you think they've kind of hit on? Oh, red flag.
There's a red, yeah.
Yeah, right away. Interesting.
I wonder if it's a
deer.
deer.
It's wildlife. Yes, it's exactly what it is. Wow, well done. Did you see him out there earlier?
So I did the max track time Thursday, and sure enough, during the night practice, there was deer out on the track in the middle of the braking zone. There was some pretty amazing footage from one of the cars of them bombing into a corner, hitting the brakes, and then all of a sudden, out of the black void, deer.
Yeah.
Luckily, they were already braking before they got
Sure.
to it, but they split them between them. So yeah, that's a risk. I think we're in a place called Deer Trail.
Deer Trail, Colorado.
So,
yeah.
Deer.
That's
expected.
wild, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is interesting. Not a possibility I had really counted on or really thought about, but there really isn't so little out here. Like, most of the track is, it's out in the wilderness.
I wonder if they go chase them out, or
do
I just wait? I don't know. So I know Jordan's over in production, and by the way, bottom split's amazing. I think we can all agree on that. I think we need deer in iRacing. I think that would add a little something to
Skippy at Bathurst.
Oh yeah. Some ruse bouncing across the track. That'd be fantastic.
I'm into that. Non-collidable, of course, but just that split-second panic when you're barreling off into a corner at 140 and you see something go like this, left to right across your windshield, gone before you can even process what it was.
As race car drivers, we don't like jump scares. We like everything to be
weird.
very, very calm. And actually, I mean, although we're going very fast, everything is pretty regular and expected, and that's what we like, is the same thing over and over and over again. So deer, wildlife, or other jump scares do not vibe with us pretty good.
Yeah. Our cameras aren't a big fan of the darkness here, it appears. Struggling with the autofocus in a place where there's no lights. I was going to say it's a little bit better, but it doesn't say where the wildlife was noted in the race control log. It just says red flag, wildlife on track.
My question, Brendan, and forgive me for my East Coast ignorance. Does Papertown / Coal Town, USA, Pennsylvania have deer roaming around?
Oh yeah.
Okay, then that what are you gonna do? Are they gonna go shoot it?
No.
Okay, they scare it off, but then there's other deer.
I assume Glenn just gets out on the ATV and tries to chase it away, but
okay, it's gonna come back. What?
Maybe
we're in its home.
Yeah.
it's not,
and it's not like there's a ton of lights here to clue somebody in that you really shouldn't be here. It's just
I mean, sure, but
yeah.
How did they spot it? Is my question.
I assume it was a corner worker.
I mean, it is dark out there.
It's true. I hope that it was spotted before something happened.
We really need a Glen
And
cam.
this is not
we do need a Glen cam.
Yeah. That this is not the incident has already occurred and we have to deal with it.
One of the things about Hallett that I've been, or not Hallett, why did I say Hallett? Because you said Hallett. High Plains, that I've been really impressed with was, here's a track in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
And no running water. It's kind of on its island. Bring what you need to bring in order to survive a weekend. might as well be on the moon. But all things considered, night racing, they've got LED boards, as you can see right here. All of the apex curbings and track out curbings have white and yellow reflectors on them. All the bollards, which are the braking points, have reflectors on them.
Yep.
I was amazed last night in night practice how, I don't want to say easy, it's never easy to race at night, but how relatively quick I could be on a track that's on the surface of the moon.
Completely unlit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just, it was absolutely amazing. I've driven VIR 24 in the middle of the night, and that was much darker.
Yeah.
And frankly scarier than this place. So, I mean, good job, High Plains Raceway, for having a facility that can support night racing like this. It was the last thing I was expecting.
Did you do the Sebring 24 a couple years ago with WRL? So obviously that place doesn't have any permanent lighting outside of the, pit paddock area. The corner stations are all lit with, light towers with generators on them. And I almost wonder if they have a couple of reflectors on the side of the track there, but they tend to get used up and beat up pretty hard during the 12-hour. I almost wonder if that constant change in light from dark on the straight to light at the apex and driving into that light makes it more challenging than just being out in the dark with your headlights in a rhythm, using reflector strips or reflective bollards or whatever as your landmarks rather than trying to pick them up in the light.
Yeah, I think it could become, I mean, at least for me, I drive by just sight picture. So I'm not necessarily picking out a point of like a blade of grass or something as my turn-in point and driving point to point.
Yeah.
When I'm turning in, I'm looking and seeing that's what it looks like. That feels right. And so when it gets to nighttime at a place like Sebring that does have the floodlights on certain corners, it kind of goes the same way. That's what the floodlight, that's what that corner looks like when I'm turning in, so I know it. So in some ways, it does help, but yeah, here it's new track to me, and it's nighttime. I mean, you can't see anything in the day anyway because at most of these corners, so it's just whether there's daylight or it's black, it's the same result.
That's fair, actually,
because you can't see anything on the other side of the hill, and then at night you can't see what's going to kill you, so you just keep going faster. But it's definitely a hoot. Night racing, if anybody listening who's never done night racing, give it a shot. I know there's more and more track events or track days companies that host kind of night track days. It's so much fun, and it's also usually cooler than summer heat,
especially this time of year. Just a couple of quick notes. We're back to full course yellow. The 777, that's a third place car in GP1, was not able to get restarted. Ironically, this is kind of the conversation we're just having with Scott Mann, where they were going to be counting on, being able to catch the 64, which we'll wait and see how that shakes out given the safety car. But B, kind of needing that something to happen to one of the cars ahead. And if they can't get the 777 restarted, or it's going to have to be towed into the paddock, that 5 laps can evaporate very quickly, especially once we go back to green here, hopefully soon. Looks like maybe you can't tell, but those are tow trucks. So yeah. Being sim racers, did you get any practice on High Plains at all? Assetto Corsa?
I did.
Okay.
So yeah, there's an Assetto Corsa mod that has High Plains in it.
Yep.
And a gentleman that I know, his name is Steve Komatz. He's with the Porsche Club. Helped build that.
Oh, cool.
And I think Glenn here, the guy that's in charge of the track, or like he had a big.
I believe that,
together, but it apparently is that at the end.
Okay.
And incredibly hyper accurate.
Yeah.
And Glenn, what Steve was telling me was Glenn went out and he 3D modeled the curbings and everything, and they feel exactly like they do on in real life. But that definitely helped me get up to speed.
Sure.
Was doing some laps in Assetto Corsa with the High Plains Raceway mod. I mean, it was cut out. I mean, if that's true, then Glenn, Steve, you guys did a phenomenal job on it. It's great.
The guy's name his handle anyway is Nuke Drop.
Okay.
That's the guy who built it. Ryan and I are both Patreon supporters.
Oh.
Because he does all kinds of club tracks like that. He's got a version of High Plains and a version of Thunderhill. He might have done Pacific. I don't remember. But all kinds of random places that you would, Button Willow, other places that you would never get versions of. He's put some time into, recreating those. Heartland Park. And so when we came out and did this race in 2022, I did not, but we all, kind of wrapped our heads around it by running it a set of Corsa. And it definitely, definitely helps, especially for a track that's kind of featureless.
Yeah. Which is amazing because it's on the side of the hill. So there's so much, the track has so much character. It has so much flow to it. It's a really fun place to drive. But there's no visual markers anymore.
Have you been to Thunderhill before?
No.
Okay. So it is even more featureless than it is here. Unfortunately, a lot of the corners look very similar to each other at Thunderhill. So you, especially the first half of the lap, you kind of tend to get yourself a little bit lost. And it's just not, there's almost no reference points. You're sailing down into one of the bigger braking zones on the track, and you're just pointed up a hill at the sky, and there's 2 hills on either side of the track, and that's it. There's nothing there, You're not passing a tree over here or a fence post over here. It's just nothing. So at least here you got a little bit. You got the the painted walls in the distance, and I don't know if you pay any attention to any of that. But like you said, you're building a picture in your head. And some of that
there's one marker that I'm using when I'm out there here, and it is turn 8, the big long sweeper that goes up the hill. I think they call it High Plains Drifter.
7, yeah, High Plains Drifter.
Okay, so maybe it's 7. Way out in the distance, there is an electrical tower. Like a phone tower or cell phone tower.
Oh,
way out there. It's got to be like a mile away. But you can see it as you're coming through. And I noticed that once I got my nose past it, then I can get on throttle and track out. And I won't go into the weeds. So I was actually using, that was the only marker I could find on this place to be able to use as get my nose past that, gun it, and you're good. But yeah, there's just nothing out there. But again, such a fabulous track, and I wasn't sure how it was going to race, frankly. With all the turns, it is difficult to pass on, to say the least. But kudos to everybody that has been racing. They've really, especially cars, have really kept their head on a swivel and done a really good job to help facilitate passing.
Yeah.
Because it gets hairy on the backside, and it takes a lot of cooperation. And if somebody really doesn't want you to pass, they can make their car really wide. So it's been great.
But we kind of had that discussion a little bit earlier about we saw a car that made it too difficult tried too hard to let somebody buy in a place they didn't need to. Going down through to hell on a bobsled into turn 10.
Yeah.
They pulled way to the right and tried to let the car go on the outside and arc into the corner, but didn't slow down quite enough, so they all kind of met there at the turn-in point. It was really uncomfortable to watch, and it ended up costing them both time. And you could see as it was happening, you say, well, if you just, followed each other through the corner, don't get off your line, just run the line, and then let him scoot up the inside going into 11. You're both going to lose way less time.
Yeah.
Now that type of stuff is few and far between, and obviously you want to learn passing zones. It takes time to learn passing zones at a new track and a new venue. On the other hand, the cars that we've got here are all pretty much longtime WRL competitors. It's not like you've got too many cars that are doing this for the first time or new drivers that are doing this for the first time. So it seems to be that there's a level of trust being built there, especially in these smaller fields where everybody kind of is starting to get it, having done this for a while.
Well, and from as a perspective as one of the faster class drivers, at least I do, I have to assume the lowest common denominator when I'm coming up on track.
Sure.
Yeah. I have to assume they don't see me. I have to assume, this is their first race, first time at a place like High Plains.
Yeah.
And I can't send it on them, or I'm not going to send it on them and risk something happening. And so that, I sometimes hear frustration from slower class drivers say, I gave you plenty of room to go down the inside and take me under braking, and I was just going to tuck in behind you, but I can't assume that, because 9 times out of 10 that might happen, but that one time they turn down on you and you guys clack doors. So sometimes, and as the faster car, at least I try to demonstrate my intention before I do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if I am intending on outbraking somebody, I'll put my car next to it, I won't be right behind them and then pop out under braking and try to make a move like that. Yeah. Exactly. So I try to telegraph to the guy, hey, I'm looking, I'm coming. Be ready. And I'll flip my brights once or twice just to let them know that I intend to try to make a move.
Yeah, sure.
It doesn't always work. Sometimes we still end up making contact. I mean, I've had my share of contacts, but it's exactly that situation where I thought they saw me.
Yeah.
Left the door wide open. And I think I saw it with the previous gentleman that was talking, where they got contact in turn 8.
Yep.
Classic. They go really wide. Faster car sees this massive opening and says, "Oh, okay, I can take that. Thank you." They're getting out of my way, and then that's just their line. They diamond it and come back, and you meet. And so it's tough, but overall, I mean, what we've had. This is our second full course caution.
Correct.
And this one wasn't even for any kind of contact or anything. I think I've seen when I was driving in my 6 hours of driving today, maybe 2 stranded cars.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of green flag driving. It has kind of been a driver's dream, frankly, because we've had in WRL, we've like places like Barber or VIR where it's just yellow after yellow because car fields are large and more apt to have problems happen. But this has been really cool to see these really, really long green flag stints.
Yeah, and it's allowed. I mean, I made the point earlier in the broadcast when we kind of got things started this morning that, consistency, I think, was probably going to be the most important thing, right? And at the time, we didn't really know what the tire situation was going to be. If we did, we could have, kind of built that into it as well. But, these gaps have taken time to grow and expand. But the teams that are doing the best, particularly like down in GP1, are the teams that are, right within the same window, like 208 to 210, basically the entire day, right? Whether that's because they're taking care of tires or that's just what their drivers are capable of, it doesn't matter because they've just been that rock solid, at that rock solid pace basically all day. You guys, I'm sure it's the same thing, right in that same window.
This is a tire management, car management race. Mm-hmm. And I mean, it should be, it's 13-hour. But even more so, I don't think I've ever raced on a track where tires were such a big deal because of the abrasiveness and how this place just eats tires alive. We'll go to Road Atlanta like we just came from, or Sebring or anything like that, and nobody's really worried. A lot of the GTOs, they'll do a tire change, but they'll do one.
Yeah.
And so they had plenty of rubber to get through. It wouldn't take them all the way, so they're going to plan to change them in the middle, but there's not a concern. So it's basically run as fast as you can, and see where you end up at it. But this one is, I think or at least the top 4 GTO cars, we're switching tires, or we're changing tires every 3 hours. It felt like.
Is that really all you can get out of them?
Yeah,
in the heat of the day, certainly.
Yeah, but when we would see an FC come down or 99 GTR come down, it's like every other stop they were changing. The guns were out. I think we're on our 4th set for 70, and those guys are on their 4th, maybe even 5th sets at this point. So I've never ever seen a WRL race with that many tire changes for teams.
So we went to NOLA a couple of years ago, 2021 and 22, and there's a lot of that. There's a lot more straights there. Mm-hmm. You got the long front straightaway. Got some more higher speed sustained corners, but generally speaking, it was we can get the tires to last 4 hours, but you have to do it really intentionally. Right? You really got to be mindful about it. And here, based on what you're saying, it seems like that's not even a possibility. No matter how much you baby them, it's going to take the life out of them.
I want to know if any of the teams are running like a hand-cooked RS4, the notorious rocks that never ever wear, and if they're able, how far they could go on those, because those are the tires that never ever show anywhere on a track.
So what Brad McCall said to us earlier was that anybody that wasn't on Continentals was hurting, and that's just. Everybody else was struggling. And then Scott Mann, who was here just before you, said that there's still plenty of tread on the Continentals, but the grip goes away.
Yeah,
so there might be 50%, 40% of the tread left, but the tire does not have the same behavioral characteristics at that point as it did when it was new.
Well, at least the tire's still like when my tires that came off, I actually was hearing something. I was hearing a high speed frequency. Mm-hmm. And as faster I got, it was going faster, and I could just feel it. And I had no grip in the rear at that point. And I was like, "This feels like it's an inside Tredo green flag.
Yep.
This feels like it's a shoulder letting go. And sure enough, that's exactly what it is. The inside corded itself, and the tire was coming apart.
Oh my gosh!
And I could hear it, feel it in the back of the car.
Fascinating.
So yeah, I think we were running with Bahamas, which a lot of people are.
Yeah.
And it's just, they're great. They have tons of grip, but on the surface, they just kind of come apart.
Yeah, it sounds like you're not alone, and it's been interesting to watch that develop. It's kind of the type of storyline that, as it plays itself out over, 6 or 7 hours, you say, okay, well, this makes tomorrow a lot more interesting, right? But there is no tomorrow this weekend, right? So you're just kind of having to adapt your strategy on the fly, which places its own pressures and kind of changes the face of the race a little bit. But it's same. The opposite side of that coin is everybody's kind of in the same boat.
I like this format. I know we do it at Daytona. I think pretty much every year there's like about a 13-hour or 14-hour.
Yeah, 14 hours at Daytona.
Right.
And then I think this year Charlotte and here are the two kind of new additions.
Yeah, I would personally. I mean, not that I have a say in anything, but I, as a driver, really enjoy the super long endurances, like the 13 hours and 14 hours. Maybe not 24, because those are always. I mean, they're fun to do. I mean, they're fun and exciting, but you're just knackered at the end of it.
Yeah.
But this is kind of like the sweet spot. You get a little night driving, and and then you get your Sunday, which is nice too.
So our one of our commentators, Scott Michaels, the English guy, he is one of the world's biggest endurance racing fans. Absolutely loves it. He's fully invested, like we all are. He says 24-hour races are completely pointless. There's nothing that happens in the second half of a 24-hour race that is essential to understand, right? The important stuff, the consistent execution, the consistency on track, the lack of mistakes. Once you can prove that in 12 hours, right? You don't need to go beyond that point because you kind of already have your answers, which is fair enough, right? I get that. I do like the 24s just because they're unique, and they do represent kind of the pinnacle of endurance racing and accomplishment within endurance racing. But his point about doing 12s is fair enough.
This is something special. The sun come up from behind the race car.
Yeah,
listen, I agree.
I would disagree with Scott because exhaustion definitely plays a factor once you get into Sunday.
That's fair.
We've seen issues with reliability breaking the following day.
But is it worth
you wouldn't necessarily get during the 12-hour.
Is it worth it?
That's
is it worth it for the extra 12 hours
for every individual? I mean.
Yeah, for sure. and it changes depending on how close you are to your most recent 24. Because 4 days afterwards, 3 days afterwards, absolutely not. We're not doing this ever again. This is terrible. I'm exhausted. And then you get a couple of weeks out or a couple of months out.
That's the next one.
Yeah,
it's coming around. But yeah, the something about seeing these cars. I mean, it's amazing how they can go for 13 hours, let alone 24. It's just absolutely remarkable.
Can't tell if we switched to a camera with no cars on it or if that was the screen
trackside.
Yeah. No, I'm okay with doing more of these. I do like the dual format just because it kind of gives you an evening to reset. Think, okay, we can build some storylines from our perspective. We can build some storylines for tomorrow. It makes this a little bit more interesting. We now know a lot more about the cars, the track. It kind of creates the feeling of a recovery drive without having to watch somebody slog it out from 3-4 laps behind. Say, okay, we're going to salvage something out of the weekend here, have a better day today, because everything's kind of reset. Even though yesterday was terrible, okay, right? So that aspect of it I appreciate. But, I think, you watch in IMSA, the endurance events becoming more and more popular, right? The longer... they've added the 6 hour at Indianapolis. Now almost half the schedule is actual proper, endurance, 6 hours or longer. And I think there's a growing appreciation for that kind of thing. WRL's logistical situation is obviously quite a bit different because a lot of people here have 9-to-5s and have got to be at work on Monday if they can. So that does impact the decision making as well. But all things considered, I think a split across those things is appropriate. And the further that we, as a series, push west, I wonder the more popular that stuff gets, because people can get home, easily on a Sunday and be at work on Monday.
I do giggle sometimes when you hear endurance thrown around in some other professional leagues, and it's like, we're gonna have our enduro, and it's an hour and a half, or 2.5 hours, or something like that, and you're like,
but listen, I've watched some SCCA enduros, and 90 minutes is more than enough. I don't. I was given a sticker when I was marshalling down in Florida from somebody that just said NAFE. It was not another enduro. Because those are tough, right? The cars aren't reliable. Some of them, that's really all they can manage is 60 to 90 minutes. There's minimum, a minimum pit stop length. Everybody's got to do a 5-minute technical stop. I mean, there's just no strategy in that. It's not interesting. Here, obviously, the purpose is endurance racing.
Right. Sure.
Yeah. So, hour 40 to go. You guys have a target in mind here, or you just click off the laps and?
We've got Josh Balicki's in the car for us.
Okay.
At 70, so he's our pro. If you guys don't know Josh, he's a Xfinity driver, and also races Cup, and is doing really well. He's been racing with Joe Gibbs this year, in Xfinity, in a Toyota, and he had a hell of a race over. I think it was Portland. I want to say
at Portland, he had a heck of a race and he got dumped.
Yeah, he got dumped going into the final stage. But he was up there mixing it with the big boys. It was really, really cool to see. But he's a road racer. I mean, it's just it shows. He gets out there. He was the one that actually qualified the car on pole with that 53.
Oh wow!
Don't know where that came from. I was looking at his data. I was like, how did you do that? Yeah, it was. He's in there for the last 3 hours, and he's a machine. Full confidence in him. If there's anybody that can try to bring it up to NFC, it's him. But I think we're going to need some help to get up there.
That's fair. Lap time's 2 minutes. And pretty much everybody actually. High 58, 59, 2 minutes.
I think everybody kind of learned that that's where you got to be if you're going to hold the tires for more than a couple hours.
Yeah,
so
that's fair. Chris Pius, thank you for stopping by.
Thank you so much
Appreciate
for having me.
Yeah. We're maybe our revolving door here is starting to slow down a little bit, but I appreciate you coming by, and hopefully we'll see you again at Watkins Glen. Yes,
I won't be at Watkins.
No Watkins. Okay. Yep. Then we'll see you at Sebring in November.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Or wunderbar, as they might say in the Germany, right? Is that what they say in the Germany? Brennan presumably is getting another interview ready, or talking to Chris Pius.
I just picture a line outside the door, and somebody leaves the booth, high fives, next person in line steps up, comes inside.
Woo! Doing that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I think we have the answer here, and that's that the nighttime cameras are suboptimal.
I love it. You don't like it?
I think they're holding up.
It's difficult to see what you're looking at, if I'm being really honest.
It's fair.
Have you ever been trackside?
I've been trackside at Thunder Hill.
Yeah, it's the same. You can't really see what's going on.
You don't like that?
At least, yeah, exactly, like that. At least there's like occasionally a overhead light, so you can stand under the overhead light and be like, oh, that's cool. Oh, it's that. And it's, it's a little better, obviously.
So I got a question.
I got an answer.
Okay. What color is your LED strip on the side of your car in this situation?
Great question.
Which color are you picking?
I think I'm going for an alternating pink to light blue. Like, not like pulsing, because like flashing would be bad, but just like it slowly from top to bottom gently goes from pink to light blue.
Okay.
Is that a good enough answer? Does that
That's fair.
Does that work?
I'll accept it.
All right, I appreciate that.
I don't know if they'll accept it. If that's in the rule. I don't know, man. But
I don't know either.
Gentlemen.
I called it.
Yeah.
You love to see it.
I
said
told you,
to
there's
Chris,
a line.
I wonder if
Step
our
outside.
revolving door of interview guests is starting to slow down, and he got up to leave, and not 20 seconds later, door opens up on the other side. But I'm happy to say we're joined by, I think I got the right mic here, Mark Bear.
Yes.
From SCR Performance is the organization, but Boulder. Down at GP2.
All right.
Actually, our team is Team Boulder this weekend, but my shop is up in Loveland, so about an hour north of Denver.
Okay. Local prep shop is SCR.
Yep.
You guys are
we
competing.
we build and race. We race coast to coast. We've done some stuff in Europe. We've raced in Mexico. We've done some stuff.
So let's talk about some of that stuff, because I'm not familiar. Admittedly, we're not from this part of the country, but that doesn't seem to be an excuse.
Yeah. So we have to travel the Rocky Mountain region. We're a bit of an island out here.
Okay.
The coasts have a bunch of tracks, high population density, wealth. All the things that it takes to go racing. Rocky Mountain region's awesome. We have a few tracks. We have Pueblo. We have High Plains. We have PPIR, but a lot of the racing at PPIR has died off.
Yeah.
Junta? La Junta is, man, that's a oof.
Okay. So you got Pueblo.
The single left-hand turn at La Junta. Those of us that appreciate road racing don't really call that a road course.
That's fair. The Lime Rock of Colorado.
Oh man, it's
but not quite.
They've run some endurance races there, and I can't imagine. Oof.
No, but you guys have. Let's start with the team. Right. Okay. So you say you've raced in Europe. You've raced in Mexico.
Yeah. So I've been to Europe for some motorsport stuff.
Okay.
I haven't taken a green flag in Europe, but we got to do some stuff at Spa. Drove some Lotus Cup 260s. Drove Nordschleife a bunch. Got to do some cool stuff with BMW when I had a BMW corporate relationship.
Okay.
We did race in Mexico. We did some silly race called the Chihuahua Express. It's sanctioned by FIA WRC, so it's a tarmac rally.
Okay.
And it is no joke. We ran 1,200 miles of paved mountain roads as fast as we could.
But
we rode M3s. We had matching E36 M3s that we took down there.
And it's just timed stages.
It's stage rally.
Okay.
So you have a start and a stop.
Yeah.
But they're gnarly. Like one of the stages was like 22 miles long.
It's 1,200 miles.
1,200 miles
That is
over
ridiculous.
4 days, and it
Why?
was crazy, dude. Like, so Chihuahua was like in the middle of a desert with 3 mountain ranges on all 3 sides.
Yeah.
So each day they're called lollipops,
Okay.
where you race a bunch of stages out and then you service the cars and then race back. We raced the roads both directions. It was nothing like I've ever seen in a car before. Hands down, the sketchiest thing I've ever done.
You're not the first person to say that about racing in Mexico.
Oh, dude.
I've heard stories.
Well, it's crazy because the race is protected by the cartel. There's federales and cartel like blocking the roads off, and you're racing through these towns. You're nuking through these tiny little towns. The streets are lined with kids throwing candy. Like it's something.
And the roads are closed.
Well, yeah, and then every once in a while there's a dude with a goat truck.
Right.
Who,
Yeah, sure.
who made his way up a dirt sidey. Yeah, so I mean, fair
It's
game, right?
amazing.
Yeah.
I've never heard of this event before. Now I'm in.
No, and it was cool. We had navigators. I had one of my very best friends, a guy I trust dearly, Nick Caruso. He sat right seat for me. The road racing's cool, but man, when you're driving roads as fast as you can that you've never seen before, and you have like a trust, it's a love relation. He knows that I could kill him. I know that he could kill me.
Sure. Yeah.
And there's a very respectful thing that says "drive what you see." When he says that, that just means look ahead and be safe.
Yeah,
That means he doesn't quite know. And if he doesn't know, he doesn't dare call the corner.
Do they give you pace notes to work
They
with?
do, yeah. They'll give us notes, but there's no pre-running allowed. You're not allowed to go look at the roads.
Oh my gosh.
You're reading a book and sending it.
Do you have like a bunch of rally experience that at least you can come into that with, or were you kind of figuring it out in real time? Okay.
I mean, I have tens of thousands of races, racing miles, but I've actually been racing since '98.
Okay.
So I've done some cool stuff. I actually got my comp license in a Radical. So I've done some shifter car racing. I've done Formula cars, ran some Formula 1000 stuff.
Very cool.
Have
Out
relation. I have run out here at High Plains.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see a bunch of footage from on board somebody's F1000 around here. I don't know who it is.
So one of our guys that races through our shop, Jake Latham, one of my very best friends. I was the best man at his wedding. He and I raced a bunch of CSR and DSR sports racers.
Yeah.
So he kind of
track
got
record holder. DSR.
That was our era.
Okay.
It's not him though. There's another dude that got that one. But,
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry, just a penalty noted for number 66 visor up in the pit lane. So this is not the Chihuahua Express.
No, opposite. This is the opposite of the Chihuahua Express. Closed course, going around in laps. Yeah.
You guys have obviously plenty of experience in the area, being in NASA Rocky Mountain region.
Oh yeah, we've got actually I raced SCCA, BMW Club, NASA, WRL, done some champ.
So you have been in WRL before?
Oh yeah, yeah. Actually, I've got a bunch of championships with Choice. We won a bunch of stuff. We were actually one of the people that brought up one of the first modern cars. We had a Subaru BRZ.
Right.
Back in the day.
Okay.
Actually, I think one of the gals at registration said I've been racing with WRL since like 11 or 12.
Yeah.
Like early.
Well, I think this is year 10 or 11 for WRL.
Yeah, it was right when it started.
Yeah.
I remember you could bring a club built car and win. Now it's long gone. Yeah. Now we've got jet fighters in a gymnasium. This is fun.
It's a good way to put it. I like that. So this is my personal first time out at High Plains. It's also the first time that WRL has done the 12-hour here. Of course, they had the 24-hour.
Yeah, we campaigned a bunch of cars in that. Yeah.
It's interesting. I didn't believe it got as dark as it did out here, but it's dark. 24 hours here sounds tough.
It's awesome. People smack into cars and trailers in the paddock all the time. It's hilarious. Yeah, we tell stories, but yeah, people will wake up and there's dents in the side of their trailer from a golf cart. It's awesome. No, when you say it's dark, we're just far enough away from town that it gets dark out here.
Yeah. We're noticing. Cameras are chugging along here, trying to pick up cars off in the distance, but really, it's vibes now.
Oh yeah. Well, by now it's cool that it's late in the day. People should know the track. You're just clicking them off at this point. So.
Yeah, I mean there are still some battles. Unfortunately, I guess for you guys.
Fortunately, we're kind of on cruise control. Like we still have a long ways to go. I don't want to jinx anybody. There's still a lot of oof. Yeah, we don't talk about that.
Are you guys after? You sound like you're content with the result, not necessarily after the fight.
Man, we like to race. We came to battle. Obviously the open throttle guys. Mike's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
We love racing against those guys. Steve Smith with Big Mission. Yeah, Steve's a good friend of mine. He races out of Southern Colorado, so he and I bail each other out all the time. We're definitely friendly shop. I send him Southern Colorado business. He sends Northern Colorado business.
Awesome.
So again, being here on an island, man, we all help each other out, and it's fun to travel because we go share the same paddock, and we're all here to put cars on grid.
Sure.
And the shops, the further up the ladder you get, the more you respect the other shops. We're all doing the same thing. We're taking care of our customers, putting cars on grid, putting laps down. At the end of the day, I'm going to give you a radiator because I want you on grid.
Sure. Yeah, makes sense. And that, you've obviously been around WRL a long time. We've been around now for a couple of years as well. You start to understand and appreciate those relationships as not being competitive the way they're portrayed in professional sports.
Yeah.
Right. It's a lot more like, hey, we're all doing the same thing. We love it.
Yeah.
Whether as business or as racing. Racing.
As racing, period. Yeah. But in WRL in particular, there's fewer grudges than I've seen in a lot of other series. You go to a NASA paddock and the Spec Miata guys are kind of friendly, but they're like, ooh, there's growly. And not saying anything about now. Love NASA, love the other organizations, but again, the higher up the ladder you get, the more no, let's just help them out. Let's get them on grid. Let's go shake hands afterwards. If there's contact, talk it out. Don't be a dick about it.
Yeah.
Most of the time in WRL, you can go up and talk to the driver, and they're like, "Oh, dude, I noticed that. I'm sorry, my bad." I mean, there's still outliers. As a coach, I always talk to people very specifically about fast slow cars and slow fast cars, and how to manage that.
Okay.
And especially in WRL.
Yeah.
And today is the day.
Oh, is it?
I will tell you, we're in a fast slow car.
Sure.
We have 3 local guys that are rockets. We're out there clicking them off. This is our home track. We're Stendy, and we're in a car with 200 horsepower, and we're gobbling up GP1 cars.
I was gonna
and
say
some GTO cars.
210s, basically all race. 209, 210, a couple 211s, 208. Yeah, I mean that would put you on a podium in GP1 at this point, I think.
Yeah, and that's our 13-hour pace. I think I was in the 5s this morning when I was establishing position.
Wow, that's good stuff.
5.2.
Yeah. So we've run 3s in that car when we're really in testing in prime conditions, but yeah, we kind of set a pace. We wanted to run between 8s and 10s for 13 hours, and I think the guys are all backing that up.
How are you guys handling the tire situation?
I have some insider information. I drove with Hoosier for a long time, so I got to work with some of the guys on the Continental team.
Okay.
Actually do some tire testing.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like the tire decision. There's good and bad of both,
Of
right?
course,
Every
yeah,
sword has 2
always.
edges, and they're both sharp.
Yeah.
I don't mind the spec tire because if ever, and I don't want to say anything about Hoosier, Conti. It doesn't matter what tire we're on. If everybody's on the same garbage, then let's race.
Sure.
It's like spec Corvette running Nankangs. It's like, okay, dude, okay, fine. Whatever.
Well, so I mean, you specifically have a fair amount of local knowledge. As I'm sure the big mission guys do, and so it's not unfair in any way. But I think a lot of the WRL traveling paddock came into today. Chris Pies was just in here before you, took off like a scolded cat at the front of the field, set like a 54-1 as his second lap.
Yeah, awesome.
And was caught by lap 18.
You can burn these things off.
And he did in a hurry,
Yep.
right? In a car with no traction control. That was just, he hung on and settled into a pace, but the guys who had taken care of their tires through the first 20 laps had more to give and a better pace to settle into. And everybody kind of realized from that point on, like, okay, this is you got to take care of the tires.
Yeah, well, and definitely like knowing what race you're in. If you're on 200 treadwear tires, like you gotta take care of them. It's always funny when I'm like scrubbing tires and scuffing really hard, bringing a bunch of heat in on the 2 formation laps out here. I'm like, hey guys, try to keep them cool. Don't bring a ton of heat into it. Make sure they're grippy on turn 1 in the brake zone, but that's about it.
Yeah. So I mean, not that you guys needed the help or anything, but do you think you had a better handle on that than most of the guys you were racing around?
There's a lot of experience in WRL paddock. We certainly have home track knowledge. We test 200 treadwear tires. We test race tires. We have everything from nationally competitive spec Miatas to S65 powered E46 M3s. We've got some pretty serious hardware in the fleet. So we run a lot of Hoosier. So yeah, we just have a lot of laps out here. We spend a lot of time. We're out here 2-3 times a month with various organizations, and we do a lot of private coaching and testing. So,
any particular reason you guys aren't running under the SCR Performance banner?
This is a customer car.
Oh, okay.
This is a car that we built for some guys that are based out of Boulder. They just named their Team Boulder.
Right.
Great group of guys. They're enthusiastic. They came from making all the mistakes to actually wanting to run up front over the last few years, and it's been cool. We work with everybody from brand new teams to fully established teams, and I'm fortunate I get hired to come do this stuff.
Very nice.
And I do the driver coaching, I do the pit crew coaching, I do the team the control coaching, so I kind of get to do the start to finish, which is neat.
Are they in control of strategy and race engineering, or is that something you guys do as well?
That's the stuff that they bring me on for.
Very nice.
And of course it's all learning. Like it's full disclosure. Like when they say, "Hey, Mark, will you come do this for us? We'd like to learn stuff." Like I'm not here with my little black notebook taking notes and running it silently. I'm talking to the pit boss. I'm talking to the team. I'm helping prep the car. I'm saying, hey, these are the spares that we know we're going to need. Let's do some fuel load measurements. Let's do some calculations so that if we lose comms, like let's know what we're doing. So
Very
That's
nice.
part of the fun. It's rewarding.
I'm sure.
Bringing 20 years of racing experience to some guys that just need it.
And then you're in the car as well?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
great. Get to have a little hand in everything, and successful so far. Not so long to go now. Hour and 21 minutes left. Do we get to see you guys again?
Yeah. So this team will be running at COTA.
Perfect.
Fingers crossed. I've been racing with Choice the last few years, so I've been in a bunch of their cars. And the past few years being like 8 or 9 years.
Yeah, sure.
So we've got some championships with Choice. We actually won the GP1 championship last year in the M3 GTR. So
not tired of Will yet?
Oh man, Will. Dude, actually, Will and I have such an awesome relationship. We met in Hallett down by the pond. We were battling some GTS stuff, and he nosed it into the back of somebody under a full course caution. And I'm like, hey, dude, let's get you fixed. Let's get you going. And anybody who knows Will loves Will. And then sometimes you just have to like bang your head on the ground.
Yeah, we love Will.
I know. Yeah.
We
that's
love
what I mean. Anybody who knows him, be like, oh yeah, that's a Will thing.
They've kind of scaled things back.
They did, and I don't want to put words into their mouths, but I think once you go big, some of the joy is lost.
I believe that.
I did that with my shop.
Okay.
My shop was quite a bit bigger for a while. Did some World Challenge stuff.
Okay.
And you lose the joy. It becomes all work, no fun, and you become a dull boy. I know Will and Bill fielding 3 cars, seriously working with paid drivers, paying drivers, running 3 full crews, getting guys there and back. Like, dude, oof.
Well, and they're not gonna half-ass anything.
No,
right?
no, they're serious. Bill's no joke.
Especially their car.
Yeah.
Will and Bill are both super competitive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, very. And that's what makes them an attractive team too, right? They're no joke.
Yeah.
Like, and of course Becky keeping everything a lot. Like, she's the best track mom ever.
Becky.
Oh,
No,
dude,
met Bill and Will, but-
she's lovely.
Very nice.
Those guys are lucky to have her.
I hope to see more of them. I know the M4 has obviously been sold.
Yep.
We saw that out of Road Atlanta in the hands of another team.
Yeah, but they've been doing well with the M3, and they're still running the 330. And it was cool because we ran one of the very first CF8S automatics in that 330. That was cool. I think we were the first team to campaign.
Is that under the Choice banner or the PC banner?
It was definitely under the Choice.
Okay.
So PC was the first to put it in their car. I think we were the first to succeed with it.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, I believe that. I remember that car, the Choice car in particular. I remember being out at Road America, and they just couldn't keep the thing cool. The transmission overheated constantly.
Have you seen the back of that thing?
I haven't paid attention to it, but now.
Yeah. If you get to lift the skirt up, check that. There's some pretty.
They're keeping it cool now.
Pretty elaborate cooling and some ducting and some fans and some crazy Czechoslovakian dude tuning it. Like it's no joke.
So admittedly, like, we don't have the technical background to understand all that stuff, but every now and then somebody will pop into the booth and say, it kind of explain things a little bit more. Not quite like we're 5, but not far off. And so now I'm intrigued because obviously these cars are finding success. Montgomery is running the 235 in PP1.
Yeah.
The road going 235, not the M.
Yeah.
The IR. So that's kind of cool, but they've got the same transmission in the car, and by all accounts seems to be reasonably reliable.
So I have to tell you, I'm one of the old gray-haired crabby guys that's like, save the manual. If you're going to drive a manual. Be involved, do it yourself kind of thing. And the modern PDKs, the modern DSGs, like, okay, long gone are the days of you have to shift it. Like, we're not talking about slush box automatics anymore.
Sure.
We're talking about legitimate gearboxes. And when we campaigned the 330 with the ZF8S at COTA, man, was it 2 or 3? Was it 2 or 3 years ago for the first time? Dude, it was just hilarious. We were passing on the inside, we were passing on the outside, we were grabbing gears where you shouldn't be grabbing gears. Like, that race single-handedly changed my attitude toward it. And we play with modern Porsches and PDKs, and like, they're fine, but actually like racing a medium horsepower car in anger for that long, that changed how I feel about it.
You just get so much more out of the car?
You can, it's your contact patch, it's your mental contact, it's your concentration. You're still shifting, you're still deciding what you're doing, but you're not having to reach for it. You're not having to stand the car up to square up the drive line to shift it into gear. The risk is a lot lower, so you can make those shifts. You can be opening the wheel up and still shifting instead of taking a hand off the wheel. It's just better.
Yeah.
And after these big long stints, you feel a lot better. Your shoulders aren't trashed from rowing.
Yeah.
And one-handing everything. Like it. And yeah.
I'm sure you see the lap time flash up on the dash of the board or something too. You're like, oh, this is.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Going passing around the outside of the carousel and just like shifting as you turned in. You're not even sweating it. That's kind of fun.
Yeah, I got you. Well, Mark, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah.
If there's anything else you want to add, any sponsors, anything like that, I talked about SCR a little bit, but anything else you'd like to add, by all means?
No. My sponsors, Apex Race Wheels, Wine Country Motorsports, VDH Manufacturing. I'd like to thank everybody who helps me do it. Obviously, SCR Performance in Loveland. We're a big prep shop. We do BMW, Porsche, Miata, Corvette, anything serious we do. But yeah, if you're here in Colorado, we have a tote full of stuff. If you guys ever need anything, come see us.
Fantastic. It's been a big theme of our day today, talking about, is there the opportunity to push westward for WRL? Does that ever happen? Maybe we end up at Utah or something like that. But there's a lot of the local teams have stopped by, like yourself, to introduce themselves, and folks we don't normally get the opportunity to talk to. And I hope we get the chance to come out this way and do stuff like this more.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad you guys keep coming to High Plains. I know it was on the chopping block for a while just because of attendance, and it's a big tow.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, we tow everywhere.
Yeah, right?
every other track in the country is a big tow for us. So thanks for coming. I appreciate all the cars on grid. I appreciate you guys doing the stream.
Thank you.
And love WRL. Keep coming.
Fantastic. If you get the chance, come see us at COTA.
You know it.
Awesome. Mark Bear, out of the number 76 Team Boulder GP2 class leading BMW M3. M3. Very good. Thanks for stopping. Rip through another 20 minutes, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Love to see it.
I think we can kind of declare their car the winner at this point.
I think so.
I do not. My math is fuzzy, but I'm going to go ahead and say a 55 lap lead is probably insurmountable at this point at a little bit over 2 minutes a lap.
Yeah, I'm not a big math guy, but that tracks.
That tracks like their car. So just bring it on home, boys. That's such a cool shot. Of the MP01 going through to hell on a bobsled.
Tell you what else is going to hell on a bobsled. Oklahoma football.
Has been for some time.
It's not good, man. Only up 2 in the fourth quarter, 4th and 1 on their own 30. 201 total yards of offense. Brutal. 55 minutes of football.
Brutal.
201 yards, man.
Yeah, that's not a lot of yards. I'm gonna level with you, Brendan. I don't think that's a good result.
Not a good number.
I think it's
a competitor is 281.
I think it's a bad. Oh yeah, well I mean that'll do it.
Yeah. I think Mark just left his sun-kissed orange here.
Ooh, take a swig.
Yeah. I'm not doing that. Will not be doing that. What I will do though, if you guys can handle this for a couple of minutes, I'm gonna go reset the 2 cameras here in the front straightaway, being that they have some light. Down in the pit lane real quick, and hopefully we'll get a nice checkered flag shot, and I'll rejoin you here in a couple of minutes.
Sounds great, Brendan. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you for your time.
Welcome, Ryan. No, thank you.
Hey, we're all just here. I just work here, man.
We are just here. That is very true. All right, I'll be right back.
Thanks, man. That's Brendan Kazmarek with DriversEye Live. He's joined us today and been doing an incredible job. Just absolutely crushing it.
Deer Trail, Colorado.
Here we are, Deer Trail, Colorado. The pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania, or something.
Colorado.
Isn't that the thing? Isn't that the thing that Brendan always says?
Yeah, pride of something.
Pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania.
Colorado.
Colorado.
I've never been.
By Chevrolet.
Dexter doing a good job at the moment, pulling away from the 59er Stratus. That's been an interesting battle to watch as the tires and drivers play a role. Wondering how much nighttime is affecting some of the MP01s, not necessarily in terms of outright speed or reliability, but more about just how the driver's driving the car through some of these corners, the reference points that you make up for turning in.
Yeah. Great question.
Because I feel like you got to throw this car around a bit more than one of our GT4 cars. Just because you got to really try to hustle the car around, keep that speed up.
Yeah. It's a good question. Not one that I have a tremendous amount of insight into, but yeah, I also wonder that. That's fun. Good question, JT.
Good to wonder.
You ever just wonder?
Ponder. Ruminate.
So, what would it take to get a Lotus Elise into GTU?
Not a lot, but I don't think it would be competitive because of the aero situation on an NPO1. I don't think that's the solution. I also think that they're slightly over 1,050 kilograms, is my understanding. They're definitely not under 1,000 kilograms, was my memory.
Okay.
Especially by the time you put a cage in it, that's going to add some weight. So, I think that would be tough. I think that's an uphill climb, if I'm being honest.
Tow vehicles out.
Wait, why is this not working? What the actual heck? Lead. Lead.
Alright, so they're taking the cutout here.
File's corrupted. Okay, so something to do with how I'm downloading these, my assumption.
Not sure what the vehicles are out on track for. Last we heard was 10 minutes ago about the 180 having an off, but continuing.
Yes?
Okay, the 296 has gone salmon on timing here. So maybe that's why the recovery vehicles are out there. HM Road Race has had a pretty quiet day today.
They have.
Doing an excellent job of being consistent, just staying out of trouble.
Which is the name of the game. Unfortunately, the cars ahead haven't had enough trouble. Puts you in a little bit of a bind if you're relying on solely a safe run. Now, it's been discussed in the past, obviously, that GT4 Cayman is not really the preferred weapon for the WRL rule set at this time. Which, you know.
Yeah, I mean, people say that, but I mean, we saw HM Road Racing at Eagle Canyon Raceway, the first races of the year.
Yes.
And they did well. I mean, they've got back-to-back fourth places.
Right.
With a bit of a larger GTO field. But I mean, they went up against, Fast Track Racing. They went Moorhead, 89X, NFC. So it still seems like it might not necessarily be your instant, winner front running car or something like that. But it still seems like a solid choice.
Sure. Harold Petit has just sent a text on the Scoops channel. Actually, it was about an hour ago, but I'm only just now being made aware of its presence. We have gradually been having fuel flow issues since the fire in the pit. It slows way down. Everyone okay, but the fire extinguisher material must have done something, trying to get to the end. So that's that answered.
Yeah, I'm thinking that may have been why we saw occasionally, longer stops or something like that, why they've been losing time a bit.
Man, the fuel flow thing ends up being a huge deal a lot of the time, which is unfortunate. Across multiple cars.
Yeah.
Brendan.
I'm just kidding.
Welcome back.
Yeah, camera. Shockingly, despite the camera not having been up all day, that start-finish camera has a dead battery, and I don't have any fresh ones left.
Great.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
That's when I usually sub in my personal portable battery.
Yeah, I don't have a personal battery. Also, we lost one of the beefy boys at Road Atlanta. The really big ones? Yeah. I'm not lost, physically lost, but it must have taken water at some point.
Well, that would have been at Road America, most likely.
No, Road Atlanta.
Sunday afternoon at Road Atlanta.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Was that the one that was floating down
This was
the
not
front
the one that was floating down the front stretch. No. That was a different one. That one did survive.
That was fantastic.
Yeah, the one time I decided not to wedge a camera between the chain link fence and the support beam across the top. There it is floating down the support pit lane at Road Atlanta. The absolute scenes.
That'll happen.
Oklahoma just scored a safety. It's pretty cool.
So safety. That's cool. I'm excited. I'm happy to hear that.
Normal sport, normal score.
Sure.
Oregon's losing.
Good.
Arizona's losing to Northern
Oh,
Arizona.
no, I want Oregon to win. That's right. Dang it. Ugh.
Why?
Isn't that the Ducks?
Because that was going to thumb their nose at
Ducks.
the... Wait, who are they? Oh, no, they're playing Boise, right?
Boise, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I do want them to win.
That
That's right.
sounds
Yeah,
very unlike you.
You're right. That's absolutely
Yeah. Iowa State beat Iowa.
Good. We love to hear that one. I'm a little not shocked by that. I'm
a little shocked by it because I thought Iowa was better this year. But 54-yarder to win it, you kind of can't be mad,
A lot of big field goals attempted today.
Big field goals, yeah.
Stanford, or no, not Stanford. Who was it? Who were we watching?
Cal.
Cal attempted multiple 60-yard field goals.
Kansas lost to Illinois. It's a ranked team losing. Because Jalen Daniels threw 3 interceptions. do it.
Full flag for the number 8 of Sweet Spot Racing.
Yeah, so well, it says oil smell coming from the car when passing. I smelled heavy coolant smell down in the paddock. Like coolant spill smell. I couldn't find a coolant spill, but it had that odor to it.
Yeah, the meatball flag for
Yeah.
smoking.
Don't see meatballs very often these days. I'll also
we had
say, go ahead.
I was just saying we had a team requested meatball flag at the start of the race. Well, the first hour for the Palomar car.
My favorite thing to speculate about: should you be penalized for not adhering to a team requested meatball flag?
No.
Yes.
No.
I think yes.
But
Absolutely.
It's not
I ask
necessarily
this question multiple times a year. Like we can't hash this out again.
I don't recall this.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Oh, surely
I
Brendan
don't
remembers
either.
me
No.
asking this. Really?
No.
Oh, yeah. No, I am very much a fan of if race control is giving you a black flag, you need to comply. Like you clearly aren't paying attention, and if it was a real one, then you wouldn't be abiding by it, and therefore you're breaking the rules.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, the argument for it, I guess, is, you know, you're clearly not paying attention to the things you should be paying
Right.
attention to. Yeah.
Yeah. And therefore penalized.
Yeah, that's
Like,
fair.
straight
All
up.
right. I
you know.
take it back.
Thank you. I
Take it
appreciate that.
Yeah. Into the final hour.
Let me just change that blending
Just about
setting.
It's about ready to crown some Midwest champions.
Midwest champions.
You ever just crown a champion?
I don't know. That's not a thing that I have the ability to do. I'm gonna level with you.
All right. Yeah, I guess I don't either.
Not really something that we're in charge of. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just not our thing.
Need a crown.
The good news is I finally got and have found a ROM of Gran Turismo 4 that works. So now I can mess with that when we're done. They take a long time to download, so I started downloading several this morning, and now most of them have downloaded like by midday, and I tried to verify all of them, and they did not work. So I had to find another set of them, and now they do work, and now I'm happy, and now I'm, as soon as the race is over, I can get involved with that.
You know what I'm doing as soon as the race is over?
Walking in the dark, trying to find cameras.
Driving in the dark, yes.
Yeah, that too.
It's okay. You're gonna go get in and out.
Guys. Seriously, it's gonna get dark. Except it already is.
I'm gonna fall asleep. I gotta go get cameras.
I mean, yeah.
Nice pit board.
The wrong car number.
Oh, but it's reflecty. Oh, that's great. Look at that. It's lit. It's lit.
That is
Lit.
It's lit.
I wonder if that's a Thunder Hill leftover.
I mean, surely running an LED strip around the outside of your pit signal board is not.
It's a really good way to see
That's
it.
sick. No, it's sick. I'm all in on that.
I do want to kind of turn our attention to something that's happening in the race, which is the GTR 99 car continuing to slip back.
Hold on.
What?
We do that?
Turn our attention to the GTR 99?
Oh, shoot.
Oh, yeah. Now, so we got a message from Harold.
Yes, I already went over that.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So
yeah, I keep on top of stuff. I was only an hour late, which means you were also an hour late.
Late, yeah. No, that's fine. It's mostly just be like, oh, we've been on this crazy rotation of interviews and long conversations and
yeah, we had it at the
Yes.
time when it came in.
Yeah.
Did you happen to flush out the point situation?
The point situation is NFC. Oh no, no, I don't. I think as long as they finish, they still win.
It's 7 points. We are getting double points this weekend, +1, which I guess comes out in the wash because everybody's here.
Right.
And you only drop one result.
I think right, but they both have a no score
best
drop.
7 finishes count. No, sorry, best 7 finishes.
Oh, best 7. Okay, I did not count best 7. I just counted a one drop. So, well, is that best 7 for the Natty, or is that best 7 for the regional?
Let me do the math. 2 at Eagles Canyon, 2 at Barber, 2 at Mid-Ohio.
Because that would make a difference, obviously. GTO National Championship. So it's in this tab, and then we got to go back to championships. GTO East, or no, West. GTO West. Bam. Okay, so
best 7.
Best 7.
Which, I mean, that might be in the total already, or that might have already been counted. Take a look here.
Man, all I'm saying is I agree with Cole, because it would be a lot easier to calculate this best 7 situation. Okay, 1, 2. The problem is both teams either are on the podium or they do terrible. So, at least in the point standings realm, are you still doing the math?
It is at 7. So GTR's points are from 7 results now, because they only have. Sorry, I just bashed my knee. Have 7 point scoring results as they stand.
Okay.
NFC is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 7, including dropping a DQ and a DNF.
Well, you can't drop a DQ.
I think you can this year.
I don't think so.
2024 points rules. Stand by. I'm fairly certain you can.
Because then there's no incentive to not try to cheat.
The point system will automatically drop the lowest point finishes. DQ disqualified. Results are eligible to be dropped.
Oh, okay. All right.
Gross intentional cheating and subversion is subject to lifetime series ban per 2024 rules at WRL discretion. DNF. Results are eligible to be dropped.
So this difference is correct, is what we're saying, on Speed Hive.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And it's a double points. So your difference between winning and second is going to be 22 versus 26, which is only 4. But they're in 4th right now, right? That doesn't matter. Are they going to...
Well, hang on.
How many points do you get for 4th? 8?
Just hang on.
Okay.
We need to answer something here. First, it's, are you doubling the points results with the bonus point for being at a championship round?
No.
Or are you adding the bonus point after the result is doubled?
I don't think it's going to matter either way. I think it's going to be...
comes out in the wash. Yeah.
Right.
That's fair. Okay. So, yeah, if we assume that the class winner will take 28 points...
26. Oh, no, you're 28. Oh, well, how much is a win? A win is 13.
No. Hang on.
A win is 13, so it's 26.
It is, but it's going to be 14 because we're at a championship.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, 28, sure.
Yeah.
Versus how much is 4th worth? Is it 8 or 7?
4th is worth 8. It's 13, 11, 10, 8.
That's 18.
Yeah, because it'll be 18 versus 28 will be a
10
swing
point
of 10.
Oh, so they'll do it.
But we have to figure out what the drops are.
Okay.
Because I think NFC takes a... No. This is so... Not my favorite time of year. But we do award championships, which is fine. It's sometimes difficult.
Wonderful time of the year. That's all I got.
So, GTR 99's lowest droppable result is a 75 at Barber. So they're going to add. They're going to, if things stay as they are, they'll add 8. They're actually going to drop 2 results, won't they? So they're going to add 18 and subtract 13 because it's a 5 and an 8. Right, we're already at 7 finishes.
Sure.
So you're dropping the next lowest droppable scores, which for them are a 5 and an 8, and they're adding 18. So they're going to be on 75.
Correct.
NFC is on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 finishes as well. They're going to add 28 if things stay as they are.
Yes.
And they're going to drop a 2 and a 7, which is 21 points. Am I right in saying that?
Yes.
Add 28, drop 7. 63 and 21 is going to get them to 84. So yeah, if things sit like they are, I think this is going to swing the West Championship for GTO in favor of
NFC.
So this, we didn't obviously make a huge deal about it at the time,
right?
But what was a fire we didn't know happened to the GTR 99 is having long-lasting effects that ultimately seem like it could potentially cost them the Midwest Championship.
Now, it's important to note, it's going to cost them the Midwest Championship, which sucks. Like, there's no other way to say it. It sucks. But they're still going to need to salvage this finish here to stay in contention for the Natty.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you take the points where you can get them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not entirely over. You know, it's not like we're going to give up.
No.
This is... I'm saying for the listener, not for you, obviously.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. The 8 points, the dual 8-point finishes you're going to get here in the national championship have the potential to get some worse things that have happened over the course of the season. Now, obviously, they've had a lot of really good results.
Right.
But, you know, you only get really so many mulligans. And you kind of need a good bank of extra points paying finishes to, you know, to help bolster things when things get weird. And I would suggest that GTR seems to do better the more cars there are in the field. I don't know if they just have they're better at picking their way through the carnage or the chaos, or they're, you know, they are better at executing pit stops and calling strategy when there are safety cars to deal with. I don't know.
Right.
So I wouldn't say like, oh, well, they're, you know, going to be hard pressed to go get points at Watkins Glen and Sebring, which are both sold out. But I don't know, man. 40 cars is a lot of cars.
Right.
Points can be hard to come by, and it only takes one mistake to be in a situation like today. It takes one mistake to end up in a situation where you're not taking home any points at all, or not enough points, and then you've got a problem.
I 100% agree.
Yeah.
So
briefly
that's that.
down in GP1, Blaze Racing, which is a story we've kind of been following through a good portion of the day here, is into the pit lane for the final time. 47 minutes left on the clock, 2 laps in hand over the number 64 from Open Throttle Racing. And I think that should be enough to come out ahead of them once the pit stop is complete, which to seal that 4th place spot for the number 118. The big mission car, the 777 that didn't restart after the safety car, after the red flag and then the safety car, did eventually get back out on track. Obviously lost the spot to PC Racing, but still ended up with 2 laps in hand over the 118 and then a further 2 laps ahead of the 64. So all things considered, it ended up kind of working out okay for them. Obviously, you lose the 2nd place, but do end up on the podium.
Yep. So this has just ended up kind of in a pickle, unfortunately, for the GTR 99.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think that the most consistently great team in the pit lane right? The standard setter for strategy calls, for execution, and basically all of the, I don't want to say extra stuff goes into endurance racing because it's really essential to, achieving results, but the not on track pace stuff,
right?
They are arguably the best at it. Thunder Bunny is in there as well, and that it's one of those things that is likely going to cost them, the Mid-West Championship. Now, it's possible that this was just an equipment failure and no fault of anybody's, down there in the pit lane. But
yeah, because they didn't get a warning or anything for the issue. That would have caused this. I mean, the only warning they've had today is for a visor that was at a completely different point in the race.
Yeah.
So it's hard to really blame them on a mistake on pit road or something like that. This, I'd argue that their strategy throughout the race was the right one. They are executing it well, and a freak accident happened of some sort, and it's set them back. But I still think they are executing normally
at a GTR level. Yeah.
Yes.
Agreed. Which makes it all the more weird
but
to see them in this position where they're having to nurse a car home. It's just not what they do. They do all the little things right so that they're there in contention at the end, not in this particular situation. But I also know that this isn't it's not a doom and gloom scenario for them. Of course, you want the championship, you want the title to your name, but there's still 3 more really big races to come with fields that are much, much deeper than the one we've got here this weekend, and that's where I think their passion really lies, is being in the thick of it with 35 or 40 cars, doing all the things right there, and proving yourself. Oh, Greg Ginsburg was here.
Yes.
Yeah, he was trying to get your attention.
Yeah. Well, he could have texted me. He didn't.
Brian Polanski's still there.
No, he left a long time ago.
Oh, he just want to hang out overnight? Pick up some cameras?
He had... No, I wish. He is headed to, I think, Grand Junction for the evening.
To where?
Grand Junction, Colorado.
Oh.
Yeah.
They got a really big intersection there.
It is a grand junction. Some would say the grandest junction.
Nobody's got grander junctions than us. Nobody.
That's one of
the worst. They say we've got the best junctions. Now, I don't know about that, but...
Yeah, it's terrible. Oh, Boise State's winning again.
Good.
The Duke's Mayo Classic.
I saw that too.
What
I was
are we doing?
What? The what?
This is the tier of sponsor that WRL needs.
The Duke's Mayo.
Yeah. We're gonna start naming races, and we're gonna start selling off the sponsorship to the highest bidder. Doesn't matter what that number is. Numbers are irrelevant as long as it's the highest.
We only make the best deals, the best trade deals. Sorry, I'll stop. Yes. What are some good? I mean, we already have the best sponsor, which is Continental Tire.
Continental Tire.
So that's the best one. What would be the second best sponsor available?
I don't know.
What really fits with WRL's sort of dose?
That's a really good question.
Thank you.
I mean, Discovery Parts is a good partner, right there.
Discovery Parts is a great partner.
Many events.
Yes.
I don't believe this is one of them, but they are frequently attendees of WRL events.
Sure.
Arm & Hammer?
How about any of the Procter & Gamble family of companies?
Why is that?
Because they have a lot of money.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're saying future sponsor?
Yes,
or
yeah,
potential
absolutely.
Sorry,
right.
I thought you meant current.
And I wanted to hedge because like the sponsors we have are great. Like let's be clear.
That's what I thought you were getting at. Like, who is WRL's next best sponsor? But
we don't have an official cheese sponsor yet.
Equal cheese.
Bandit.
Well, it's not
Bandit.
going to be Sargento.
Bandit.
Reasonably confident in that. Yancey's. What about Yancey's Fancy? I think they're out of New York, right? Or are they Wisconsin too?
I thought they were sure. Can we get Deep Eddy vodka to sponsor us? Not Deep Eddy Cabaret, which is great, but like Deep Eddy vodka also.
Yeah, Corfu, New York, for Yancey's Fancy.
Ooh,
that's still on.
We've got sponsors from Corfu. Like, oh, wow. You just don't say that part.
Yeah.
You just skip that. That's fine. You don't need to talk about that. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, look. So maybe the question isn't what are the right sponsors, and just what are the right official partners to have, or the right official branded things, you know?
Sure. Yeah.
Official cheese is an important one, I think.
Cheese. I did see on my way home the other day, I saw that the Canes, or the Raising Canes, in my hometown, currently has a banner outside that says it's the official chicken tender of the CIF, which is the California Interscholastic. That's the California Interscholastic Federation, which is high school sports.
Now sponsored by Raising Canes, obviously.
Now sponsored by Raising Canes, which I thought
that feels like a real highest bidder situation. Nobody asked for it, and they threw in a $4 offer. It's like, well, I guess we have to take it.
This is it. We're the chicken tender sponsor, not chicken sponsor, chicken tender sponsor.
Lehigh Valley just got our first Raising Canes.
It's not that good.
It's really not. It's basically boiled a sauce. Like, the chicken itself really has no flavor.
I agree.
I had it in Austin a couple of years ago, just never tried it. I was like,
it's fine.
I really kind of want to check it out. And neither the breading nor the chicken itself has any seasoning whatsoever. Yes. It's not a good thing. Not good at all. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Raising Canes is probably not on the list.
Probably not. Probably not now, no. Other chicken manufacturers are available. And
is that what you do? Do you manufacture chicken?
I mean,
probably.
There's a production process.
Sure. Fair.
Dexter Racing in for their last pit stop of the race.
Thank you, JT.
Saving us from ourselves.
JT really is the top G.
Confirmed. So. Oh, no, the next car behind them is the Stratus car, not the GTR car. Ooh, personal best from the race-leading Stratus 58. Have we had any reason to talk about the 58 today at all?
It's an intro.
They're leading?
Yeah, but, like, that's it.
Yeah, I do the
We haven't talked about strategy, rotation. Like, it's just, time to talk about the race leaders. And then you mention it, and then you mention, the GTO leader next, then you just move on. Like, nobody's really talked about the 58. Stratus cars in general.
Like, they forgot about Dre, is basically what you're saying.
Is that...
58 Dre.
You forgot Poland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody forgets Poland. Unless they're an ally. What?
Yeah. No, that's the joke. The bit.
Is that a Poland ball bit?
No, I love Poland ball, but no, it was a probably like 2004, 2003, 2004. In one of the Middle Eastern wars, somebody was listening. They were doing an interview or press availability with President Bush, and they were listing off the allies that were supporting the war effort, and they missed Poland. George, after he finishes the list, George goes, "You forgot Poland." And so it's, yeah. You know what the title of Poland's national anthem is?
We Love Poland.
In English, Poland is not yet lost.
So there's a lot of European national anthems that, if you translate them directly into English, are like pretty direct and like brutal.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, well, it's a different reality there, you know?
Yeah, absolutely.
Different history.
Yeah.
There are
Longer
times
history.
when Poland hasn't been a country, you know?
Sure, yep.
They bounce back.
They do indeed. They do bounce back.
Name something Poland better that does better than bounce back. Smoked sausages, apparently. At least one of them.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Official Polish sausage, official bossy of the World Racing League.
I think we could have an official kielbasa. That would be good.
Yeah. Not a whole lot of Polacks in the
World Racing
rundown. Speaking of Polacks, Dave McDaniels just walked in the room. I'm not convinced anybody has more fun on a WRL weekend than Dave does.
Dave truly is just having a good time.
Yeah.
And Dave
said, I don't know that anybody has more fun on a WRL weekend than you do. You just always look like you're thrilled to be here.
Who, me? Oh, David.
Yeah, see?
Get David on the horn. See what he has to say.
Where did you find a Chick-fil-A cup?
Hotel.
That's from leftover from this morning.
Yeah.
I got you. That makes sense. I haven't eaten a meal since breakfast, so I saw Chick-fil-A. Like, whoa, how did this happen? But that too was left over from breakfast.
Yeah.
34 minutes left. Look
That's
at
it.
us.
That's all we got, man.
Who would have thought?
We're winding down. Winding down.
This has been a tougher day than Charlotte, I think.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
There's also been less carnage
as well.
than Charlotte. A lot less carnage.
1
I
second.
would say. Yes, of course.
So just a quick heads up, Dexter did do their final stop, came out ahead of both the 59 Stratus and 99 GTR.
Yeah, that 99 car is in not push mode.
No.
So I don't think there's any risk there of things changing hands. Probably also in not push mode there for the NFC Motorsports number 123, I would think. Also in just nurse at home mode. 2 laps in hand, championship in waiting.
Yeah.
All things staying the same.
Yeah, I think most people are, unless you're out there hot lapping for fun, you know.
Yeah. I'm not a big, you know,
well, 56s.
Point out your you know, your flaws so you can you know, take the salvation from them when things start going your way. But I do just want to say, I have been called out in the past for not speaking appropriately of amateur or less experienced drivers. Right, and there is a wide disparity in experience and background and confidence in some cases.
Sure.
With you know, what we would in professional racing circles term a gentleman driver, where there, you know, is also a pretty wide array of talent and experience. But I'm really impressed with the whole squad at NFC Motorsports this whole season, and especially today. I don't know that anybody knew that they were likely going to be racing for a championship. They seem to just be in, hey, let's get the best result we can mode and let things happen around us. And actually, as things have turned out, it did kind of all happen around them, particularly with that number 99 Toyota Supra. And Lanny and Bill in particular, who have called me out in particular, have actually done a really nice job today. I mean, crazy consistent. And other than, you know, the end of the first stint, which I think was cut short by one of them because of tires that have just been completely shot. It's no fault of anybody's. You know, everybody's loading the track surface in real time, learning what they're capable of in real time.
Lost Brendan's hit rate there.
Oh yeah. No,
Oh, there you go. Now you're back.
Oh, good.
Yeah. No, I just I think they've done a really nice to drive consistently within themselves, maintain actually really good pace in some pretty challenging, maybe not course conditions, but some challenging circumstances.
Sure.
You know.
They're an example. Having spoke to Bill on numerous occasions, he genuinely is here because he enjoys this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this specific thing is the thing that he likes doing.
Yeah.
And that's why he continues to do it. It's somebody who, frankly, has the wherewithal to go higher, and he doesn't seem particularly interested in it.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, this is the fun thing. This is the thing you want to do. And so I think it's... I'm trying to think how to say this. If I was a multi-billionaire, which, to be clear, Bill and Lanny are not multi-billionaires.
Yeah, sure.
But if I was a multi-billionaire, I could buy my way into Le Mans, for example. But if I showed up and wasn't that committed, and it was just like, I'm gonna get the best team, I'm gonna get Proton to run my Porsche, and I'm gonna have whoever the 2 current best GT Porsche drivers are, or one, with me in the car, and I'm gonna get the fake silver, and I still have to do my minimum drive time, whatever.
Yeah.
And I go out there and I half-ass it, we're still probably not gonna win.
Yeah.
And I think the same thing is generally true in WRL. You can't, they have a really high-tier operation. They have a newer car that's got all the cool stuff, and they've got Aaron Povolato as their coach, which is those are all advantages for sure. Now, are those as big of advantages now as they would have been 4 years ago? No. But they have advantages, and they're able to take that, and they still pull it off. They still execute. You can't half-ass execution and still get good results. And so they're proving something to themselves every day, which is that they can still do a thing that's new to them and get good enough at it to where they're successful. And they do it every time they come out here. And again, sometimes they make mistakes, and they are the first people to admit that they make mistakes.
Yeah.
But they're able to pull it off. They're able to do it because they work hard at it, and it's something that they want to be good at.
Yeah, he doesn't buy execution, right?
Yes,
and
absolutely.
so even though you have the ability to go out and now it can help you hire people to teach you execution, but ultimately
you still have to pay attention. You still have to listen,
and you've got to find it within yourself to be regimented and to understand that what people are telling you is meant to help you and support you in your growth. You've got to be open-minded enough to be willing to learn those things and say, hey, I don't get it yet, but I want to get it, or I want to be better at this. I want to understand it. And we saw over the course of the first season that NFC Motorsports was involved in the World Racing League. Silly mistakes, pit lane penalties, slower pit stops, some strategy mistakes that would cost them time. And I think, like you said, they'd be some of the first to admit it. But there's been a steady and consistent growth, which I think is tangible, right? When you start down that pathway. It's a pathway of personal growth, a pathway of sporting growth, and making yourself better, and making yourselves as a team better. And I think they've all kind of committed to that mentality of, improving themselves as a team, improving themselves, Bill and Laney in particular, as drivers.
Yeah.
And there are now tangible results that come along with it. And it's great. It's always fun to watch Aaron at the end of races, right? He's always in contention.
Especially when he's getting door banged by a NASCAR driver.
And that's all very cool and very fun. And I'm sure, Bill and Lanny are carrying on in the pit lane, watching it all happen. And
they loved it.
Yeah, sure.
They loved it. It was clear when I spoke to them that they're like, that was cool. They weren't upset. They were psyched.
It's not the let's watch our pro teammate chase down this other car.
Right.
It's, hey, we all had a hand in getting here. We did our fair share or more than that of the driving.
Mm-hmm.
We got better over the course of the weekend. We've learned a new track. We beat this crappy circumstance. Whatever the case might have been. And you know, with endurance racing being all motor racing really being a team sport, but especially endurance racing, you can turn back the clock to the last 7, 8, 12, 13, whatever hours and say, yeah, you know what, we did this all together, we've gotten better together, and we've earned this result, this championship, whatever it is, together.
Yeah, I agree. And that crew, they have a crew that is very motivated,
Absolutely,
that works very hard.
Yes, and I didn't mean to
no.
I just crew in that. They are obviously as a
agree.
team. Yeah.
I just want to shout out them as well. I'm not saying that you didn't. It's just, you know, I want to recognize that too. That there's a lot of people there behind the scenes that work incredibly hard to make sure that that's, you know, people who are not dissimilar from me, frankly, where like they're doing the thing, and it's probably not the end phase of their career. Excuse me. But you know, they're trying to make something of it. And they got to work hard and. You know, NFC, that's coming off of 2 pretty strong seasons as a race team. Yeah. That's going to look good on a resume for a lot of those guys.
Yep, for sure. For sure. If they want it.
Yeah, which I think they do. But.
Probably. Yeah. And I think there is a legitimacy that comes with, you know, participating or being successful in the World Racing League. It's not okay. Yes, it is amateur endurance racing. It is grassroots endurance racing, but everything here is earned.
Yeah,
you know, whether you're running in GTO, GP1, whatever, you're not getting to the end of these races without having earned it, and you're certainly not taking home trophies, standing on the podium without having earned it.
Right.
And you know, whether it's 27 car field like we've had here, there's all kinds of things that had to been overcome today. Whether it's the tires, the heat, you know, what should have been a straightforward race had 2 separate red flags and safety cars. You know, yeah, it's all been earned, and I think to take means to a team, I think we as a series are headed into a pretty exciting stretch of the season here to close things out. I think so too. Yeah. This
is always a wild run at the classic WRL tracks that always get the huge injuries. Yeah, exactly.
Right. It's 2 consecutive sold out events at 75 cars each.
Right.
You know, gearing up for the Eastern Region Championship decider at Sebring, and then the national championship at Coda. It feels very, I don't want to say vintage WRL because that can mean a lot of different things, but I think I think everybody that's involved and been involved in the series will acknowledge that you know, the height of the WRL kind of boom was there towards the middle end of 2022.
Yeah.
Where every event basically was selling out, and then all of a sudden 23 came around, market changes a little bit, and you know, that's that a white flag? Yeah, it's a white flag for the tow vehicles up here. You know, things change a little bit. Your entry numbers dip just a touch. You know, we've got 27 cars here this weekend, which is of course not the number you want. You'd love to have 40, 35, 40 cars here. But the rebound, if you like, is as good as you could possibly expect it to be. Half the field is going to be GTO cars. And while you would pick 4 or 5 to be the obvious, oh, that's a car off in the dust, to be the obvious favorites, realistically, any one of probably a dozen to 18 cars could come home with a win or a podium out of those races. 199 is the car stop drivers left at 6. 123 picked up a pit lane warning, by the way. Mm-hmm. So as we were saying all those nice things about not making mistakes anymore, they used up their warning right at the end.
Sure.
Tough one for Big Mission there.
Tough mission.
Out in the weeds. 27 laps in hand from the 199 back to the 66, who was in the pit lane in the moment, so I don't think a whole lot of danger there. I am I'm feeling like we're at the end of a 13-hour race here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. A little tired. I didn't sleep great last night. I've been awake since
okay.
realistically like 3:30 this morning.
Right, because you had to get up early to do the. Yeah. Okay.
No, I didn't want to be up at 3:30. I wanted to be up at 5:15. But
5:15. Oh, I see. Okay, got it.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
Sure.
I've been awake for 2 hours longer than I wanted to be. And,
Have you considered
paying for it now?
And this is gonna sound like a jokey, memey thing.
Sure.
Have you considered taking Ambien or similar?
So here's
doing
the weird
these
thing.
because like I certainly have. I don't think I'm going to, but I've definitely
Yeah.
considered it because it's like I can't sleep on these weekends either.
No, so I don't like. I mean, I don't mind being away from home, but those first couple nights in a hotel, it's not your bed, it's not your home. You know?
Right.
You're on the road. You're maybe changing time zones, whatever the
Road
case
dog.
might be. Yeah. And so I tend not to sleep well the first or second night, but by the third or fourth night, I'm tired enough that like, yeah, head hits the pillow, I'm out, and get up early, and you're not like super refreshed or anything, but you've at least slept pretty comfortably through the night. I haven't been in the same hotel for more than 2 consecutive nights at all on this trip, and I've been at 2 events.
Right.
So Omaha, Lincoln, Omaha, Denver.
Omaha.
Yeah. And
did you fly to Denver from Omaha?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
like a 7 or 8 hour drive.
He's done driving.
I guess so.
You're,
all right.
Omaha is on the Iowa state line. You're driving the whole length of Omaha and.
I guess I was thinking of
Nebraska.
But you were in Lincoln though, right? You were in Lincoln
which is 50 something miles from Omaha,
but
and mostly south, not west.
You were in Lincoln though, were you not?
Yeah, but it's not far from Omaha. Oh, all right. The flying thing is what you're worried about. Only United flies out of Lincoln.
Oh, okay, I see. I was like, you could have saved a day, sort of, there, but yeah,
No,
okay, that's right.
I couldn't have.
All right.
There's no saving. With what I had to accomplish out there, there's no saving days.
Sure. All right.
Just, If anything, I think I would have gone out earlier on Monday, but it's okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Omaha was fun. Just a little tired, and for whatever reason, despite being very tired, not able to get the sleep you're hoping for. What I really wanted was to not leave until like 1 o'clock tomorrow. It would have been really nice. I'm not in a rush, but as fate would have it. Your boys playing Allegiant Roulette tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's it's not really roulette when you know that the best case scenario is that you're going to be in an uncomfortable seat, hating what's going on.
Oh no, I
time.
just pay for the whole thing. You pay for the bags, the seat selection, the longer, bigger, whatever. There are 3 rows of slightly more legroom, which is actually just normal coach legroom.
It's not. I found that it isn't the legroom anymore. It's the lack of cushioning on the seats.
Sure, that's fair, and it's a 3.5-hour flight home, which I'm not jazzed about. But to be honest with you, other than American, every domestic service seat in the United States now is terrible.
That's not true. This is one of Brendan.
United seats are awful.
United seats are awful. You know who doesn't have awful seats?
Delta.
Yeah. Brendan's always like, oh, every airline is XYZ, and it's like, no, Delta. It's not.
Delta ditched service to Detroit out of Allentown, and now if I ever want to fly Delta, I have to go through Atlanta. I can go anywhere I want from there, but I have to go to Atlanta first. It's very annoying. They're also the only airline that doesn't have a hub anywhere near where I live. Like if I need to fly United and I need a specific flight at a specific time, I just drive an hour to Newark. American, I drive an hour and 15 minutes to Philly. Whatever. But Delta, I have no. There's no choice. JFK is too far. So that's that. How will you be getting to Watkins Glen, dear viewer? The Glen. Watkins Glen concert.
I'm stoked,
the
man.
Gecko.
That GP1 field is good.
I really don't know what to expect about Watkins Glen. I mean, it's obviously a hugely popular, opportunity, right? It's the furthest north. I think I'm right in saying. I think it's the furthest north WRL will have raced. No, Road America, probably. I don't know. They're close. Anyway, you're pushing into the northeast a little bit, which is not something that's been historically on WRL's agenda. But the bucket list, the IMSA tracks, the major international venues absolutely are on WRL's radar, and this is kind of the first opportunity to go do that, particularly at Watkins Glen. It's an interesting one because we've heard some tales of caution about cautions at Watkins Glen, the amount of full course yellow that it takes to recover cars. It's a narrow track, it's a fast track, and there are lots of things to hit. I mean, people were nervous about Charlotte, hitting things at Charlotte. I mean, Watkins Glen is way faster than Charlotte, and the walls are a lot closer. Meaning they're coming at you faster, and you're hitting them harder. So let's see what Watkins Glen becomes. It could either be two really, really awesome days that are just, filled with action and everybody's, very respectful because a lot of them are doing this for the first time at a new venue. There's also the possibility that one or both days could be very busy.
Yes, it's going to be both.
Yeah, and it could be both, exactly, right? We really don't know. But the depth is certainly there for the classes you want to see the depth in.
Right.
Doing new... Go ahead.
I was going to say, it's a track with not a lot of runoff.
That's exactly what I was saying.
Only a couple corners, and, accidents happen, mistakes happen, and, we've seen cars have 4-offs here. We've had spins. So it's what it is. I mean, there's parts of every track, more or less that we've gone to that, offer the same sort of inherent risk.
It's not the corners with the runoff that tend to bite, though.
Yeah.
Like, there aren't many people going too deep into the braking zone or the heel of the boot where there's a ton of pavement and some gravel, right? It's cars getting loose off the throttle over the top of the S's with liftoff oversteer that nudge the wall on driver's left and then block the track at, a fifth gear, 130 mile an hour crest. Like, that's the stuff you worry about with a place like Watkins Glen because it is really quick. And you do see stuff like that happen sometimes.
It's like a liftoff into the kink.
Exactly, right? You do it early if you have to. The problem is at Watkins Glen, it's 3 corners stacked on top of each other.
Yeah.
The exit of turn 1, yes, the runoff there is very inviting. Are we enforcing track limits? Who can say? I don't know yet. But it's very easy if you try and haul it off the exit curb to spin the rear wheels up and pitch the thing into the tire wall on driver's right. Right? An otherwise innocuous 90-degree right-hand corner now all of a sudden becomes a, to coin a phrase from here at High Plains, a bobsled ride into a tire wall on the inside. Very easy to drop wheels on the exit of the Achilles. Rejoining the short course from the boot and clip the tire wall on driver's right. I've seen Miatas inverted there just because somebody got things about 3 inches too wide and over it went. Grabbed the tire wall and over it went. Turn 17 is really quick. There's no curb on driver's left. You're trying to open the radius up as much as you can. You drop a wheel on the way in. All of a sudden, you're backwards into a safer barrier. Right? I mean, things happen so fast.
Yeah.
So fast there. And if everybody does the WRL thing, keeps their head on a swivel, gives everybody plenty of room and remembers that, you're not going to win the race on a bonsai move in traffic, then things, I think, can and probably are going to go really, really well. But you never really know until you get there. And it's also possible we just get 2 very different days. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, I agree.
Excited, though. That is our next World Racing League event. Dear viewer, we will be live with you on October 19th and 20th.
Yes.
An 8-hour on Saturday, 7-hour on Sunday. This has become the norm. My guess is it'll probably be a 9 a.m. Eastern time start. We'll know more when the subs come out here in a few weeks. Also worth noting, we're going to be in foliage season up there.
Oh, yeah. I missed that. The biggest thing I missed about moving back to California, foliage season.
Yeah. Do you remember when Grand Am ran their season finale at Lime Rock, like the first or second weekend in October?
I do remember that.
I don't know why somebody thought that was a good idea, other than the leaves, other than the foliage, and it was
visually
awesome.
looked great. Yeah, I agree.
I saw footage recently of, I don't know, it was probably the 09 or 2010 runoffs that they had just taken away from Topeka and moved up to Road America. It was like second weekend in October.
Right.
Absolutely gorgeous. Everything was gold and orange.
Jealous.
Oh, I don't know that I'm going. Or do you not get leaves?
What?
Do you guys get good foliage in Washington?
Yes. Yeah, definitely, and it is just now starting.
Okay.
But it's gonna look great at Watkins. The photographers are gonna have an awesome time.
I think our cameras are gonna look great too. There's a fair bit of climbing to be done at Old Watkins Glen, but the 2 times I've been there to support the SCCA Super Tour have been an absolute blast.
The E-Fair Tour.
E-Fair Tour, yes.
Boise State goes into halftime with a lead.
Let's
go.
No.
Let's go.
10 minutes remaining.
No, half an hour left in that game. 2 15-minute quarters, JT.
13-hour race at High Plains.
Guys, we made it. Mission accomplished.
We did make it. Listen, I got to be honest with you. I really had no expectations for today. Right?
That's what you want to hear.
I
thought this was going to be garbage. By the way, thanks,
not what I said.
That would be an expectation.
Exactly right. Exactly right. I
don't know what's going to happen.
For today. I don't think this will far surpass maybe for entire weekends. Right. Today on its own versus weekends cumulatively. I don't know that we've spent as much time today as talking to people as we did today.
That's true.
All of the interviews we did were fantastic.
Yes.
Brad and Mike together here.
Oh.
Brad McCall, Mike Gorman was
That's a podcast.
Such a treat.
That's a podcast, man.
It was. And it's just kind of been this, like, for a while it was almost like a bit. Like, somebody's walking out the door, I guess somebody's going to walk right in, and then it would just keep happening over and over. But they're people we wouldn't ever normally get to talk to.
Yeah.
Unique perspectives in some cases. And I have really appreciated, for being the farthest west race we'll do all season, the local involvement in that way, right? Because you could come run a one-off in WRL, be like, we're just here for the result. We don't need to do whatever. This stuff is great, but we don't need to buy into it or participate in it. We just watch it, and that really hasn't been the case at all. I mean, we're friends with the Big Mission folks, but realistically, they are based out here. We've had a lot of people pushing for some more of this stuff, and I think this has been a really good opportunity for WRL to kind of put it out there and say, hey, maybe there is some momentum here behind being able to push west of the Rockies and make it a true national championship.
Yeah, I agree. I also would hope for that to occur.
Yeah.
Most of which because it would be convenient for me,
of course,
to cover all of these, like I mentioned earlier, from my own vehicle, which would be great.
Well, we'll wait and see. I'm hopeful that by the time we reconvene next, dear viewer, we will have some answers as to what the 2025 World Racing League calendar looks like. It is that time where every now and then you get a new schedule release. Feels like a little bit like Christmas.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas.
RJ has successfully avoided being dragged into the booth to be any
Yeah, so
hints or anything teased out of him.
So did Jim as well, which I'm a little disappointed.
So we're missing Steve. So RJ is Steve and Jim is Jim.
Yeah, but Glenn is RJ. Or no, Glenn is.
No, Glenn is the track
race
director.
control? No, well, but he's running race control, so he's a race control operator. So whoever the race control operator would be is also Glenn. Oh, for the track, yeah, he's the trackside operator. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean that's fair, but Jim made it a point to say, no, I don't get a chance to come over and talk to you guys often. I'm definitely going to come over tomorrow once things settle in. No, and it's been a pretty quiet day.
Let him know. Let him know. Go over there right now and be like, hey, Jim, you're a liar.
You got 6 minutes, Jim.
And I'm going to tell everybody that runs that you're a liar and not to run this series.
Maybe it was something I said. Yeah.
Probably about Wisconsin, frankly.
Jim probably came by when you were getting cameras.
That might be true.
He did, actually. You don't remember that, JT?
Brad did.
Brad did.
Yeah.
Go Brad. Hi to Brad at home.
Don't know.
If he's not at home, he's
Hi to Brad at the track.
At the track.
They're looking at a really good result today.
Yeah.
They
That's
are.
definitely going to help them for the national.
The Natty.
The Natty, indeed. 12
That
team
sounds
playoff
so
in the
lame.
World Racing League.
I'm going to start trying to normalize the Natty. That's,
No.
yeah. Oh, yeah. And you know who's going to get on board with it? Chattanooga Touring Logging.
Are they big Natty?
They're going to be like, hell yeah, Amy. I'm going to get like a big high five on that, too. It's going to be great.
I don't think you will because they no longer race.
Chattanooga?
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Well, we have Chat T-Wag.
Oh, M
Shaft.
Yeah, that's fair.
They have evolved.
V3.69.
Their tastes have evolved.
Yeah, fair. Fair.
I was saying this earlier. You know, I've been quite impressed with how competitive they've been in GP2.
Yeah.
With that the E36. It's good
I've
to
been
get them
impressed
back
with how often they offer me free beer. So
You don't even like beer.
I know, but they're like, "Hey man, how's it going?" And they hand it to you, and I have to take it, and it's cold. It being cold solves a lot of the problem, if I'm being honest.
Fair. Hey, listen, the best beer available out of all of them is a free beer. Second best beer available is a cold beer.
Correct, and it's both.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And then you're hanging out. I'm drinking at the podium with the boys, and it's like, this is sick. I'm in.
I've been remiss in my podium participations recently, I have to say.
You have.
I usually am, as a matter of fact.
I do appreciate, Brendan, that you told other people, like you knew that it's a party when Ryan goes. Like, if you get that vibe and everybody else agrees, then like I'm doing my job immaculately. Like that's
I agree.
Perfect.
Listen, people were disappointed to see me at Charlotte.
I believe that.
And at Road Atlanta. They're like,
I believe that.
Where's Ryan? What are you doing here? I'm like, it's my company. What are you talking about?
Go do SCCA or something.
Well, when's Ryan coming back? I don't know, man. So, you know.
Looks like Palomar's going to run out of time here to get 7th in GP1. And Open Throttle is going to have to be content with 5th. They have been catching Blaze Racing for 4th, but that gap has just been too large for them to overcome here.
Is that well, anyway.
Solid finish for the 64.
You know what's a solid finish, JT? Any finish that you can walk away from.
Yeah, you're thinking of landings. But also correct.
Turns out that the real race was the friends we made along the way.
Oh, very sweet. What does Jordan have to say about that? Jordan's this year so he doesn't get fined.
Hey!
Hey! Community service is a wonderful thing.
Jordan's on his third bowl of pasta for the day.
No, just one.
Just one? Okay, all right.
I ain't gonna lie to you, staring at these headlights for about the last 2 hours is really I'm gonna go crazy here.
You haven't pulled a Zach yet, so you're good.
You're welcome to jump in at any time. You know, if you want to chit chat instead of, you know.
That's okay. Just been kind of getting hypnotized by him.
Well, you're pushing midnight there on the East Coast, right?
Yeah, it's 11:58.
Yeah.
It's
really something.
So I think, I hope at least, this will not be one of the times where Jordan gets off of this and like in 15 minutes gets on the stream. I always feel really bad.
Oh, no,
bottom split is live.
No.
That's like, I'm like, wow, that's incredible.
Not this time.
This is a man who is committed to his craft.
So we have a minor problem here in that we can't pick out the leader on track, and we also can't see the flag stand. So I think, I don't know, is the 59 flying around in formation with any of its teammates by chance? Nope.
No.
There's nobody there. Yeah. So this is pretty wild. Oh man. Yeah. So wow.
Well, okay. So the NPO ones have the little thing above them, right?
Yeah.
Is there a camera spot where there is a light that we can see the livery?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay,
They all
well.
just kind of blend together. You've
That's
got
a
to
tall
get them.
ask, man.
Checkered.
Checkered flag.
Checkered flag is out.
All
they're
right.
flashing. There they are on the front stretch.
Lights
Great.
flashing.
Nice.
We did it.
So Stratus number 58
Brings it
wins
home.
The High Plains 13-hour, the Mid-West Championship season finale, 377 laps complete with a 159.999 on the last lap. It's very impressive. To seal a one-lap victory over the team car, the Stratus number 60, and a 1-2 in GTU. GTO, your class winner, will be the number 123 from NFC Motorsports with what looks like 3 laps in hand over the number 70 from round 3 racing, the Porsche 991.2 Cup. In second place in class, Dexter Racing, the number 61 in third, and GTO crossing the line in fourth, nursing the car home after a flash fire earlier in the pit lane led to some issues with fuel mileage and fuel pickup. It appears as though unofficially that situation and that follow-up, the result that follows is going to turn the Midwest Championship for GTO over to the number 123 of NFC Motorsports. But we'll wait for that to be confirmed on both the dyno and the scales afterwards.
Car heads to turn 11 now.
Your GP3 West Championship not likely to have changed hands with the results. The 85 pretty firmly in control there. Open throttle racing, the number 66, just by virtue of participating,
Yes.
wraps up the GP2 Midwest Championship as well. GP1, I think it's going to stay in the hands of Palomar Racing in that number 38. If there's anybody that was here that was really within striking distance, even within the with the double points. PC, no, 24 points back I think is too much. Believe that's going to stay in the hands of that number 38 from Palomar. And down in GTU, a largely all Stratus affair. The Stratus 58 leads the championship and indeed wins the race today. 2 maximum points finishes for that number 58 already in reasonable command of the West Championship. We'll keep that Midwest Championship with the number 58 squad down at Stratus. Of course, 1, 2, and 3 in the GTU West Championship at as things are going to end up.
And the great news, of course, the idea that we're going to get 2, if not 4, additional GTU cars for next season. I'm already looking forward to that. That's going to be so much fun to watch.
No point in getting ahead of ourselves for next season, though. I don't think we need to belabor the point. point on this one. I think cars headed back into the pit lane. The checkered flag has flown. The championships are well decided, and we have been at this for now 13 plus hours. If you have any closing thoughts, you're welcome to share them. If not, we'll just pack up and go home. That's fine by me. Go ahead, JT.
I enjoyed the racing today.
Yeah.
I love that we come out here. This is an awesome track. The support is great. We generally get a lot of green flag racing here.
Yeah.
It's a very unique track. I love the elevation changes, and it races well. And so we got to see quite a bit of that today. Even so many hours into this race, we still had quite a few battles, many hours into the race, and it came down to what we love to see in endurance racing. Just staying consistent and staying out of trouble, and it's going to net you a good reward. So I'm happy we got to cover it, and I enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to hopefully coming back here next year.
I couldn't agree more. I am also I've been thrilled to have had the opportunity to kind of let our hair down a little bit here. And if maybe there wasn't a whole lot of racing to focus on, very specifically out on track, that we could dive into some of the personalities a little bit more, some of the backstories, and just kind of have fun with the day. Yes, it was a long day. Yes, we've many hours and many laps of racing, plus a modest car count can sometimes make for a long day, and it was not in a disparaging way, just a lot of time to spend on the air. But I think we got to do some pretty cool stuff today. Talk to some pretty cool people and have some really nice conversations, and push our personal agendas, watching the WRL expand a little bit further west, and trying to have those open conversations with team owners, drivers, and otherwise interested parties, and helping grow the WRL and continue to do what it does already very well, even better. So, for Ryan West, for JT Tammy, for Jordan Worth on the ones and the twos as he's been all day, and for all of us who chimed in along the way, thank you all for being with us at High Plains Raceway. Thank you for sticking it out with us till midnight Eastern, 10 o'clock local time here. We will see you in about 5 weeks' time from Watkins Glen International, the first ever visit of the World Racing League to that fine venue up in Watkins Glen, New York. Southern tip of Seneca Lake is going to play host to another fantastic round of the World Racing League. Cannot wait. 75 cars, 3.5-ish mile track. All good things to come between now and December 6th to 8th, National Championship at COTA. Thanks for being with us. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, and we will see you from Western New York a few weeks' time. Until then, take care.